Peace and salute. Peace, salute. Let's get it. Peace and salute. I don't know. I found these pictures. Too bad. I want to be able to read this little print, man. But whatever this is, this right here is very familiar. It almost looks like a sundial. And it almost looks like the Catholic cathedral there, and it has water running behind it, which bridges. So these people are very advanced, no doubt about it. I think there's 26 or 24 of these that go around. That's 24. There might be one for every hour. There's stars right here. 8 slices in this pie. Relax del Norte. I'm gonna have to look that up. Relax del Norte. I don't know, man, but I be liking these pictures right here. Let there be light, and there was light. It's a reflection of sun in that eyeball. Sun in Hebrew right here. This can't be too old for the fact that there's 7 stars here, and with the sun and moon it's 9. So instead of the original 7, they got all 9. So that's how I know it's not that old. Holiness to the Lord. What are these? Clones of George Washington? Clones of George Washington. Look at this baby. It's fat. He's got no clothes on. What's up with that, man? This is from the Middle East. You can tell by this writing right here. Oh, man. almost looks like these are created, man-made, these lands. I mean, that's a lot of houses to fit on this little piece of land. Maybe it's just the drawing. Like, look at this entranceway. That's water. How many rivers? 2, 4, 5, 6. I tried to find this whole map. Unfortunately, I haven't found it yet. Now this is interesting. It's been a mirrored picture too, because you got to put it in a mirror to read this. And it looks like it's written in India language, or maybe Philippines. But either way, it's a mirrored picture. I can tell by the way the lettering's backwards. It's got Saturn right here in the center. As you can see right here. No, these are the chakras. The temples. The head. It makes a cross. Whoop! Whoop! Oh, what happened to it? They got fucking dice. These people have been gambling for, yo, what the hell? Every time I try to keeps going 6, 7, 8, 9. This is weird. And these two are blank. And then it starts with 8. It goes 8, 9, and then it goes back to 8. Then it goes blank. Then it goes to 10, 9, 10, 11, 2, 3, 4. What the hell? Here's that gate. They're all over the world, these gates like this. And it's got 12 and 12 is 24 hours. Liber Alida. I'm going to write this down. I'm going to decode that right now. Il, whatever that means, I-L, Novo et is that an I or L? Huh. So this is probably Latin, no? We're gonna find out. So I'm about to try to figure out what this fucking thing is. So let's go back here. Peace, Orphan Annie. Hey, yesterday you had no wrench, so I gave you another wrench. Maybe it was you use a different phone or a tablet or something, but I was tripping out. I'm like, how did Orphan Annie have no wrench? I know I gave you a wrench. Same thing with G sharp there, but either way, what am I trying to do? Oh yeah, stop this. Open a new tab. Let's go to Google Translator. Google Translation. Translate Spanish. No. English detected Spanish. No. Other way around. You want oops. English. You want English. No. I had it right. Yeah, to English. Hold on. Spanish to English or English to Spanish. That's what I wanted. No, Latin. Right? Yeah, Latin. Let's see what happens. From English. This is confusing me here. No, we want it in English. So we want to go from Latin to English. Man, this shit's backwards. I think. Dutch. Stop playing. I put English. English. There we go. Latin to English. That's better. Okay. Enter the text. He. Novo. It changes. He is new and maybe that was an L. I'm mistaking it for a fucking I because this don't make sense. Hold on. Boop. Back L. Why isn't this in English now? You bum. Huh. Now I'm lost here. It says this word isn't separated, but if I separate it, it makes more sense than if I leave it whole. Oh, that means peace. Oh. Okay, so hold on. This is peace. Let's see. Et means and. novo is new. I think ill is he. He knew. But it's weird because then if I, well, let me share this. It's weird, man, because then if I put words together, yeah, I would never take your wrench. Orphan Annie, if you're still here. There we go. Okay, so it says ill, but they say means he. But then if I have a space and I put novo, it says the new. So instead of he, that becomes the. That's weird. I gotta put all possibilities. Come on, man, write, stupid pen. So now if I put et, I add that. Yeah, he. Now where did the is come from? It says the new and. Now the next word is what got me effed up. Piak. What if this is an L though? Black. Evo. See? Does that. Then if I erase that and I go with an I, it's doing the same shit. Where's this map? This is crazy. Gallery. Oh, maybe it's Piace Vol. Okay. Piace Vol. Peace. I'll say, please evolve then. Please evolve. I could be wrong, but I separated those words. Gyoko. Man, there's no fucking, there's nothing. There is no word in Latin that says Gyoko. Del. This could be yeah, this could be not Latin. This could be Italian, French. Let's look at this picture again. French. I don't know, man. What if this isn't Latin? What if it's I'll try Spanish. See what happens. Same thing. The new. What if I put Italian? Ah, now we're getting somewhere. Now we get the new age. This is Italian. New age. The new and pleasant evolution. The new and pleasant evolving game. Come on, stupid pen. Oops. Huh. That's weird. So in Italian, as we see here, this is odd. This is odd. This picture right here, peace, faceplant. So this picture right here, hold on. Do this. This picture in Italian states the new and pleasant evolving game of the Garden of Love. So it is evolving or rotating. But yeah, in Italian, the new and pleasant evolving game of the Garden of Love. That's what this title is. Il Novo et Piacevole Gioco del Giardino, which is Garden di Amore. Huh. Liber Alita. We're going to look that up now. Let me see. Liberalita. What? That means liberalita, means free breath. Really, free breath. Very interesting. What else is there to decode on this? There's just all sorts of names too. Speranza. I'm gonna try to decode Speranza. I want to know what that is. It's all around there. Speranza means hope in Italian. So right here, Speranza is hope. Right here, next to XV111, what would that be? 28 or 18? XV and a 3. That would be definitely something. 18 maybe? Man, that's crazy. It's fucking pouring rain out. Sucks. Let's see. Is that a T? Povert? I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot to decode, faceplay, on this. What is YouTube not putting out my video? Like, you're the only one that showed up? Yeah, that let me cover that up with the thing right here. Because out of her vagina, there's a lot of stuff flowing out of here, I thought. But yeah, birth. The sacred woman is giving birth under the 12 zodiacs. Look at this island I found. I think it's called Crater Island. There's an entranceway here. And down here. There's an airport right here. Right here. Up here. I don't know where this is, but just the shape of this island is interesting. Looks like a horseshoe. This probably had a star fort on it. I wouldn't put it past them that there's a star fort in the center of this island, and it got torn down because they're clowns. Dude. Everybody's sleeping. Oops. J Pickup. Now this, to be honest, was the first black angel I've ever seen in religion. And I'm like, finally, it's not a whitewashed religion. What's this here in the womb? She got the shape of the vaginal right here, center of the Vesica Pisces. You could have the sun on this side and the moon on this side, which creates the portal. Damn, that's what the Vesica Pisces means? Muted trying to talk. You think that's what it means, faceplant? They're introducing a new paradigm in that picture. Oh, is this one? The sun versus the moon. Is this like before an eclipse? This picture's taking place. There's no names of the picture, which is weird. Drinking black coffee over here. It's the best ever. No dairy products. I don't even look like a horse. It looks like a Gretchen, right? And this looks like a lion. And the lion and Gretchen are the two most used in these symbolic so-called elite people, like in England, Russia, even Africa uses the lion a lot. The Gretchen is more like Tartar, Russia, England, Germany. Huh. Interesting. Now this is very interesting. I shared this on my community page. Now, there's 8 right here. I was almost gonna say 4 is what? Spring and summer, fall and winter. There's 2 more on each side. That would be the 12 zodiacs. You got nature. So this is French. Patience, prudent, experience. But they always have the bird up where God's throne is, the third eye. Maybe they symbolize that with a bird because your third eye takes flight. Then you got the dragon for... But you see how the bird is dividing the dragon almost? Could the bird be the source? And it's dividing the aura, This would be the aurora borealis, or the energy coming up from the center, from the black sun, which goes out like this. See this right here? I'm going to show you a picture that this aligns to in a minute. Just remember this picture and the way the sun and moon's coming out. I'm going to show you later. I'll remember. Paracelsus. Paracelsus. He was a alchemist. Paracelsus also has to do with the medication, I think. Paracelsus was a alchemist and a magician. Ramification is an alteration of changing of the forms of natural things into other forms, as of metals or wood into stones or glass, the changing of stones into coals, etc. It hath been found out that metals that have been coined into money have been by nature changed under the ground into a stony substance. So the S's are shaped like an F. Substance, and yet have retained the impression of the image that has been stamped upon them, and that the roots of oaks, being smitten with thunder or foam, other influence of the stars. Interesting. I gotta find this book. Oh, my bad, face plant. I'm coming. Come on, let him up. Here we go.
Hey.
What's up, face plant?
So it looks like some of that was English and some was Italian. Is that all
Yeah.
from one book or a group of books? Okay, so that's after the mud flood and when they were setting up the new paradigm.
I'll go back to that picture. Yeah, but what's confused? Oh, it's right there. What confuses me is Italian is close to Latin, so Latin, Italian, Spanish.
That would have been right after they split the original language into the new languages.
Like Latin was the original, right?
They talk about Old English and Old Irish, and there's probably Old Italian, and that Old is probably the original language, which was one language. Now here, they've got the languages split up, and they're getting ready to set up the new countries and repurpose all the old buildings that have been mud flooded and that, and start doing the trading. Setting up the big trading companies and disguising them behind the flags of the countries that they're setting up. And each Bible, they would have the Bibles written for each language already, right? They've already they're starting to set shit up. So now they're going into the mud flooded areas and repurposing the buildings and taking over the land and planting their grasses and grains for the livestock, that they're introducing the new paradigm, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, because here it says ingano, and it means deceit in Italian. Ingano, deceit. and it has a rat. Ha!
So
That
that's
is
so
that's funny.
I'm saying it might be around 800 years ago.
Hmm.
I'm not like when you start talking about dates, everything's screwed up with the calendar, so we know really if we say whatever BC or something, then we're guessing as to how many years ago it actually was. So
What's
that this would have been after the climate changed and after the events and after the splitting of the languages and writing the Bibles and introducing their livestock to different areas
damn it.
to and their peasants, to do the work for them and that to go to the lands and start taking over the resources,
Just
doing the
as I
mining.
thought. Nobilta means nobility, and egano means deceit. And I just thought it was funny that there's a rat, like a rat, deceit. A rat would deceive you. And then this is nobility with the bird
Yeah,
here.
setting up the calendars. That's like the new Monopoly board they're getting everyone to play on with the season. Like the climate's changed now and everything, and they're setting everything up with seasons and astrology and getting ready to deceive everybody about, educate them into, get them indoctrinated into whatever church or whatever cosmologies.
This is weird. Oh, I'm an idiot for that. Oops. Right here it says MV but the V's are usually U's, so that's musica, music, and she's playing the freaking instrument. I'm over
Yeah,
here trying to I put MU and then Sika, but Sika meant something else. But if you put it, the MU Sika, it's music.
the new languages are being tweaked, right? That's why I had the
Yeah.
weird letters and that. So they're still adjusting the language. Like the language is still being adjusted today too. They're adding words to the dictionary and like when you change the whole paradigm, when you bring in weird shit like they're doing today, you have to add words to the dictionary.
Huh. So it says Akor Teza right here. Akor Teza. It means shrewdness. Huh. I wonder if I
So
got that right.
so say they're moving in. This is their books now. They're moving into a mud flooded area and they're taking over the land and introducing the peasants, and you know what I mean? So they have to do different stuff for each kind of land they're going into. They might bring sheep and that, and the right kind of people to take care of sheep and stuff. Or like over here it's cows. And introducing along with that, they repurpose the old buildings into like breweries would be one of the first things they do, eh?
But look at
Get
this.
get the locals pissed off their head all the time to just keep doing their work.
It says Lord Ezza. Now, if I keep Lord Ezza together, it means grossness. But if I separate Lord and Ezza, I get lordship. But they don't separate it here. But it's a dog, I think. So I think they mean lordship by Lord Ezza. But grossness, yeah, if I kept that the way they have it, it says grossness. But then I separated Lord and then Ezza, and I get lordship in Italian. So
It's probably what they're doing, eh? They're saying, okay, well, let's get them to be really gross, and that's how they're gonna live, and they're gonna live like pigs, and then they're gonna drink all the time and fight.
yeah, that's why I thought that was a pig. If that was a pig, it makes sense. But if it's a dog, it has
Get
a
them eating,
curled tail.
get them eating animals and drinking beer and, just doing their weekly work and then getting pissed on the weekend. That's how they want them, just like today. If they bring out Bud Heavy beer, then I might start drinking beer again.
So this one, Vigilanja, is vigilance. Because I don't know. I thought of Italian. I almost went to French, but I was in Latin. Like liber alita, free breath. Liber is liberty, but liber alita is free breath, which means free speech, maybe.
They're going to allow you to breathe, but you have to pay for everything.
No loquacita. Because the V's are U's.
You can't drink the water because it's all poison, so you have to drink the beer, right? So
this is virtue. VIRTU.
Like in Russia, vodka, it's mandatory. Drinking vodka is mandatory.
Legia Dria. Legia Dria.
But today it's your choice, eh? You pick your brand of beer and cigarettes and whatever, and you pick your ball team, and that's what you do on your weekend. You spend all your money by Wednesday on the bullshit you're doing on the weekend already.
Legia Dria. This one with the deer. It means loveliness. That's what it says. Loveliness. But then it asks, it's spelled with 2 G's, I guess. It's not. It's spelled with 1 G here. Let me try Latin, what it would say for this word. Let's try Latin. I'm curious. Latin. Where are you? Latin. Here it is. Maybe it is Latin, because in Latin, it means legislator. That makes more sense to me than loveliness. In Italian, this word is loveliness. You see it here with the deer on the side, where my mouse is circling. That word means loveliness in Italian, but if I switch it to Latin, it means legislator. And it's got the V1, which could be 6 or 4. I think that's 4. Because the V is 5 and the 1. So that could be 4. There's a difference if the 1's in front of the V or behind it. I don't know. That writing's crazy to me. Gelosia. Now that sounds Italian to me. Let's see. What it would be in Latin. Jealousy. Now what if I change this to Italian? Let's see. Latin means jealousy. Italian means jealousy. So they both mean jealousy. Interesting. And I don't want to spend all day, but yeah, I'm just glad I can, for the most part, decode this stuff. Because there's been so many times I look at pictures and it's in Latin, and I'm like, man.
You get what I was saying, though?
Yeah. Yeah, the title basically is saying what you're saying. When I decoded it. Wow.
I think just in the early days, back after they wrote that stuff and got the peasants going on the land and everything, and started opening up a lot of trading. I've lost my damn thought there.
I like this right here. It's got the top part of the firmament where the stars and planets or wandering stars are. The sun and moon is a positive plane. We're in the center on the outer plane, and then they got the negative plane, which is underground, where the devil and all that. So that makes perfect sense right here.
They're getting ready to deceive people in however way they can, for their to do their crops at the right time and everything.
Well, this is almost a representation. Yeah, this has got
sure, even though they're all pissed on their whatever they got them drinking.
This is flat Earth.
Make sure they do get their crops in the ground at the right time and everything. They need fucking grain to make the beer. Keep them fucking stupid.
This is the flat Earth, though. This is the right teachings. But that globe shit, they said, how can we deceive them? Let's put them outside the egg.
It wouldn't really matter whether they're teaching them globe or flat Earth or whatever, but just to keep them in order, keep them organized enough to be dumb slaves.
Yeah, because even flat Earth's a prison. They tell you there's a firmament, and then there's no way out. So the Hebrews teach it's God's footstool, and there's a firmament, and there's no way out. So the globe or flat Earth, depending on what flat earther you come upon, you're in a prison. But I think it's infinite. There is no prison.
The sky might even be flat.
Like a hallway.
It might not even be a dome, the firmament. It might be flat. But it still acts as a lens in our realm.
It's a lot of questions.
Like even the water in the atmosphere acts as a lens. And at lower altitudes, the atmosphere is more dense and there's more water in it. So it's more of a lens. Like nothing's hot about the sun until it hits something, right? To warm it up.
I don't know what this is. It almost looks Greek, right? Look how the A and the O and the E, or it looks like a sideways M or a 3.
That is interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. That looks like how they're splitting the languages or something.
Huh.
Yeah.
Right?
From the original language out to the different languages. And maybe it started, one of the split languages was Latin, and then from Latin they went out into, adjusted it into Spanish and English and French.
Yeah, look at the C. A, B, C is a triangle. E, F, Z. I don't know what this is, but
this is like confirmation of a lot of shit that I'm putting together in my mind.
Wait a minute. Don't tell me this is the wheel that's being used to decipher this thing. I mean, what the heck? Look at these letters up here. Oh, there it is. KH. This symbol right here. Oh, no, that's not it, is it? No, there's a T under it.
So Chuck, it's always been a world government, and the leaders, whoever's leading them, like Spanish, English, French, German, everything, they all understand each other at the, they don't, their language, they know their language, right? They understand each other. They always did. It's just us that think they don't, like that. Like the bullshit we see in the media, it's all just staged. It's already decided what they're gonna do. What they're saying they're deciding to do is already decided. They're just doing a fucking theater for to keep us doing what we're doing.
Hey, faceplant, look at this thing with the fence. You know what that reminds me of? A bear trap. You know the thing? It'll have something going across the center, and when you step on it, it just crushes your ankle. That's a bear trap. Oh shit!
Leg hold trap.
Hey, you know this morning where I found that I seen the dead rabbit, and then I seen the baby rabbit. Well, this morning I was walking, and it was a fucking a pregnant, what are them things called? Not a raccoon, the other ones.
Groundhog?
No. They look like giant rats. Not a groundhog. Not. Damn it, man! What can I think of it? I had to pull it out of the road by its tail. I picked up a plastic bag, put it around its tail, and then I had to pick its babies up.
Muskrat.
Possum. It was a dead possum mother, and when I walked up to it in the street, it had its nipples, and it looked like it just gave birth. It was dead in the street, and I looked closer, and there's two babies. They didn't have no fur on them. That's how little they were. They were just. She was either giving birth or something tried to attack her while she was feeding. She just gave birth.
Do they have a pouch, possums?
That's what I thought. And when I was looking at the possum, I didn't touch it or nothing. I wasn't like trying to flip it over, but its stomach was up already, and I could see the nipples. And my first thought was it's a mother.
It's too cold here for possums, but we have raccoons, and I don't think they have a pouch. I was wondering about that.
It had two babies, man. They were just so little. I picked them up and put them on the side of the road.
Yeah, Chuck, you always get to see dead and injured and mangled freaking animals like I do. Like just the other day here, this young robin came here, and it was missing its upper beak. Like it was flying and it was taking a bath here, but it was missing its upper beak.
Hold on, McCoy. I'm coming.
And I'm thinking, Matt, what happened? Did it get caught in my metal roofing or my chicken wire I have around the trees, or
What's up, McCoy?
I always get to see these mangled animals too. It's weird.
Yeah, it pissed me off. It ruined my morning.
Yeah, I saw that robin with the top of its beak missing. I went inside. It was depressing. I went inside and it didn't come outside the rest of the day.
Yeah, there's two babies, man. Two babies. They were so little, they could fit in my palm. I don't know if she gave a stillbirth, because when she got hit by the car, it probably like forced her into labor. But they were dead, and the cars just run it over. They don't care. No one stops to pull the fucking thing out the road. And it's like, damn, man. All I kept thinking was the two little babies are fucking dead. They didn't even get to see the light of day. And then I started thinking about abortions. What pieces of shit this life is, I'm like, man.
Walk by when someone's getting beat up or stabbed or killed.
What's up, McCoy?
people just walk by or pull out their fucking cell phone and take pictures.
Yeah.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Peace to y'all, man. Salute to y'all. What's up, Canada Dummy?
Hey,
Charles, what's up,
Chilling.
man? Just
Just
thought I
reviewing some pics. Just going over some pictures. I really ain't feeling the Mayhem Monday too much because we don't go hard enough, and whatever. Motivation. It's gonna be changed to Motivation Monday. That's my new one. Motivational Monday. Fuck
I
that.
had to come up when I saw this because it kind of clicked something in my head that's when the Bibles were written around 800 years ago, I think.
Not even. I think you're close. Maybe
That's
600. Not even that long ago.
That's when they started, right? And a
Maybe.
lot of things. A lot of things they were added all the way up to the 1800s, probably even today.
Yeah, this is the bear trap. It's a trap.
Lot of shit in some Bibles are different.
You see it, McCoy? Don't the fencing on that picture look like a bear trap?
Oh yeah, I've been watching. I heard when you first was like when you asked Face Plant, what does it look like? Yeah, man, and my thought came to Donald Trump building that wall. But yeah, man, I wanted to jump up. I wanted to jump on before the mayhem. So I'm glad you said you're gonna change that mayhem theme because yeah, we don't go hard enough to cause a mayhem, So anyway, which is not all too productive. But I also want Canna Dummy though. The way Canna Dummy talks, I had a few questions for him. I wanna press him a little bit.
What?
Yeah.
Maybe I better go get my blunt. Maybe.
No, it's you seem to have identified the agenda and majority of the players. So who do you think their leader is? Like, where are they getting their instructions from? Who's guiding them? Who's have you gotten further than identifying, yes, the Masons, the Jesuits, the world is a stage? Like, what is at the core of their existence? Somebody or something is you don't think?
Yeah, it's some kind of
Who's the puppeteer?
Thank you, Charles. Yes, right there. Who's the puppeteer? Good for you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know, man. They're not human, whatever they are. They're not
Yes,
like that.
I've drawn that same conclusion. Well, my conclusion was based off the fact that I don't think other humans could treat other humans this way. There's a lack of compassion.
Shit. Yeah, you can. If you throw enough money at somebody.
They're trying to get us there, but they're not. They're failing ultimately, right? They've done it to a certain extent, getting us to treat each other the way we do. There's demons involved. I'm sure everybody has demons assigned to them. I don't think they're part of you. They're just something.
Oh yeah, we sure do. Demons.
I refuse to believe that it's part of me. It's something external that's influencing everybody. That one eye symbolism is the one eye. The one eye. Society makes us look at each other with one eye.
Because it doesn't seem like they're aimed at a particular race. It's we're all being manipulated and attacked. All of mankind, all the humans, quote unquote humans.
Have you seen?
And this year is another livestock roundup. It serves as a livestock roundup. This YouTube. They can see who's in what groups, and you know what I mean. They've got us all separated out already.
Have you seen Dave Clone Tyrone, McCoy? Peace, look within.
No, I don't watch television or none of those things at all. Zero. I shut it. I shut those things off because I know what their intentions are and what their purpose is. I've
I
already
still
been.
watch it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've been.
even
You,
even letting it go into your eyes getting assaulted.
yeah, it's.
Uh,
Yeah,
Letting
I
it
don't
go
give
into
them what they
I,
want.
I respect that, but I watch them because I think their witchcraft now is weak to me, and I watch it just to see basically what they're spelling. I mean, what they're saying. Damn, that came out of nowhere. Yeah, what they're spelling,
I'm
what
I'm
they're
cutting
casting.
back. I'm cutting back.
In my
Yeah,
home, we literally do not have a television in our home.
yeah. I have
Literally,
Me neither.
there is
I,
no television in this house,
But
and
we
I have
got cell
and
phones.
and I have 5 children. So imagine that.
Damn, starting
that's good.
5.
That's very good. You don't need it, and you're better off without it. I still have it, and still have that addiction. I think.
You know, because
Joanne, you don't hear the door? Oh, Joanne's deaf now.
But to get back what you were asking, I constantly think about that too. And just the other day, I had a thought that maybe I was watching those UAP, the last 3 or 4 UAP videos, and thinking, what are they really looking at through those telescopes? Or maybe they're
That's what I
listening.
was thinking too the other day. That's crazy, basically. You say that. I
Maybe,
always thought that. Like, what are they?
maybe,
What are they
maybe
looking at?
they're
That
listening.
we,
Maybe that they're over.
yeah, but that's what I used to
Maybe,
think. What are they looking at? What are they watching? Um, you
maybe
know
it's
what?
listening to something. Maybe
Yeah, but what can they see we can't with a telescope? What do you need that giant telescope for? You know, maybe it's
behind
to
the
look at
veil,
frequencies. Because other than
behind the
that,
veil, so to speak, behind the veil.
whoever was just in the back, got I go to let them up and they disappeared. Like, you got to give me a second. I can't see if people are coming up when I'm looking at the pictures. So please be patient. I got to put that bell on so when someone comes up, it goes bing. Whoever was up here, they could come back. Let's
or
see.
tell them to type in the back chat and then either face plan or I can
Yeah, I
bring
just
it to your attention.
guess must authentic. What's that? Authenticate guests. What does that mean? That they must authenticate. Anyway, I'm always prepared if someone comes up I don't know. They try to pull some bullshit. Yeah, I'm gonna change it from Mayhem Monday to Motivational Monday because I want to do positive shit. All that mayhem.
That's kind of interesting looking thing there. Inside out cosmology or something.
Yeah, if the mayhem was geared towards like the New World Order and their agenda, I'm with it. You know, let's just expose and start calling out names, and I'm with that kind of mayhem. But attacking each other and and arguing with each other is, yeah, I'm not with that because you all are not my enemy. You're not mine. But if we want to make it a mayhem where we start throwing out names, you know what I mean? The Oprah Winfrey's, the actors, the deceivers, the liars, and call them by names, the Bill
Perfect.
Gates, the weirdos, then yeah, I'm with that kind of mayhem all day.
Well, I originally thought of it to like talk about stuff that we can't talk about, but every time I've done it, people weren't going hard enough. And I'm like, damn, man, we obviously can't be that oppressed if we ain't going hard on the day I say I'll race this. You could say whatever you want. 3 weeks in a row, maybe 4. People weren't really, so I said, you know what, I'm changing this shit. I'll do positive stuff only. Peace, Olsen Yemi. Because, you know, I pieced it up with London. He came the other day, and at that moment he was here, so I said, you know what, you know, some people might not agree with it, some do, but even if me and London don't chill together all the time, I still piece it up because I have to show that just because we don't agree on everything or we're not, that I can look past what people think. And just the whole point is, you know, I say I gave up on unity for the most part, but I'm talking about people that I'm around. Um, I should have never got out of line and said what I said. And I don't care what other people think. That's just for me. Like, I was disappointed in myself. No one said nothing to me. I was sitting here thinking, damn, I got outside of myself. I should have never did what I did. That's not me. So I apologized to him for it. And pretty much that's where it stands. So we got to stick together, like McCoy always says, because the bigger picture, we can't go against the so-called powers that be alone. That would be a stupid fight. We have to do it in mass numbers.
Hey, realist McCoy, I was looking at these squashes. Like, I've been studying them a bit for a couple of years, and all the squashes, they have 10 lobes, 10 bumps around. Doesn't matter what kind of squash it is.
Look at this.
And some of the seeds we're making, producing these kind of deformed, each one of the squashes, that
Took
generation,
12 months.
kind of a 10.
You're breaking up. These are the 12 months. The moon cycle, though. This is the moon cycle and how these people guarded on the moon cycle. That's crazy. Excuse me. Damn, what kind of seeds is he throwing down in October? So that must have been their summer. Unless this is summer, it's warm all year round, or these people are.
Some stuff you're supposed to plant in the fall.
Yeah. It don't look like there's any winter here to me. This is all 12 months. Yeah. I just can't read what months is what because this is another language. Maybe.
Depending on what land they're colonizing, they have to adjust the agriculture to that, right?
Yeah. And we could look at there's the scales, so that has to be Libra. There's Scorpion. We got that's pouring. That should be which sign is the one pouring? Man, that's we're in that age right now of Aquarius, so that has to be Aquarius. The 2 fish is Pisces. I don't know if I'm right. Then you got April. You got the Taurus. So you got Aries, Taurus. I don't know what these 2 people are. What would that be? Is that Gemini? 2 faces. There's the crawfish, or that's Scorpio. Then, I don't know if these are in order. Then you got, what is that? A lion? What the heck is that? That would be Leo. I don't know what that is. The lady with the crown. Libra. I don't know what that is either. That's Scorpio. So what the hell is this one then? The crawfish here. Huh. And then, anyway, interesting. I like this picture.
In response to London, I just don't see why anyone. I'm new to this YouTube street, so I forgive me if I'm off base, but I just, I've observed him for the last however long I've known him, maybe 4 months, 3 to 4 months. And I just don't see a reason why anyone would have a problem with him outside of maybe, I just don't see, because I look at his panel and he's like one of those that accepts all, you know what I mean? Just make, just,
Well, I never had. I
yeah.
never
So
had that
that's why,
type of problem. You think?
yeah,
It was more
that's
personal.
that's why when it was first brought to my attention when you did like that, and I not confronted because it had nothing to do with me, but I was questioning you, like, man, because the two of you all you seem like the type of people that would actually hang with each other, and you might get, like you say, not everyone agrees and likes everything. I might like golf and you like basketball, so on the day I go golfing, you're with your guys that you do basketball, but you know what I mean? So that's why I was like, nah, you in London, are you crazy? You're the type of person London likes around him, and he's the kind of person you like having around. So, nah, man, so I'm
Well,
glad everything is good between y'all, man, because, like I said, I don't know the ins and the outs and the in-betweens and all that, but on the surface, I just didn't understand it. So I'm glad y'all pieced it up, man, and moved forward on that. And, that's good to see, man. Good to see.
It was more of a personal reason why I got mad, and for the most part, I couldn't get a hold of him. It's no excuse though, but I couldn't get a hold of him to ask anything. But everything was clarified when he came here, so um, I don't know. It's just he feels the way he does about certain people, and I always tell people you got to look past things. Everyone's gonna feel some type of way about if you do this or that. I try to look past that and meet the person halfway because I'm trying to show people that just because someone doesn't like this or that, or they don't like this person or that person, at some point we're gonna have to work together. At some fucking point, if the system collapses, you ain't gonna want to be alone. I'll tell you that. Um, there's many variations that could happen. We're gonna need each other at some point. Peace, Kimba, Bex, Spider Guts, Spider Guts.
Yeah, I'll help anybody out of the snowbank.
So
Now, if we can get Canna Dummy on although Canna Dummy has the right to, Face Plant has the right to feel the way he feels, but I would think that London would be someone that he would see as an ally, a resource, because London wants to hear what Canna Dummy has to say, because that's what kind of environment we have. We're not no churchgoers. We're not, you know what I mean? No Aboriginal this, indigenous this racial division, this. It's just, yo, what are your thoughts? And Canna Dummy right now, your thoughts need to be heard. Look, man, right now, I know what I value. And the information Canna Dummy has, man, I really value.
They're getting heard on trucks.
Your perspective is definitely, it's refreshing, man. It's glad to know it's out there.
This artist is fucking awesome, man. He is something else. This guy, Martin D. Martin Diaz.
Taking a
Huh?
hiatus. Like I don't want to hate it until I take a hiatus.
Oh, I gotta look to see where these packages are. I'm slacking.
Now I have now two questions for Charles.
Go
You
ahead.
ready for me, Charles?
Always ready.
All right. One one of your objectives is to grow. Are you trying to grow your channel, grow your
Uh,
audience?
yeah, in a way. Not to grow like millions. Um, maybe 1,000 or two of
Listen. So
open-minded
yes,
people. Yes,
yes,
yes.
your answer is yes. I didn't say how much. I just said, do you want to grow? Yes. Don't, don't try to throw it off now. And okay, so
No,
boom.
I'm just being specific. Yeah.
Okay, so now boom. Okay, my second question is I know you do go on other people's panels and you move around, but
A little bit.
I personally think that, there are different components in growing your channel. Of course, word of mouth with your current audience, and they do the legwork. But also that's one of the things I had a problem with the gematria community. And that's why I encourage someone like Marco Power to get out of the gematria community. Stop just sitting in the gematria community
That
and
drives
go,
me nuts.
yeah, and just go strengthen other people's arguments or debates, by contributing, and also, and that'll allow you to grow, and so like Charles, with the fire that you have, I just feel that you're not spreading it, you know, and that's just an observation that I've made, Charles, because
Well,
that's how I was able to get my whatever I possess, is by reaching out to those who would give me an opportunity, and just, throw a jab here, throw an uppercut there, and then step back, you know what I mean? So I think that that's something that because there's some certain places I'm like, damn, Charles would fit in right here, man. Like, oh, people need to know Charles, you know what I mean? And that'll help you grow. But that's just my observation.
Realist, what bugs me about gematria and numerology is it just proves the agenda. It doesn't really solve anything. It just kind of puts you back into, oh yeah, that's what it is. That's the agenda, and it's all marked out in letters and numbers. There's nothing you can do about it. So it just kind of brings you back into submission to the whole thing. It just drives me nuts every time I see it, or hear numerology or gematria.
Osanyemi said, do we really build together? I think so. Maybe not all the time. I go live every day because I could sit up here by myself and just look at pictures and talk about them. But I enjoy people coming up.
Yeah, like I was Bro Sanchez's biggest fan a few years ago, but I don't even, I'm unsubbed and I don't
I,
even
I,
listen to
I'll
that.
give it.
I
I'll
don't
give
want
it.
I don't want anything to do with any of that.
I'll give you an example of it. Bill.
Playing people off against each other. If I get a sniff of anything like that, or I don't want to be around that.
I'll give you an example of building. I didn't know who Soama was, and I hit her panel. Well, I mean, I was motivated by the fact that I wanted to hear more of Phil. aka amongst the top predators, Phil McReal, White Shadow, and I got to know So Ama. You know, originally when I approached So Ama, I was more on we're not free. You know what I'm saying? And she was like, we are free. And months later, here I am saying we are free. So she planted that seed and gave me a different perspective. And it's just a matter of how we do it. Building is not tearing down, but adding. So it's just a matter of how we do it. She added. She didn't tell me, oh, you're wrong. She just was more like, well, this is how I see it. And that seed was planted in my mind. And the universe, for lack of a better word, you know, nourished it and it grew within my heart. And it became reality. So there is building. It's just a matter of, yes, some of us tear each other
What
down,
the?
you know. So no, yes, but that's why I jump on these panels, man. I want to hear what Charles has to say. When I walk away, Charles added to what I came there with. So it's just a
What's
matter,
that?
you know.
What's that, Chuck? What was that alphabet there?
I don't know. That's what I was looking at. This.
Check that out again. It almost looks like the Mason's marks.
Yeah, it says Occulta Philosophia. The Occulta Philosophia. So this is the occult philosophy. This is scripture translation. I don't know. It says transited. So
I'm gonna screenshot that shit.
all right. Hold on. Let me do this top part first. Ooh. Okay. Do the top part first. Go ahead. You got it?
Oh, God damn it.
What? You fucked it up? Kabbalitas. That's what it says. Kabbalistas. The F is really a S. That's the crazy part. I figured that out. It's like Alum Magna Uner.
See, everything was kind of hijacked, like the symbologies and everything we see today.
Yeah.
It's all plagiarized, hijacked, twisted around, put backwards, and given back to us. You know.
Well, look at this. This sign right here, with the hands up and the feet. I don't know why the cross is in the center, but that's the head. So I don't know what they added this for, this cross. But
That
this was the mother, right? With her hands up, like
could be
like
the Earth.
Yeah, like touchdown.
Taurus field, the horizontal
right?
one, the flat plane, and the
the sun and moon. Yeah, that simple.
Taurus field.
Beth, Gimel. I don't know what these symbols are. Backwards C.
That's like maybe the original language that the alphabets were split into. The language was split into from something like that.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Because you can see an H, C, J, Y. Oh, they could have went off the alphabet with that. Damn. Look at that. And, well, not all of them, but, you know, some.
Did you screenshot it?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we have too many letters today. We don't need some of them. It's all to speak with forked tongue.
You know what? Let me just add. Let me just say this real quick. One of the things that is happening right before our eyes that we're not aware of is that these people on television, They're actually doing sign language right before our eyes.
Oh yeah, man, it drives me
Yeah.
nuts.
No, see, I knew Ken Dummy would be right. Yes, they're doing sign language right in front of you. You think when they do those little and put their hands up to their ears
Yeah,
and all that, they're doing sign language
like the
as they
gang
speak.
signs.
The weather girl on TV, it's just it drives me nuts. This one character on the morning television here, man, I can't stand to listen to it. I can't stand to watch it. It's just a whole routine, and it's over and over again, and it's just like forceful. It's weird.
Yeah, they're
And
doing
now,
the gang signs. Same difference. Gangs were created, and I mean, sorry, let me rephrase that. Gangs were infiltrated, and if a lot of gang leaders are in lodges, so a lot of these gang signs and stuff come from occult or esoteric symbols.
Yeah, and like advertising on TV too. It's like the Freemasonry signals are just like blatant. It's sickening to watch. Like I feel sorry for them almost, you know.
it is sick to watch. That's why I said I turned that TV off, man. That's why my children were all learning sign language. If not for that alone, because they are doing sign language in front of us. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Well,
I
it
got
would just,
pinned
it would,
that
it's,
comment.
so I was going to say, it would just be like if we ran into somebody else speaking another language. I mean, in front of us. I know it's sick and they shouldn't be doing that, but it's like they're really making asses of themselves. I hate to say it, you know, because the jig
Yeah,
is up. We see it.
pathetic.
The jig is up.
Exactly.
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 Yeah.
Pathetic.
But all this time doing it to us, yeah, that's a little much. And I'm glad, Real, that you don't do that with your kids because my mom has my
Children,
7-year-old
children.
children. Sorry, yeah, children. That's right, children. Because my mom already has my 7-year-old niece on the phone, and it makes me madder than hell, you know. But
Yeah.
I'm not in control, you know, so I can't. I gotta somewhat wean her off of it, so I don't like it.
You know how long
You
it
know?
took me to
Yeah,
I'm
and
not-
that's tough. Like
I'm not like
that's
I
bad
w-
withdrawal, like device withdrawal or internet withdrawal.
Yeah.
I'm not I wasn't sucked into religion like a lot of religious people. I didn't go to church and dress up and do so it took me a while to get that fear of speaking the truth on Jesus. Like in my mind, if you know, my grandfather, if you said anything against Jesus or the God in that Bible, I always thought I would be like cursed or something or condemned. But then when I started looking into esoteric and occult stuff, the symbolism and how the Bible talks about the body, the brain, there's stories that it all made way more sense than a preacher teaching in scripture.
It's set up so generations don't communicate with each other.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's
So
how it's set up.
generations.
But it is. We are communicating and figuring out the Bible ain't as old as they're saying. That Bible has nothing to do with us. It's not my ancestors. You know, my personal thing is these people crusaded lands and left that book behind to enslave the mind also.
It's got our mind off in a place and time that didn't even happen probably.
Yeah.
Forgetting about right now and here what we're doing on the ground.
Right.
Yeah, it teaches you to accept the system and to hope one day you're going to go to heaven. It's all designed for you to shut up, sit back, and take the bullshit and just hope you go to this fucking bullshit heaven one day when heaven is here on earth. This whole place is a heaven, or it could be a hell. It's both, actually. It's how you perceive it.
Exactly. I was gonna say heaven could be a state of mind. You know, I had to learn for me for me, for myself, I was like, I'm gonna make heaven a state of mind for me, because there's no, I don't know of no place, you know. No one's ever died and came back and said, "Oh, guess what? You go to heaven if you're good," you know.
Well,
So I was like, I'm not gonna.
people
Yeah,
have,
exactly.
Kimba, but I don't think it's
Oh,
real.
they told. Oh, you've heard the story. Okay, yeah. That's why I was like, I'm gonna make my yard my heaven. You know, I made my yard my heaven, because
This is heaven.
to me it is like a state. It is a state of mind. You, just like slavery. I'm gonna say slavery. Okay, we know that what they're doing. We know that we can't do a lot of things. There's laws and guidelines in place everywhere, but if you live on that end of the spectrum in your mind, you're gonna be walking around like, oh, I'm a slave. You know what I mean? I'm a slave. And you're gonna live in that mind frame of misery and dread because you're saying I'm a slave. I had to turn that frame of mind around too, where I'm like, well, okay, well, yeah, technically we are, but in my mind, I'm free. And with doing that, it takes a lot of pressure and stress off of me. And then I'm not running around like in that mentality, because when you say you're a slave and put yourself in that mentality, you're putting yourself in victim mode. I don't know if a
Boom,
lot of people see that. And I won't
boom.
put myself in victim mode at all.
Okay.
You know?
Can I add right there to you, Kimba?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
had something else to say, but then
Okay.
prior to that, I had something else to say also. But that's when Charles touched dang, on the Bible, also
Mhm.
the slavery narrative, and you just
Yeah.
said why it makes us all victims, whether your ancestors were the slaves or
Mhm.
your ancestors were the slave masters. It made us all victims, and I'm glad. Yes. So now, but my original, what I really wanted to say was, all right, if you all would entertain this exercise on what is heaven, what is your expectations, what would you want heaven to be?
Oh, yes.
All right.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yes.
So what would be the components for you to want to say it's heaven?
No
And
jealousy.
right?
All
Light,
right.
love,
Can we
nature.
all right,
Yeah.
and when you answer one, is it something that we can do here at this? What let's say, like you said, no jealousy. We can have that here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that doesn't seem too far fetched because we have this idea of heaven. Like okay, well, the exercise is yes. What would you want in heaven? I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. Well, if with that being said, well, if you want heaven, so everyone is everyone is being their own little ideal of what they consider heaven, you know? That's why there you go back to a state of mind, realist.
That's what
See?
that's what
Yeah.
prompted the thought. Like
Yeah.
exactly.
See, I like that. I like that. That's why I did with the slavery thing. Is I'm like, I'm not gonna run here and say we slaves, man.
We
I
are.
was
We're
getting
fucking
angry.
slaves.
I was getting angry. I was like, I'm not gonna do
Me,
that.
I would want no sickness.
Right?
You
Yep.
know.
Or a guilt complex.
Guilt,
We are
jealousy,
slaves.
anger. No,
We are
Charles, we're
slaves.
not. We
Yes,
are
we
not.
are. Yes, we are.
No,
Peace,
we are not.
peace,
Okay.
harmony, peace,
Yes,
health,
love.
you know, beauty, just cleanliness, um,
Yep.
because I just imagine just walking outside and there's all these different fruit
Prove
trees
we're not
and we
slaves.
we pick fruits and there's this food and beautiful
Mhm.
foods everywhere. Food is no longer a goal where we have to work for food.
Right. Or buy bottled, or there's water in bottles. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's crazy.
We're
You go
we're
tap a tree.
we're bathing in the Wi-Fi signal more and more all the time, right?
Yeah.
And that's
And with all those things that we've listed, that all can be accomplished right here, right now. There's nothing that you all have listed that we would have to die in order to attain.
thing, yeah.
There's nothing that we've listed so far, unless someone will ask, someone else has an eye. Is there anything that they have of heaven in their minds that we cannot have right now?
Right.
But
But
we
you
have
have
to.
but you have to have it for yourself. You know what I'm saying? You can't be like, let's get everyone to do it because, everyone's going to be everyone's got different things going on in their life,
True.
Dude, what
so-
is this? Is this the praying mantis right here, snatching the people up? Yeah, there's a praying
Ooh,
mantises snatching people
damn.
up.
Huh. Oh, that's
Take-
the bugs that crawl out of the ground and start eating everything.
Ooh. It's a praying mantis?
Yeah,
Oh my.
right here, right here.
Yeah.
These are people.
Ooh, so look, it looks like, oh,
He's
I
Yeah,
know.
Saturn.
he's looking around. His world got flooded. He's coming out to.
Insectoids.
Looks like people are guarding all around it as they're bringing in other people or something, unless it's a line of people they're bringing in. But what's with the circle of people around it? Do they have people that work for them and they're guarding it?
Think of a circle with a triangle in the center.
Uh,
Now,
mhm.
Osun made a comment right now that says the people. What's she say? The
The
people
people
make
make the world
the world
hell.
hell.
Oh yeah. Yep. I would
Look,
agree with that.
this was in the
Mm.
movie of they cloned Tyrone. This was a quick scene they had. This is Tyrone right here. The guy in the middle is Jamie Foxx, and I don't know who the pink shirted person is, but Jamie Foxx.
They made sure to include some chemtrails though, huh?
Right, right. And
It
look at
wouldn't
the
be a
Z.
normal sky.
Hold
That
on,
would.
look at the Z. You see the Z in there? What do you see a Z?
Yeah. A
Think
Z.
of it in the war. If you watch any of these videos of the so-called war over in Russia and stuff, on the tanks there's Z's that look just like this. A Zaro Z. On the tanks, the arm things, they have a
World
Z
War
for some
Z.
reason. Yeah. And
Hmm.
biological, I think they're spraying, allegedly they're spraying something in the sky that has to do with maybe biological warfare, because I played that video of the guy talking about drones with mosquitoes in them, and when they release them, if the mosquitoes bite you, it's gonna do
It's a
damage.
lot about food supply too. All these atomic bridges and boats, they're
You
interfering.
sound far away, faceplant.
They're interfering with the food supply is what the war is about now.
And look at this picture. This was in the movie for about not even a second. It was a quick flash. So I paused it, screenshotted it.
Unity starts here.
Yep. It has the moon. It has the in his thing here they use in science labs. And then it has the DNA strand. It has the microscope. It has the boat lighting his face up. You see one eye. It's got this antenna, like frequency. It's got the New York City skyline. It's got that's the what building is that? That's the New York. That's the Empire State Building. But why the hell has it got a blimp? The movie didn't take place in the days of blimps. It took place. It looked like the between the 90s and 2000s, early. But yeah, this is crazy. And this right here is the lab where all the clones were of Tyrone and the pimp. I forgot his name. Jamie Foxx.
Tyrone the pimp. That's sorry, it sounds
Yeah,
funny.
this is
I forgot his
Tyrone.
name.
He
Oh.
sees him. He sees himself because he got shot a bunch of times. He was supposed to be dead, and he woke up the next day. Oops. No, I'm not good. There he is. Oh, see, he was supposed to go to that one. There he is. he tried to shoot it because he was like, "That's not me. That guy isn't me." But every time he would die, they would just replace him with another him. He would wake up like nothing happened. Um, but in the movie, they put stuff in the chicken that makes people laugh, and they figured it out because they found this laboratory. They went in a house and they had a secret elevator. In the church, they had a secret entrance, and they had a white Jesus in a black church pointing at this thing. And they found the elevator, went down. They were using they had like this grape drink, of course, which is, I'm like, of course they would go to a grape drink and fried chicken in a black person movie, which is fucked up.
Lord.
The
Right?
grape drink was in church they were drinking, and it made them like, they were putting it in the drink, the food, the perm products, shampoo, like all this is in the movie, man. They were controlling the chicken. When they would eat it, it would make them laugh. The music in the club, they were in a strip club, of course, and the music was making them hypnotized and dancing certain ways. They were all doing what the DJ would tell them to certain songs. Like all this is in the movie. Then they show a screen. I showed a screenshot at the part where they're in a lab and they got a woman with her eyes held open and they're playing videos in front of her, like the MK Ultra, and they're just holding her eyes wired open, and they're just playing a whole bunch of clips on 3 different screens, and she's just sitting there like, oh. And then they had the music playing in the lab, and it was telling to kill. The music was talking about killing and beating up, and the two guys were beating each other down. Then the guy switches the song to a love song, and they stop fighting each other. They look at each other, and they start crying and hugging each other. There's so much in this movie, man. They clone Tyrone that. My question is, why all of a sudden would they put it there? Are they desensitizing people?
Probably showing us truth in plain sight, you know? He may be telling us I have a question. You guys want to hear some about the cloning? What if they have clones of us people and we don't know about it? What if they're clones of all of us somewhere?
It probably is on another crater.
What do you guys? Okay, no. Well, listen. What about? I mean, like right here on this, or okay, like
doubt it.
You doubt it? You don't
Not
think like
here.
something all along? Like, okay, maybe not here. Okay, this is how can I say it? Either somewhere, I wouldn't say dimension, either someplace or some device. Think they'd have a clone for all of us for some reason in time. I've been thinking about that for some reason.
You're right,
Not just-
Otsuniemi. No, Otsuniemi said they said the stereotype of the hoe, the pimp, and the gangster. Yup. They're always stereotyping black and white people. Always, man. There's always. And in the movie, it made me think, too. Actually, I just watched a movie called, let me tell you the name. And this is one of the few movies I've ever seen a so-called black person play a role. They didn't die off. They didn't get called a gangster, a pimp. You know, they're always stereotyping. And I watched this movie called, where'd it go? Here it is. The Luther, the Fallen Son. And that guy actually is the so-called black guy. He plays the role. And he catches a serial killer. But, and it's rare. Like, it's always stereotyped in Hollywood with black people, man. And they had white people with afros in that movie. And I thought that was pretty offensive, man. Like, it's funny, but they always make stereotypes like white people are trying to be black. Well, what's black? Explain black to me. How am I trying to be black? What's black? How does black act? Right?
I know. I believe that's keeping up the agenda. You know, the racism agenda. Yeah.
And that's why I don't have my children exposed to those images, because that's what they want us to copy, those images, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Music.
And the thing with the Kimber, when you were speaking on that fact that I think you said your grandchild or son or
My niece. My
niece,
niece.
okay, yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
niece is on it, you know, because it makes us better parents when we don't rely on those devices. It makes us have
Mhm.
to dig deep and be creative in order to stimulate our children's minds, as opposed to just sitting in
Yeah.
front of the television or the phone, and then boom, your job is done. It makes us, and it'll make their brains go docile, because
I
if you don't use
know.
it, you lose it. And so, you know, television, all that's needed is to just stare.
Right.
You
Exactly.
know what I
It's a
mean?
It's
So
programming.
babysitter. I
It's
know. It's a
programming.
look,
babysitter. I
uh,
know.
it's a
I
babysitter.
hate it. It's a
I,
babysitter. I know. I go
It's
through
programming you.
realist. Yeah,
You're
exactly.
loading it. You're uploading
That's
it through
why
the eyes, man. You're
I know. That's
uploading
why
it.
it drives me crazy, realist, because my mom has custody of my niece right now, so I can't stop it, you know. So I'm over here in the background and I just pull her away every chance I can, you know, because I can't stop
Hold
my
on.
mom. So it's like, you know, I'm over here like, no, let's get her. Are you afraid to? No, you got a phone out of hand. Let's go outside. Let's go to town, you know.
imagine the creativity, like let's say with my daughter,
Yeah.
with a sewing machine. It gives her the ability to create, to draw, to measure, to imagine,
Um,
you
Right.
know,
exactly.
coordination. And it's
Mm-hmm.
giving her a skill.
A purpose, a need,
Yeah,
exactly.
It's
Something
letting
to
her use her
do.
imagination.
Yep,
exactly. As opposed
yep.
to, no, let me sit her in front of a television for 4 hours.
And make her stupid, right?
But
Exactly.
hold on. That's
Okay.
powerful, McCoy, because she's not sitting in front of the TV becoming a clone to copy what she sees. She's going to
Hey,
use her imagination and
Oh,
create her own from within herself, and that's
yes,
powerful.
yes. That's
oh
what
my. Yeah, wait, Charles, you just said something very powerful right there. She's not sitting in front of it turning into a
a
clone.
clone. Yes, Kimber. It hit me when you
Holy
said it
shit.
too. Because that's what I said. Those
Yeah,
images, they want us to repeat and become
Yep.
those
yes,
images.
She's looking within
exactly.
Yes.
herself, and it's pure.
Yep,
It's
yep.
not, and that's powerful because that's what this earth is missing.
Right?
Uh, our generation came up looking within ourselves. Even though I had music and stuff, I still was way able to be creative. But I
Yes,
even the
we're
schools.
outside.
I remember when they took regular clothes away from children in school and gave them all tan pants and blue button-up shirts in the school I used to go to. This is after I left, and I'm like, you took the children's creativity away. They can't dress the way they want. You're gonna put them all in the same uniform. It's like
Ooh,
they're
never
always
thought about
attacking.
that.
They're always
Yeah,
attacking the children, man. Always. That's dangerous.
it is. And do you know my niece is great at art, realist? She's so good at art, and I'll have her doing it. But as soon as she's around my mom, and I can't get mad at my mom, you know, she's going on 80, you know, but she won't let me take the reins. When my niece is with me, she's into art. She's so creative. But when my mom has her, it's like 'cause she can't do and be, you know, that physical. It's phone and TV, and I'm over here like, God, she's so creative. So it's like I'm over here in a little battle zone. I'd
Oh,
say it's like I'm trying to have her keep her creativity without losing it. You know?
look at this, McCoy. Hold on, let me show this. Will it go away? Yo, I love this video. Now, if this is real, holy
Is that why
shit.
you keep? I was gonna say that's why you keep showing it. Is that why you keep showing it, John? Yeah.
What? Hold on, why
Just
isn't it playing?
this video.
There we go. That's fucking awesome. I can't zoom in. I'm gonna edit this where I'm gonna be able to make this bigger. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna be able to make it bigger by cutting out. I'm gonna cut it from here, cut this top part out, I'm just gonna zoom it in to make it bigger. Yeah, Dark Chameleon said, "Oh, they're showing UFOs to deceive people to accept the alien agenda." People have been accepting the alien agenda since freaking the 80s. Um, there's no aliens. I'm sorry, everyone, to burst your bubble. It's
Well,
government
well,
craft.
well, well. What's so the ultimate agenda behind the alien thing is so that's what's going to bring in the unification globally
Isn't
under
that
the new,
sad?
because
That's what I heard.
we're
Yeah.
all going to be united to fight these aliens. So that's how you're going to get China to unite with the US and Australia. We all become under one world,
Yeah.
army.
Well, look at the Antarctic Treaty. They used a piece of ice to fucking unite the world, and no one could claim it or dig there. A piece of ice. But now we got to have an alien invasion to unite the world. It's fucking a joke, man.
I was
It makes
just
us
gonna
look
say that,
weak.
Charles. Yeah. Why would they have to give us an A? I mean, they're stretching far now, as far as I'm concerned, like way out of reach. Like we're bringing the aliens. Now the people will
Yeah.
unite. It's like, how much ridiculous can it get? How much more ridiculous can they get?
Well, I mean, it makes sense because let's say if not all nations are going to be concerned if the U.S. is fighting Ukraine or Russia's fighting Ukraine, but if we all have to fight one entity in order to be united. So I see why it makes you got to see the
Yeah.
you have
If
to
we're
see
fighting
things.
a bigger force, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what's going to unite us as an army, as a military.
Yeah,
So
Yo,
got
it's
it.
look,
Ah!
they have this thing all planned out, but guess what? At the end of the day, it's not going to work because
Exactly.
no.
people like us who actually are using our brains, we're not going to fall
Mhm.
for it. So
Right.
just be
Well,
at
what's
least
gonna
it makes us.
happen? My bad, McCoy. Go ahead, finish.
No, I'm good. Go ahead, man.
I was just gonna say what's gonna happen. Like if one of these, you know, my question is, are they drones now? Have they figured out the tech to probably remote control these things, which I think they have? Because if one crashes or gets shot out of the sky and there's government soldiers in it, people are going to figure out right away it's bullshit unless they created these genetic blemmies and cyclops type looking fuckers through the genetic manipulation. And those genetically modified creatures are able to fly and learn and do all this shit. Or they could put a chip in their brain and upload a consciousness of some sort. That's a possibility. But I think it's going to be remote controlled, most of these UFOs. They're going to use sound effects, holograms, and real life bombs and real life shooting and all that shit. But a lot would be holograms and all. Who knows what they have up their sleeve? I think anything's possible with these fucking psychos.
Well, I know the one hologram that they are gonna utilize is they are gonna make the Messiah come out of the sky. They are gonna make that Jesus in Revelation who's coming back. It's gonna be a hologram. That's why they're selling us this hologram and that Tupac hologram and the Queen being in her chariot hologram and all that. Because yeah, they are gonna make someone come out the sky. And that's going to be the Messiah, the return of the Jesus, the Son of Man. So that's the one hologram I know they're going to sell to us.
They've been
Jesus
practicing this shit.
Christ.
What'd you say, Faceplant?
They've been practicing this shit for a long, long time.
Oh yeah.
Maybe that's why they give us all those ridiculous TikTok videos to show us all that weird shit. Like, hey, get ready, look at all this weird shit in the sky. They're coming.
Gotcha. Exactly.
Good old predictive programming.
Yeah. Well, like this. Look at all these UFO ships he drew. I like this artist, man. His skills are. This is something I would have drawn in class, doodling every day in high school, bored. mean, this artist, this is the Lucifer Sigil. Every time I see it, I gotta wait. What was I supposed to do? There's something I was supposed to do. Oh, I didn't forget. I know what it is. Let me go here. Beep. This. Sayonara. Sayonara.
Oh, back to us. We look better anyways. I'm just kidding.
Go here. I wanted to show. I'm gonna make a point. I told Faceplant I wanted to show him, so it's probably too far off, and he isn't gonna remember it. And I know where the picture is. But yeah.
Boom. You see that comment by Spider Guts? You said Reagan hatched the idea of a common enemy / aliens would unite humanity. See, I'm telling you, this is their plans are so obvious.
Yeah.
Called it Star Wars.
It's comical.
Right.
A lot of their shit's comical, man, to me.
And then Trump brought the Space Force.
Yep.
I wonder, where's the Space Cadet?
What a joke.
There should be Space Cadets, right?
Trump is a joke, too. People, we can't even save ourselves. I just want to say, like, people look at Trump like Jesus. It's all the same programming, that we need someone else to save self when we're the ones that can save us. Only ourselves can save us, and yet we're always looking to a Jesus or a president or someone else to come and save us. People have lost the ability to save themselves, but a lot of people are waking up to that.
Kimba, you're in Florida, right?
Yeah.
Kimba has the ultimate deceiver as a governor. In my opinion.
The ultimate what? He's what?
The ultimate deceiver. Like that guy,
really?
he is all over the place. One day his ideas, oh yes, he's great, and then he does this weird stuff, man. That guy,
really?
That's DeSantis, right?
Satan's?
Yeah, something. I don't even know nothing about him. That's the thing. I know nothing about him because, I'm believing this shit.
DeSantos the Deceiver. His real name is Deceiver, not DeSantos.
Can I tell you a story about him?
Yeah.
He was a lawyer. He was in the military, and he was a lawyer supposedly for the rights of the prisoners in Guantanamo Bay, but he's presented as a lawyer for the prisoners, but he actually oversaw torture, and he actually he was a plant. He was to improve torture techniques by posing as a lawyer for the prisoners who were getting tortured. And they said the prisoners said they splashed him, like they would hit him with shit and vomit and stuff when he was interviewing them and stuff,
Wow.
Yes, DeSantis he's at least the governor of California. Everyone knows he's definitely down with the agenda. But this DeSantis guy,
military and a lawyer, and oversaw the torture. Improved the torture techniques as a lawyer.
You keep going in and out.
For prisoners' rights.
You keep going in and out like I don't know. You keep you're talking fine, and then it'll sound like you pulled the phone away and you went down the tunnel. Come on, send the picture.
I'm moved to say peace and thank you to Bex. Bex put in almost 12 hours on my first live stream the other day.
Damn, where was I?
Nice.
Yo,
Yeah,
hold
I
on.
didn't even.
I didn't get an
11.
alert. Maybe I don't have the alert on. I'm gonna look right now.
Yeah, I did my first live on Saturday. I
Damn.
thought I did it just to mic check, just to get to know this whole device thing on the phone.
Yeah.
Ended up
It turned
building.
into 12 hours, man.
That's awesome, though.
And Bex was there.
Yeah.
And Bex was there the entire time. So salute to her.
Oh,
I know that
yeah.
she's a trooper because
Hold on.
that.
She is. She's a good supporter.
Dude. Hold
Well,
on.
that's good.
I put the realist McCoy in, and there's some guy that came up with a T for it. So don't have your face like that. And you have 7 subscribers. That can't be you.
No, mine is.
You came up on Integrity of Honesty 3 weeks ago. It shows you on her panel, Paula. But as far as your channel, I know what to do. I'm going to go to the live stream and find you that way. I know I'm subbed to your channel. Facts, I know it.
Is it under that name, Realist McCoy, just like it's written on your thing?
Yeah, it's what's easiest is if you put that @ symbol, @ and then type in the realist McCoy. There's only one of those. That's what I use.
Damn it. You're gone. You're not in the chat no more. Fuck. Won't let me go
Hold
back
on,
any further.
I'll type in the chat. Hold on.
Yeah. You have to go sub. I didn't know he did a live either. Oh, I would have. I would have been there. Yeah.
I feel like
Bex,
I
you a
let him down.
trooper, girl. You're a trooper, Bex.
Trying to let Bex in. Keeps bullshitting me here.
Bex gonna wear herself out in the streams.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing, girl?
I'm good, thanks. I was thinking, I thought of that as you hopped up there. I've been listening to you guys the whole time, dozing here, but I'm like, I think McCoy's the trooper. I think McCoy's the trooper. I was wondering especially after Big Dog Philly OG hopped up, and then I could tell, like, if someone's in the room, let's chat, and then we were just in the middle of some conversation, and I go off on some Bex dialogue. And I'm thinking, and I can see this happening to myself, like, just be quiet,
Nice.
there's someone new here.
It was you and London man over there. That's nice.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
London
And so my
man
point
and,
is,
McCoy.
yeah. I thought, I was thinking when you said that, McCoy, I'm like, you're the one who had the patience. You're the one who had me clinging to your leg all day. Shake her off, shake her off.
Bex wanted to get her.
It just shows that you're able to communicate with just about every and anybody, But Bex, I will say I'm still laughing at that Commander Lou's episode part of it. That right there. That Commander Lou segment. Oh my gosh, I can't stop. Now that I know the whole ins and out of it now, I can't stop laughing. And to know that you were part of that, London right there.
That's awesome.
That was hilarious. It's still funny, man. I can't stop laughing. It's crazy.
Your kids even laughing.
It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I told myself, you guys should just kick me out of here. I'm on some sort of panel marathon.
Right.
I just keep passing the baton to myself.
and yesterday on London's panel, wow. That was a cast of characters. Definitely, Luma Tommy seems to just know how to blaze the place up. That's for sure.
That's why I like people. Everyone has their own unique little personality to them. That's what I like about people. That's what made
I did such a good job of talking a middle line when it came to let's call it a universal language. Like I just mean like I was that I think half the world might think I'm a glober now.
Here you go, face plant. This is what I was talking about. You see this right here? And it goes off like an umbrella. Now watch this. Doo-doo-doo. Remember that picture in your head. Here it is. It's right there. That's the center. Sun and the moon. See how it arcs out? Polaris is right up here. It's the same thing. I wish I could put them side to side.
Are those all men?
Yeah, there's 8 of them.
I wonder what is this? Oh, I guess that's the beginning of a story that says Hermes bird. There's not necessarily a bird in that picture.
Yeah, right here. Where the bird always is on the flat Earth maps.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And it's
Doing a
splitting this
nosedive.
too. Yeah, splitting it into duality, the sun and moon. This would be the center where the whatever. Ouroboros and all that. Yeah.
Or whatever.
Mount Meru. That's what the dragon means. People say that's Satan and this and that. Well, yeah. It's the lower energy. It's the same as this map. This is the map I
The controllers want us to split ourselves. What I was
same thing right here.
What I was seeing was a little bit was our chakras lining up, and they want to split our chakras sideways when they should be lined up vertically.
Would you say split them or just not have them aligned? Or would that be the same thing?
I don't see that with the chakras.
I think that's that would be the same thing.
Okay.
Well, it's like Polaris.
That's just a download I just got right from looking at that picture right now.
See, the bird is always depicted as the throne of God. Not always, but in some cosmology. It's the same as Polaris. Yeah, Polaris would be coming down and it's one source being split into two. That's what it's saying.
I think if you could compress your chakras into a ball, it would turn into like a ball. You turn into a ball of light.
Holy shit!
When they're stretched out, you're the different colors in the rainbow.
What's this?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So the heart chakra is the center, like the
That's
earth,
right.
the green part of the earth has its chakra. The blue chakra is the throat, the voice. And so I guess the yellow would be the gut.
Yeah, sacral.
It says are flying on the globe at the rate of 65,000 miles per hour around the sun and 1,042 miles per hour around the center of the earth. In their minds, think of that speed. Huh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what that is. Those are two people trying to hold on to the spinning ball. Okay, I get it now.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, a little bit.
You can hear me?
Yeah, a little bit. You sound low.
My mic here. Check my mic here. How's that? So in the current thing, like how far away are we from the sun? 93 million miles. That way,
Yeah,
that means
that's
if
crazy.
we're traveling around, if we're traveling around the sun, we would have to be breaking the speed of light, so it doesn't make any sense. And there's no location. Like right now, I'm not where I was 2 seconds ago. If we're going that many million miles an hour around the sun and spinning at the same time, there's no location. We don't feel that, we don't observe that. So it's like, but our mind is still trapped in that since school.
The like illusion thing. Okay. Let me piggyback off that. You know, I see it. I'm gonna put myself on camera so I can explain it, even though I don't want to, because I'm fresh out of bed. Anyways, I see the universe as the you, us, you. And if we have our aura or magnetic field all around us like that, okay, this is us, universe like that. Everything I see, anything outside of that, anything I take further away, we go further away from us. When it's all right here inside of us, we have our chakras. And we got to line them all up. That's how I believe.
And there's that again.
Okay.
I just wanted to add that this is the same as that other picture I showed. So symbolism's everywhere.
Yeah.
Except it looks like in this picture, each face is looking at the opposite, like their necks are twisted.
But we're split.
It's showing the energy, the serpent energy. You're supposed to twist.
Were they twisted in that last picture with the 4? They hadn't twisted there.
No, but it's showing that the twisting energy, like the snake up the Caduceus pole.
I see. So it doesn't really matter which face is facing which lunar body.
No. That's the black sun it's sitting on.
Mm-hmm.
Or they could put Polaris on the top. I mean, it's the same difference. It's all at the center. That's what it's trying to explain. It's coming from the center. It's one dragon with 2 heads, meaning one source is split into 2. So my question is, how is this one source at the center splitting into 2? That's my biggest question, is how is the sun and the moon being created from that one source? How is it splitting it? Are we in a prism? Is the firmament some sort of prism at the center? Or I don't know, but it's interesting. That's how I look at that symbol. Damn, Kimba dropped off? That's how I look at this symbol, is the heads. I seen the heads are twisted, and it reminds me of the snake twisting around the pole at the center. Just like a barber pole. The barber poles that spin in front of the barber back in the day. It's the same thing as the pole at the north. Polaris.
I don't really trust the moon. I think it's something to be avoided, if anything.
Some flourish in the moon.
I don't
some
think
flourish, some die.
Yeah. I have a question in regards to that pole thing, right? You all say there is. I overheard you all last week or a couple of days ago say there is no South Pole, but there's a North Pole, correct?
Well,
yeah.
As far as the South Pole, I don't know. I would say there's no pole as in like what they're describing, because they describe the South Pole as being aligned with the North Pole, and that's fallacy to me. The South Pole is just the outer ring of our realm.
Well, I work with what Canada. He said no. He said there is no. Well, he said yes. That's what you said. Yes, correct.
No.
Okay, so then if there is no South Pole, why label it North Pole? Why not just say it's a pole?
Because the North Pole is Right. And the pole would be like the center mountain. That's what it's representing. And no matter where you go around that mountain, it's going to point north to that point, I guess. You could call it fucking west, south. You could call it whatever name you want. That mountain is there. They just so happen to name it the North Pole, Mount Meru, or you could name it fuck nut. Like, I don't know. You can name it whatever you want, but it's there.
To me, the North Pole is a theoretical place that nobody's ever been, and you couldn't, maybe you couldn't actually exist there. Maybe there's some kind of magnetic thing that's happening that you can't actually.
All the maps say it existed, but you're right. I can't disagree with that face plant because we haven't been there. So until we see it, it's a theory. I'm going by maps and stories from old books in the 1800s I've read, PDFs I've downloaded. All the ancestors around this realm have it in their symbology. But
Maybe
then I could question it and be like, where did the symbology come from? And we could look at it from any angle.
If the Earth is a ring magnet, that would be the center of it, and that's where the center of the torus field is, like the hourglass, the neck of the hourglass in the.
Well, the dome.
Look at how iron filings line up on a table around a magnet.
It's an egg. The top of the egg is the positive, and the lower half's the negative.
I'm just thinking out loud. I'm not saying I know what I'm talking about.
And technically, our magnets, our compasses point to the magnetic north, right? Which is which is in the North Pole, but not called the North Pole, right? Like it's magnetic
what is the
north.
North Pole?
Well, I guess it is the North Pole, but we think of North Pole as at least when I think of the North Pole now, I think of that map, those 4 areas, or what would be in that 4 areas that we don't see. Whereas the magnetic pole is what we're talking about, right? Which is slightly off center of slightly off the top of the Earth, the way we see the Earth, the globe on the Mercator map, right? Like it's not at the top center, it's off to the side. Not that matters much, but my point is what my question, the point in question would be, if Dean had a magnetic south, right? So where Dean is, if his magnet pointed south, while ours pointed north, then we would be able to verify some kind of other pole. But his points north. Now, that being said, what they would say is, if we wanted to go with it, we have the strongest magnet in the south should be pulling Dean's magnet to it, right? Now, if the magnet's labeled north, it's just going to say north, and now we're all going to be convinced that we have all our magnets pointing to the same pole, right? Whereas if I have a theory, actually, that some of those map, when you look at the map and they have those little stars out in the ocean, like that little point where all the ley lines meet, it looks like all the ley lines meet,
Mm-hmm.
I have a theory that there might be more than one magnet on the planet, that allows all of that geolocation stuff to work, because that would be the argument that they would make, right? Isn't it? That
they're tapping in to the natural energy. That's why there's more than one. I could agree with that. They're tapping into these ley lines, creating. It's like doing electrical work. They tap into the source and make many different lines off that one source.
Yeah, but I don't think Dean in the south is taught to navigate by using the compass, assuming it's pointing south. You know what I mean? Like it would be his compass points north, due north, and we assume that's the same due north that our compass points, right? And then he navigates from all of that. I'm assuming that's how they do it in the southern hemisphere. So, to me, it's like, basically, I've just shown that it's kind of impossible to prove whether we have 1 or 2 poles or 19 poles, because everybody's compass is going to point north, and we're going to assume there's only North or South Pole, you know?
Think
Well,
about
it's hard.
this, Rebecca.
Yeah.
In the theater of your mind, go to like Australia or Canada, and then you look south, and when you're here, the sun goes around us. Like it comes up in the summertime. It comes up in the quote unquote comes up in the northeast and sets in the northwest. So it goes around us if we're facing south. But in Australia, the sun doesn't go around them. They see it come up they would see it come up in the north east and set in the southeast, in the northeast and set in the northwest, but it curves away from them. It doesn't go around them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it would be hard to use these compasses now. I've tried. In the cities, there's so much magnetic microwaves, radios, stereos, all these different fucking devices throwing the compass off. I've even tried to use it in my house, and all these devices are throwing it off. I don't know where to point.
I have a really good compass, and it has an adjustment on it for angle of declination. Wherever you are on the Earth, or in the northern hemisphere, I guess, what the compass is made for, you can adjust it how far magnetic north supposedly deviates from true north. But I don't trust that either. I think it's bullshit. Like this thing about magnetic north wandering, I think that's bullshit, just to throw you off of understanding how it works up there. Like it might change shape or something. The water might, if it's a magnet, it might bend down.
Shit, it would bend down if there was a South Pole.
Yeah, or if there were more magnets, no matter whether it's the South Pole or other magnets we're unaware of, keeping them at a specific distance would really be helpful, right? Because if you got them too close, then you're going to start, those are big fucking magnets.
Well,
the adjustment on the compass, wouldn't be something adjusting to the Earth. It would be adjusting to the fucking map. Like you put the base.
I see.
The base of the compass is clear, and you put it on the map, and you do orienteering like that.
Well,
because in reality, east-west is not a straight line. North-south is a straight line, but east-west is a curve. Whether you believe it's a globe or a flat plane, east-west is not a straight line. If you take your compass and point it straight east or west and follow that, eventually you're going to be going south, right? Because you're not following the curve around the North Pole. So like all maps are distorted from what's really happening, and they have to be.
Well, what about the video I showed yesterday? All these magnets that they're putting here and there are throwing off the natural frequency. When you're digging this shit out of the earth, it's there for a reason. All these magnets in the earth. At the center where the sun goes around, if we look at it as a round magnet, it's always summertime. And the islands and all that.
Ancient megastructure built along and around the points and the lines, right? It's ancient.
Yeah,
ancient.
But think about that video I showed where the guy put the magnet and froze it. When in the center part, where the magnet was, it didn't freeze. It stayed water. but the top part and the bottom part were frozen where the magnet wasn't. And it made me think of the realm where in the center where the sun is, it's on its magnetic circuit. It never snows. It's always hot. It's always jungle weather. But up north and below that, it snows and it freezes. There's not as much strong magnetic action there. So that would mean the North Pole, where that mountain of magnetic energy is, also, it probably don't snow there either. There has to be a mountain or something there, because where's the borealis coming from?
Well,
Okay,
that
I have
magnet is interacting with the Earth's magnetism all the time too, right?
what if the North Pole is okay? What if the North Pole is natural? And let's say, I don't know, you guys were talking, I saw you chatting yesterday, Faceplant, about ironwood. So let's say Mount Meru is a natural ironwood, something natural, right? It's an ironwood tree, gigantic ironwood tree, keeps us all in place. The magnetic north as we know it, right, was created in lieu of the Mount Meru post-fall or whatever, post-flood, something happening where man's instruments aren't working properly or something. Man's trying to recreate what nature had already provided, and now you've got this, so you put this gigantic magnet in the ground, but as Mount Meru starts to heal, as the universal system kicks back in or whatever, as the earth, starts to thaw after the flood or freezing or whatever apocalypse we want to talk about, that's, there's an interim period in the dark ages where maybe they alchemically made the magnet, just a thought.
That's plausible.
And what you asked the question, McCoy, do you have instincts or thoughts on poles or specifically on the North Pole? 1 or 2 or 5 or 20 or?
That would be the original hack of the Earth system.
Yeah.
That's why I disagree with Kimbo when she says we're not slaves. If we weren't slaves, we'd be able to travel there and figure this shit out and be like, this is factual, but we can't even go state to state without them fucking charging us tolls and shit, but we're free. No offense to Kimba, but I disagree with that. We are slaves, no matter if you want to think not or think so. We're fucking being controlled. But anyway.
Here's the thing about smoking weed. I think I feel smart, but I sound dumb.
No way. Nah, I think weed definitely opens up your mind for sure. I start drifting when I'm stoned. Start thinking deeply compared to all the anxiety that exists when I'm not stoned. I can't think straight sometimes. I need to be mellowed out.
How many birds there are in the yard today. Like, it's full of birds. It's a holiday, so I think they shut the frequencies off or something. I don't know.
They shut the bird frequencies off? No, I'm just joking. I imagine a gigantic, we were just talking about the potentially magnetic tree. Is ironwood magnetic?
Maybe they're all little holograms flying around just for me.
Mm-hmm. Do you know if ironwood is?
Trees do take up like trees will take up silica. Certain trees will take up different metals. Like Saskatoon berries have copper in them, copper and iron. They get it out of the ground. Even apple seeds.
I wonder what's up with lucid, man.
Arsenic that they get out of the ground in apple seeds. Uh-oh, here comes the neighbor.
But
I missed what you said. You wondered what?
anyway, everyone.
How's my mic, faceplant? Anyone? Mic check.
Who's the mic check for? Because who was it for? I know I heard that.
Oh, okay. I was just seeing. I had walked out of my house at the same time that Charles had kicked off, and so I was seeing if anyone was audible.
Yeah, it sucks. Now they're starting to fucking play games with me. But yeah, I was saying maybe I should go live once a month. I think people have lost appreciation for my channel. They only, I go live every day, so people are like, I should switch it to once a month.
Charles, I want to touch on that in a second, but let me just finish this explanation to my children about the digestive system. But I do have something to say about what you just said about lack of appreciation for your channel. But I'll be right back.
All right.
But I'm still listening. That's why I was able to hear Beck say mic check. So I'm still listening, but at the same time, I'm trying to show them.
You homeschool? You homeschool your children?
Yeah, I homeschool all 5.
Beautiful. That's smart.
They've never been in the education. My oldest is 11.
Nice.
He's never been in the education system.
Nice.
So nah, man, I don't trust them with my. You think I'm gonna give my most prized possession to my enemies to shape them? Are you crazy?
Man, you can set an example for other fathers, man, and mothers. That's awesome, boy. Fuck, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, so I'll be right back. But I'm still listening though. I'll be right back.
All right. I know you guys haven't lost appreciation because you're here every day. But I'm just saying, like, I ain't gonna stop going live every day. I say that, but like, it's just something I do.
I have to take a break
continuing
from
to go live. Yeah, me too.
Some days I don't even turn the radio on.
You want silence, right?
Static.
Yeah. I was gonna do presentations and stuff. Then I'm like, I'd rather just show pictures that I like me and Faceplant was in the beginning of the video was breaking down that picture because I thought it was in Latin. So I went to the translator and I broke down what it said above me and Faceplant, and I agree, Osanyemi. I know some people don't like certain subjects. I respect that too, because I'm the same way in a way. So I can't hate on other people for saying, I don't like that subject today. I won't go, because I'm the same way. So I'm not going to be a hater. What the hell was I just talking about? I lost. Oh, me and Faceplant. I put Italian, and I was able to decipher what it said, even though Italian, Latin, and Spanish are pretty much the same language, but a little different. And it came out, it said il, it was il, which means he, or the, depending on which you're gonna. I think it's he. Il means he in Latin, but means the in Italian. So it's the new and no, it's the new something. I think it was please evolve. Yoko, man. I thought I wrote it down, man. Oh, the new and pleasant evolving game of the Garden of Love. That's what the title came out to be in Italian. And I I was breaking down some of the Italian names that were around that picture. I don't know if anyone's seen it. I know Faceplant McCoy did. It was a circle picture, and it had all these animals around it, and then it had Italian names, and I was breaking them down, and it was the Wheel of Love, I guess. I don't know, but I like doing that. And shout out to Lucid, man, because he got me into that. He used to come to my channel, and he would go. He'd be like, "Can I share my screen?" This is before I had a laptop, and I would let him share his screen. And he would be busting down a lot of this Latin stuff, and it encouraged me to do the same, to take time to take these esoteric or occult pictures and really decipher them, because there's a lot to be said in just looking at the pictures. When you start deciphering what it means, man, it opens up a whole new mindset, or you look at it completely different than just looking at the picture. When you know what it says, you get more out of it, put it that way.
I think if you realize what in your mind what the earth is, you can feel it. You can interact with it on a conscious level more, I think.
Yeah, I agree. And thanks for help saying what you said, Faceplant, saying a lot of good stuff. He thinks it's the beginning of the reset, and I was showing them symbols and letters. Faceplant said, because a lot of these languages nowadays are Latin and German put together. That's how you get so-called English, right? English is a bunch of languages put together to make words. And when you start using etymology on these words, you start to realize we're being duped. They're putting two different words together and saying they're creating a new word, but yeah, a lot of the stuff we say is defeating. We're terms we use is to, how could I put it? It's not a good thing. It's sort of like we're casting spells on ourselves.
Yeah, I'm trying to say something, and you're just to use an example, you're interpreting it as something not what I intended, and that's how it's set up. So we don't understand each other. That's how the language is set up, right? So you can tell the truth. You can tell the truth and lie at the same time. That's how it works.
What if it's intended to learn to communicate better, though? Right. So I know it seems like it's created deviously to trick us. But actually, if all of us, if we were all coming from a place of trust, then there would be no need for speaking outside two sides of your mouth, and there would only be reason to ask someone for further clarification. And then if you have a global language, let's just say a universal language or a trading language is what I'm trying to say, which is what allegedly this was, right? That's part of why it took in so many other languages, because it was used as a language of business around the world. So I do get that they've tricked us in the programming with language, but to blame the language itself or even the evolution of it to be so convoluted or too complicated.
We weren't blaming the language. We're blaming the people that put it together.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But now we're sitting with the tool, right? Now we're sitting with the tool, claiming the tool, right, is bastardized, claiming the tool is tricking us. When we have the tools, right now, we decode all the time. We break down those tricks and those things that because it was an amalgam of all the other languages. Again, I'm not trying to counter what you guys are saying. I'm just trying to say that maybe because we've been tricked, we look at the trick and we're like, oh, damn trick, instead of, oh, how was the trick done? Right? Why were we tricked with our own tongues? Right? And I know straight out they taught some people this word apprehension means to understand. Apprehend means to grasp a concept. Apprehend means to grasp a person, right? In colonial times, they definitely did not tell the motherland that apprehension meant to take somebody into custody, you know? So there's definite play on words there, but I do think that we have the tools to decipher, right? They always had the tools to ask more questions. What do you mean you apprehended them? We assumed we knew what you meant, right? But I think now that we understand that all, it's actually a brilliant, it's like better than Pig Latin decode.
So yeah, and Chuck, you were talking about that they combined the languages together, and I was saying that they took the original language and split it apart. And so now I realized they probably did both. They took the original language, split it apart, and then
which is Latin,
and then brought them back together, and then they split them apart again, and they brought them back together. That's the hand signs that you see on TV with the hands opening and clasping and pulling apart and bringing together and giving to you and taking and splitting it apart again and putting it back together. They're doing that constantly with their hands.
Yeah, Latin seems to be the main language that used to be. But if I put it in Latin, it was a little different than if I deciphered it in Italian. Yeah. When I was deciphering it in each one, it was a little different. So I don't know what's what.
Latin's the oldest.
A rainbow, and then put us back together in some kind of distorted form of a rainbow.
Well, and Latin's one of the it's the base language to those Latin languages. It's one of the oldest languages that uses our alphabet, Charles. But Arabic and Aramaic, which actually sound, we don't know, which actually have a lot of Latin-based sounding words in there as well. It's just their characters, their alphabet, the characters they use to write with are different. So Latin is more of an in-term language in terms of ancientness or whatever. Latin is the in-term language into our alphabet. So it's the oldest language for us to look at and see, oh, there's my characters in the order in the order that I know them. And that's the oldest language like that. But Aramaic and Arabic, or at least I should say Aramaic, or maybe it's something starts with an S. Those languages are even older. And there's even argument that there's argument that Arabic is to the Middle East what Latin was to our language. That it's not as old as they claim, but I don't know anything about it, so I can't attribute that to it.
Thank you. That has been one of my quests that I not somewhat given up on, but is finding out what our original, everyone knows I'm into the whole natural. So what is our natural language has been one of my quests. And I think you were going to say the S word. Are you saying Sumerian? Was that what you?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, because that's where it's led me so far, is that the Sumerian Sanskrit or something like that is where I'm at. The Babylonians and Sumerians. So yeah, that is a quest that I've been on, but I've reached a roadblock. I'm just like, because have you all? There are people out there who it's me. I've neglected to order because I was trying to think of a language that I could teach my children that will give them the ability to write from right to left. I originally started out with Hebrew, but then I found out that Hebrew is not that old, and it's a mixture of Arabic and German. So then, I've been trying to find a language that I can utilize their right to left. because we write from left to right. Because I just imagine them being able to write at the same time with both hands.
Kimba. Come up, Kimba. Sorry, McCoy, I mean to interrupt you. I got excited. I had to track a package. Anyway.
So, yeah, I'm glad you all brought that up, because that now has sparked that back in my mind to continue on that quest. No, I was telling them that I'm searching for a language that for my children, for all of us to learn, a language that utilizes from right to left, though. Yeah, I know.
How about Japanese?
Arabic is written right to left. Hebrew is written right to left. But like I said, Hebrew is not that old of a text, and the language.
Aramaic, you said?
And I don't know, Bex. Is Amharic is that right to left? From my research, it's not.
Chinese
really right.
is up to down, right? Isn't Chinese up down, or is it right to left with the symbols? I could have sworn Japanese.
I don't know. I think Japanese is up down too, isn't it? I don't know. Good. Fuck, I didn't even think of that. And I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know much about Amharic.
Right to left. Yeah, McCoy's right about Aramaic and Hebrew from right to left. And the Aramaic's way older than Hebrew, I think.
I said Arabic. I don't know about Amharic.
Oh, Arabic.
I know Arabic is written right to left, and so is Hebrew. We attempted Hebrew, but like I was saying, I found out it's not that old, and it's not really original, because it's a mixture of Arabic and German. And
German? Huh. You said Arabic and German?
I wanted to say I interrupted what you were about to. I feel like I interrupted what you were about to say about Faceplant and you going through these symbols this morning, and some realization you had about the language. Am I right that I did I interrupt that right before you landed? I'm sorry.
Even some. There's this wheel they had. It was confusing me though, and it looked like it had Greek, Latin, Italian. It was like all mixed up. And Faceplant said maybe that's used to create the English language, or they were putting a bunch of languages, piecing them together to create a language. You see that a lot.
It looked like a cipher to me, a code, a template sort of guide.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, maybe if you think about it, we know that Pigeon evolved to be able to speak a tongue in front of people who spoke a tongue, but speak beyond them, right?
Pigeon scratch.
Pigeon in Africa is a form of English that is spoken all over amongst all the countries of Africa, and has its own style in different places. Some places use it it's a language everyone can speak around Africa, but it's almost like a code. It's like a code English, right? Like it is English.
That's what I was going to tell McCoy to teach his children a dialect where they go.
I've looked at. Go ahead, Bex. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say that with that, if you think about it, I know even in North America here, like in the prairies, they also have a language like that, right? You know, even the idea of if there was Spanish natives here in North America, right, speaking a Spanish tongue, then calling someone Kimo Sabe, maybe the English misnomer of Kino Sabe, which means he who doesn't know, right? Kino Sabe means he who doesn't know. Kimo Sabe may not mean friend at all, right? So, and they're speaking, people learn to speak, whether it's what my point is maybe English is the code. English was the amalgamation of people learning to, if people had deciphering, if languages were designed mathematically originally in some form or another, then there would have been an ability to literally use a wheel like that to code one language to another. And then these other amalgams form so that people, it's almost like a like non-layman's pidgin, perhaps, so that people couldn't just decipher what the other person was saying. Like imagine radio lines and that person who needs to take, and it's wartime and we're listening in, right? We're listening in. And now we discover anyone can listen in and anyone can translate what we're saying. And so we're going to make up codes, right? Only we're talking like universal war that's been going on since the beginning of time. I would think languages would evolve to have those double meanings if we've been infiltrated
Divide
everywhere.
and conquer, World War Zero.
So, which is why you could come to the idea that one of them was, you could come to the idea that it was an amalgamation of languages or a separation of languages, some of these languages. I don't know.
Amalgamation.
Mixture.
McCoy, what were you going to say about people losing, about my channel going live every day? People lost appreciation.
All right. Dang, I don't know how you made that transition, but good for you, child. Yeah, there's only so many hours in the day. And some of these, like, let's say London, he went 7.5 hours yesterday. And I went 12 the day before. You go on average, so there's only so many hours in a day. So I don't necessarily feel as though it's a lack of appreciation. It's just there's it's kind of like you have to just be devoted to one channel. The amount of time that is these live streams are. It's not like, people are working, they have families, they have other obligations. So I'm sure there's no reason anyone wouldn't have appreciation from your channel. It's just, I don't know if everyone has the time to devote. Now, I also will say, and that's why I sparked up a live stream, was that morning I spoke to my family and was like, it's like if I'm standing on the same block every day, not preaching, but saying the same thing to the same people every day, it kind of gets a little stagnant. And so, I should maybe go one block over and meet new people and spread the word and the message that way also, so it's kind of, that's why I asked you earlier about growth. It's we all are here to support you, yes, but at the same time, there is potential for others to want to know about.
You could go live in a car with a PA system out broadcasting out in the neighborhood.
So it's just like, you stand on the same block, see the same people every day, spreading the same message. Okay, that's fine. But, a block over, there might be a few more people over there that you could reach. And so that's why I was like, got to move around. I don't want to say got to. I don't want to force that will on anyone. But in my opinion, depends on what your endeavors are. And that's why I asked you if you want to grow. So in that growth, you have to spread your roots. So
Can you join live streams, like combine them together?
True. Yes. People do that also. So it's just a matter of what it is that you want. But
Why wouldn't you do that? Then you'd have more views on both channels, right?
And also reach each other's audience, because that's how I'm sure most of us met each other, was being somewhere else. So it's just a matter of what your
That
intention.
also has the more potential of being infected and turning into a shit show.
I have a question. Does YouTube only count? Sorry, Faceplant. I'll ask after. Finish. I'm sorry.
When things get big, like if I'm working for a small company and then they start to get big and it gets shitty after a while.
I hear that point. I know I stay on smaller channels for a reason. You know, like even some of my favorite channels got so big, I just, you know, I check in on them and stuff, but I wouldn't watch it live. The chat's too large to read, too hard to follow. That being said, is YouTube only give viewership hours to a full watched video from start to finish? Does anyone know that?
I don't know. I don't, if you pop in and out, I don't know if that's another view, or I don't know how that works.
Being new
like,
to the
there's
YouTube
some fuckery by YouTube going on there, eh? Like there's some shadow banning and getting unsubbed from channels somehow, and the views not being what they say they are. It says so many are watching, but at the end of the video, on the other hand, there's videos what things line up. It makes sense with the views. I don't know, it's weird.
From my observation, being new to the YouTube studio streets, yes, to answer your question, I think they added up. If you were to watch a video for 45 minutes and then someone else watched it for 45 minutes, I think they'll just add them up. That's an hour and 30 minutes total. So yeah, I don't think you have to watch a video in its entirety. That would be that would be absurd. I mean, you know, that it would take forever to get. You know, so no.
It makes sense too, because if I drop out before the credits are run, right? Like, and then my friend's not going to get like the viewership hours. It makes no sense. You know.
They add them up. From what I've observed recently, from analyzing the information in the YouTube Studio app, they add them up. I don't really...
No, you go ahead, McCoy.
No, go ahead. I wasn't going to say anything of importance.
Well, because I was going to say, I think there's a few factors that play into this kind of stuff. Like I know with Chuck in particular, as his audience, as an audience member as well, I would say that for Chuck's channel in particular, I love it when Chuck starts out with pictures, going through them, talking his own perspective, whether someone jumps up or not. I love it when he reads and we're all waiting to, you know, you see the people trickle in and people are waiting for the link to drop, but listening, you know.
Definitely. That's when I usually, you know, like let's use a Max Vision. You know, or Charles in this situation. Yeah, I like when they make their presentation in its entirety, and then, you know, drop the link, and then we can respond to the presentation. But to hit the link while he hasn't completed the presentation, it becomes a little strange. But I had a question though. Damn, Charles, what do you think of being monetized? What do you think about?
I can't do it.
No, not
me. I refuse to sign a contract with people that are silencing my freedom of speech. That would be like signing a contract with the enemy. Not to say the people that work for YouTube are my enemy. It's
Did you sign a contract when you agreed to their terms and policies?
No, I don't agree to them.
Well, in order to get the channel, you had to have agreed to it, though.
Oh, I don't know. I don't.
Yeah,
I didn't read anything that said anything about.
I
rules.
didn't say read, but you agreed to the terms and policies. That was how you started your channel. They said.
Where? I started my channel 7-8 years ago when everything there was no terms and conditions. You had to. There was none.
Interrogation.
What'd you say? What'd you say, Canadummy?
Sounds like an interrogation now.
No, it's not. No.
Who do you work for, McCoy? Who sent you?
I'm just saying, in any of these, whether to start an email account, you had to agree to their terms and policies. When you download an app, and you
Yeah,
have to agree to their terms and
click on
policies.
the thing, right? You click on the thing. That's about it,
Well,
right?
Yeah, we don't. But I'm just saying exactly. That's why I wasn't
but
focused on
listen
whether
to this.
we read it or not. It's whether we agreed to it or not.
If I was to get monetized, I would really be having to keep a monetized channel. For the most part, you can't let people up because they're gonna slip up and say stuff you're not supposed to. I don't see any of these monetized channels really going live and letting people up. None.
Technically, we all lied when we clicked on that I agree button.
Yeah, I think.
I mean,
We just,
I kind of do follow the rules because I watch what I say for the most part, and I stay away from certain topics that they ding me in my head. I got almost all the emails they've ever sent me. I'm probably missing 10 of them out of the I ain't gonna say 100, but 20, 30. I've got dinged in the head so many times I can make a 60-second short video showing all. I got them all saved in my emails. So
if I could stay on the subject of monetization, if you don't mind, or we can continue this another time.
no,
But
yeah. I'm just saying that would be. I would really have to do what they're telling me to get monetized. I mean,
there's ways around that. You could start another channel where you do the madness on, and then another one that you just keep to your subject matter and your
it's got to
product.
be completely different devices though, because people say don't. They could tie you in just by devices. They don't need, because look at my other channels. They're not tied into this. They never were. I never linked them or anything, and they know it's me.
Yeah, I think they're email accounts if you have different channels under the same
All
email
different.
account.
They're all different. It's my
But
device. It's the device.
I'll use this as an example, like in Kwame Brown, who went viral a couple years ago. However, whatever, Boule,
Yeah.
we know he's control opposition, fine, but that's not my point. My point is that he has his major channel. I learned this through the beef sector because they talk about from your mama to your children. They dox you. They do all kind of vulgar, filthy, perverted, weird stuff over there, and they're all
Oh,
monetized. So what I'm saying is, you have your
huh.
one, you have your yeah, man. It's crazy, man. You go over in that other sector where they beef and dox you and have to call the police on you, call child protective service on you.
What?
Yo, man, they do some wild stuff over there, man, and they're all monetized. So my point
Yeah.
is that he has his channel where he has close to 500,000 subscribers, and then he has his other channel where it's Kwame Brown Bust Like 2.0, where he does all the madness, where he'll talk about people's mamas and daddies and dead. This one guy said he's gonna piss on Kwame Brown's mama's grave, type of thing. So they get
Yeah.
there.
Well,
So
him and wasn't it him and it was Kwame Brown was going beefing with what's that dude's name? He's from New York in the Bronx, right here. We saw Hassan Campbell. They and the two had a beef.
yeah, but I think they also, it's all that's how they grow their channel, because then they'll have an audience. But my point is that back to the monetization. So now
Yeah, I don't want it.
YouTube is not an extension of the United States Constitution. YouTube is a product, just like Walmart. They have the right to make their own rules to conduct their business. And that's what
That's bullshit.
I find a lot of people bring the whole argument about freedom of speech. No, it's not free. It's not freedom of speech if you come into my house. You know what I mean? So it's like, you work with the product. And I find nothing wrong with being monetized, in the sense of, if you can generate revenue and grow your channel, I don't see how that could be of hindrance to you. You use someone else's tool and just be smooth with it. That's been the theme of the expose all
Maybe.
evil, expel all evil, expose all truth, is the fact that you're going to use your enemy's tools to combat them, and play within their, it's like being in the belly of the beast type of thing, and then work your way out of it. So
Maybe one day. No, go ahead, McCoy. I just was saying maybe one day I might.
What do you think, Bex?
I think, yeah, I was going off a couple of weeks ago about the threat of monetization, forcing people to, the threat of demonetization once you have the goal of monetization to actually start steering your ship a little too much for you. But I think I've retracted on that. I think that was, I think it can happen, but I think, the content creator is in control. What I think that I see as an interim, if someone wasn't interested in the goal of monetization right off the bat, then subscriptions, the membership is a great way to allow your viewers to donate to you monthly. I think there are people that do that, even if your channel's small. And I know if your channel's small, you don't have a lot of donations. It can take a while because they don't pay out until you've got $100. They take like 30-40% now, but still, I don't know why channels don't do memberships. I know that it requires doing some membership only videos if you want to honor YouTube's structure, but you can also tell people you don't do member only ship videos.
That's why I do what I do, Bex. That's why I rather have what I have, because when people donate, I get 100% of it. I deserve 100% of the donation. Why do these people get more than half of my donation, and I only get a little shit crumbs of it?
Well, they technically they get 30% of it. But my point is, all right, hold on.
That's more than my lawyer took from me.
Hold on.
When I had my
hold on, Charles. Charles, you're a hustler, right? You was a hustler. You're still a hustler, but you're hustling in other ways. Now, if I get, you want to respond to that real quick?
Well, I'm just saying my lawyer only took 10%, and these people are taking 30.
All right. But what I'm saying is, if I gave you it's a relationship. I gave you a means in which to make money. What is wrong with me? So you say that you don't want to get pimped, huh?
Shit. No, I don't. And number two, they're making money off me now. They got commercials on my videos. I don't get no money. They're banking off of my shit right now. So
I'll tell you what it is. The realist McCoy. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you.
It's just a subset of World War Z. Like companies do war. Countries don't really do war. Companies do war. And we are the enemy. We are the enemy. Or the controllers have made themselves the enemy.
Hold on a moment.
Osinyemi.
Yeah, what information?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about Osinyemi. You could come up and speak on anything you want, Osinyemi.
Because look, hold on. That's why I had said to you, like, dang, Charles, you made a transition there. Remember when I said that? I'm like, how did you go from, we were talking about languages and you went back to the thing. So I kind of understand what she was saying, but I know how that happened. I know how that happened. I had interrupted Charles and said, oh, hey, remember you were on this thought. And my next thought was going to be like, oh, I was holding that thought that McCoy had also said, oh, I want to ask you this when you're done. Yeah. And Charles hopped into that after I reminded him of where he was at.
We could go back.
Where you were.
Yeah.
We could go back. Yeah, we could go back to the original topic too.
I would like to say, I'd like to say one thing that might be, that is important, I think, for me to say on the topic of like specifically Charles and draw to his channel, that I think could be beneficial. I mean, like I said, I think we really love the format. I would love to hear what Charles has to say a bit before any of us join in. Then the other thing would be time spent on the channel, right? Like is having, say someone like myself up with you all day, a draw or a deterrent, and that's why I'll lay that on the table as someone who actually, for me, it's my neural divergence. I've always been the one that doesn't want to leave the party if I'm finally at the party because I never went to parties. But as we can see, I'm coming to the party every day. I come to the party every day. So, it's just, it's a good thing to say that maybe it's, people want to hear Charles and not Becky,
Yeah.
all the time, right? So
Osun said, yeah, the language thing. Yeah, I wondered the same thing, Osun. I was like, dang, how did Charles go from, we were talking about the different languages? Because I also wanted to touch on, Bex, remember that one about the water?
yeah,
Yeah, that one, Charles, man, I had not a, I don't know, maybe Bex and Blue were aware of the whole thing, but we were talking about the English language or whatever. And we brought up like
yeah,
watts, and then water, watts and water. And then I'm like, oh, currency, current.
Yeah. Lots of
Dude,
water. The
yeah, man.
ocean.
Because the money is always referred to as if it's in something to do with water, man, and banks. I found
Yep.
I was like, it was just a lot of stuff going on. So
well,
yeah,
yeah,
That's why they call the ocean the sea, because it's a current sea.
wow.
There's a current in the sea. Currency.
I'd seen a lot of that linguistic dynamics around money, currency, and stuff, but no, I'd never seen it go in the opposite direction. That water
Hold
to
on.
watts.
The
I
title
thought
don't
that was
say
pretty.
it. I thought I put open topic. Hold on. Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, it says Monday Mayhem, open panel, open topics. Let's
Oh,
build.
okay.
Yeah, let's build, open topic, Monday Mayhem. But Bex, I think Charles is retiring the whole Monday Mayhem thing. But you said you were listening, so you heard him mention. Yeah, I don't mind the Monday Mayhem. I just want the mayhem to be towards the people who have us in mayhem right now, not necessarily each other.
Well, that's what it
Exactly.
was.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
people ain't going. I tried it for 3 weeks, a month, for the most part. Now, today would have been the 4th one. And then I thought, we're not going hard enough. We're not touching on. I gave people a chance every Monday to speak
Yeah.
on anything. No holds barred. No holding back on words. No codes. Just go in. And yet, it was weak every week.
Yeah.
I'm not downing anyone, but I'm just saying we could have went way stronger than we were. But I'll still do it from time to time because I know there's topic. I want Bex to speak on that thing she was reading at time. I want her to be able to read it again because there's a lot that was said in that we could talk about. Yeah, you could speak on any topic, Osunemi, that you want. If you have anything to say, you're always welcome up here to speak and about anything. I'm not hating on nothing. I'm not downing anyone.
Or she can add to this language thing because that was man that conversation. That's why when Mind's Eye, when I just sit back and just listen because this whole the language thing is deep, just the words that we speak has a lot more meaning than what's on the surface,
I hope Dean in Mind's Eye don't. I hope I think Dean was just in a bad mood yesterday. His son was aggravating him, so. But yeah, that go deeper in topics, for example. So yeah, let's go back to the language one then. Because a lot of languages are, we should dig deeper and find out what languages do right from right to left, up, down, horizontal. How would you say sideways? No language writes sideways, but
There must.
I mean, and an angle. They
There
go
must
up and
be more
down,
left.
left and right.
Do you think there's more left-handed people in those places where they write left to right or like right to left? Yeah, it would make sense to me.
Well, yeah, that would. I mean, either way, I've written from right to left. I said this before. I throw my left hand. I remember putting on a right-handed glove, and I could catch. But when it comes to throwing in my right hand, it's just not powerful throw. I could throw, enough to lob it weak. And then the more I practiced, the faster I could throw it. But my left hand is my power throwing hand. And then I write with my right hand. I probably could write with the left. Who said to put one in each hand and write like that?
I did.
And then you chain you.
Yeah, I was actually going to suggest it. I didn't know if McCoy had heard that. I was going to bring that up again today to McCoy when he was talking about teaching his children languages that wrote left to right, or just to read, to open up that side of your brain. I don't know if I told you, McCoy, about the exercises I did with handedness.
No, I don't think I was, but yes, I have my children writing with both hands.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, it might because you've already got them doing it. Have they ever put a pen in each hand and written at the same time?
At the same time, yes, that's
yeah, and yeah, it's amazing.
That's why I want to find a language now that from right to left. That way, when they're writing, just imagine it in your mind that they're writing away from, the right hand is going from left to right, while the left hand is going from right to left, and they're just writing. And
you're processing something at the same time, not just practicing writing. Yeah, beautiful.
And I have them because I think that they handicap us, making us right-handed or left-handed. We should be able to utilize both sides,
That's really cool. I was going to say that as a child and a young adult, I always used to try and write with my left hand, and I couldn't get, I just was all I could ever write was like, this is my left hand or whatever. It was so rigid and shitty. When you put a pen in each hand and you write all in the same direction, or you put the pen in the middle of the paper and write, I don't know if your kids have tried this, but where you write with your pen in each hand, but like a mirror image. That
would be awesome. That would be, and you know what? That would be. It would look kind of strange, but I'm gonna try that.
Well,
so write the letters. So are you saying write the letters like somewhat backwards because it's the R? Let's say the R is gonna be different, but I'm gonna try that because
that's what I'm gonna try. Have you written with both hands, McCoy? Have you been practicing at all?
Yes, I have. It's
so difficult. This is where you'll find it easier because you're teaching children that already, that they're sponges, right? But you as an adult who's practiced on one side, put a pen in each hand, right? And let your right hand teach your left hand, if that's your dominant hand, right? How to write your name, right? So you just write McCoy, and then let your right hand and your left hand write McCoy. But let your right hand write it like it is supposed to be read. At the same time, your left hand is writing the mirror. Does that make sense?
I just tried it, and the G was, it's the first letter was somewhat easy, but then when I got to let's say a letter A, my hand naturally just wrote the A, but I got you. That would be an excellent exercise to do.
Well, and that's where cursive comes into play. That's where your cursive would come into play. Write your name with all your letters attached. You'll find, at least I found when I did that, my left hand learned from my right hand better in a mirror, right? So if my left hand tried to write the word in, because I'm writing at the same time, and it was, write with one hand, write your name left, write left with my left hand. It looks like shit. Put a pen in both hands, write left writing in the proper direction with both hands. It's 50% better, right? Like because my right hand is guiding my left hand. Now, when I mirror image it, wow. Does my left hand, you practice that? I'll bet you within an hour, so long as your right hand's leading your left hand, your handwriting starts to look exactly the same. It's so fast.
Great. That's a great idea. Not even great idea, just something that we are now going to add. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And I know for me as an adult, it helped me expand. It helped me open that hemisphere, Like literally doing these kinds of exercises, unemployed, lost in the dictionary, trying to figure out how we got here. Like 20 years ago, I can remember there were other things, but I had all the time on my hands, and I was bored, and I didn't have a computer. Like, I was filling time, right? Like, and that one for me literally was the exercise that I can remember sitting with my friends one day and feeling an electrical fluid fill the center of my head.
Is there, what would you, while we're on the subject, what would you recommend outside of practice and more practice that would improve penmanship?
Interesting.
That's real, just practicing it, right? That's really the only, just continually doing it, and over time you'll improve. Because I'm trying to, but that exercise there, I think that will also help, because it'll stimulate the mind, and just over time, I guess we naturally improve. Is that what goes on?
It could be. It could also be that I think our parents were regimented, our grandparents and parents were regimented to write very particularly. So was I. But if you look at grandmas, they all write the same. I have a feeling that that goes back to when they had people who were hired to scribe things, right? If everybody wrote the same by the time you finished, university or school, elementary school or high school, you could at least be hired to be a scribe. Some of it might be allowing flair, allowing a personal flair, or showing people different kinds of calligraphy, right? Maybe even getting a calligraphy pen set, right? That's fun, actually. Calligraphy might allow that it to be seen as a little bit of an art form. And I think learning to write in cursive is probably one thing that would allows that flair to be, it'll go back into the block lettering, but cursive writing requires a bit of discipline. It also helps that writing with both hands thing, but also if calligraphy, I think calligraphy is the link in between, using a pen with an angle tip, like
that's where I've started my children, is that they start off with cursive. Even the 5-year-old, that's, he writes in cursive. That's, my 8-year-old, 11, cursive first.
Yeah.
And then, manuscript here and there, but I'm gonna try that. But I think I'm just gonna bite the bullet and jump into Arabic, because Arabic is a little more original than Hebrew. So, because I want that right to left. And I'm going to start off with what you just said, though. I'm going to have them mirror, exercise of mirroring. I think that's ingenious.
Well, and with kids, like with children, you could ask them, can one hand write sideways while the other hand writes up and down? I've never tried that kind of stuff, but these guys could actually get away with, really playing around with writing, learning that kind of skill so young,
Oh yeah, they just, because they don't have like limitations and habits, they just, everything is new to them, so that's the only option they have are the new things. We were so used to doing things a certain way that our habits get in our way. So that's why I think it's easier for children to absorb information, because they don't have habits, Oh, that's a great idea.
It might even be what those Leonardo da Vinci manuscripts mean. You know how he's got it written, he's got mirror image behind his, like the man or whatever, the man in the circle, whatever they call that. Some of his writings, he was known to write backwards, actually, but I wonder if it was just exercise in
mirroring. Mirroring.
Sorry, Charles?
People have wrote to where you got to put it in a mirror to see it.
Mirroring.
Some have even said, like, the English language is a mirror of another language.
Well, there's German, Latin, What else? French. Isn't it like the three main is like German, Latin?
Because I mean, I know you're familiar with Charles. They say in the music that if you play it backwards, you can hear them saying something
Back,
else.
yeah, backmasking.
Yeah, so it's like the English language actually. But I don't. There's just so much information, man. It's just trying to.
All right. I want to hear what Osanyemi has to say about the language. Cause she isn't Osanyemi from Africa. She lives in Britain or something. I don't know, but I know Osanyemi probably knows a couple languages. Anyway.
Oh, Yummy ain't got time for us. Man. You know, she's. I'm just playing those. So it's a joke, but I know you're a busy lady, and so I know that your time is.
She's cautious where her energy goes.
True.
I respect that.
And I don't blame her. It's very important. So
I respect that. I could learn a lot from a shaman. That's why I want a shaman to help me. I had a video the other day. You were there, McCoy, I think, when I was sharing the roots to the plant and the leaves, and I was showing that video I showed where the guy, his mom was Jamaican. She was 70-something years old, still running marathons or running, he said. And he was showing the different roots they make teas with. And I'm like, man, I got to get into that. Man.
Yeah, that's Brawley Gaines. I've been following him for the last year and a half. I've actually
He's chiseled, bro.
Yeah, I have actually because physical education with the children. So I've simplified my son's workouts based off of his information. Like he's the 6 most important, not important, but 6 exercises or calisthenics that we should do. The pull-ups, push-ups, squats. I can't remember the 6 right now, but yeah, bro. When you showed it, I'm like, yeah, I've been on that. That dude has inspired me for the last year and a half. And yes, he's of Jamaican descent. And so, and the teas, I did see the teas that he did. I was raised off those teas. My family, I'm Jamaican. So
you are? Oh shit.
Yeah, I was born in Jamaica. I just came here at an early age, so I had to change up my language real quick because I was teased as a child, and so I adjusted to the English language. But my point is saying, yes, Broly Gaines. When I saw you showed it, I'm like, see, that's why I'm saying, Charles, man. That's why you're not afraid of information, man. You just want to find it, man. Good for you. No matter where it's at, man. But Broly Gaines, I was there when he only had like 20,000 subscribers, 15,000 subscribers. And to see him blow up, I wasn't shocked because he's very determined and he's a people person. And he has a lot of good information, to share. He's the one that brought up the whole semen retention somewhat. He's,
it's true. If you don't jerk off or have sex all the time and you're retaining, you have more energy. If you jerk off every day, you're just
the way Charles puts things. So
I love it.
I love it. You love it.
Yeah. Then anyone listening, can relate.
I want to talk about that guy.
With Bex, that's one of the subject matters early on with Bex that she was a proponent of, where she says that if you're not if your intention is not to have children, then it's all like pornography, or I forgot how you said
it's all masturbation, actually, if you're not creative. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And also, but on that note of the Taoist philosophies of sexual chi, I might be using the wrong lingo there because I read this a long time ago, but Taoists believe that for a man, they know that you'll drain your cerebrospinal fluid in every ejaculate, right? You take cerebrospinal fluid to replenish that supply. So there's lessons in orgasm without ejaculation for men, so that they can have the pleasure and not waste their creative energy. And that's also, on a similar note, women create their own energy through sexual release, right? So women don't lose any cerebrospinal fluid through masturbation, right? However, women gain energy from sexual exchange with a man, right? And that energy is created whether the man ejaculates for creation or not. That energy that women will get from that interaction will be created and got, and the man will be tired, right? So if there's not a proper chemistry between two people in the first place, in that sexual exchange, that's why men will feel so drained meeting their needs, and women will be so replenished, and people can be in such toxic relationships, because actually the woman is literally draining the life energy from their man, right, in the sexual act that they are deeming as their need, and not selecting their mate properly, or controlling their own cerebrospinal fluid, retaining it, right? So pretty neat stuff, like way deeper than we were taught in sex ed,
Yeah. You said, McCoy, I just want to touch on real quick before we get far off the topic. McCoy said that I'm not scared of information. I've always been like that. I've had friends. I was like the United Nations. I had friends from everywhere. I learned stuff from each one, because, Jamaican friends was my neighbor. I never forget. And I used to have friends from all over, and I always wanted to try their food. I'd be like, and learn about their religion and their beliefs in the Creator. Like, I was always getting information from each one. You see their lifestyles or their culture. All interested me, because it just makes life more unique, that people have different cultures and believe the different views of the Creator and all that. So much information to gain. It's infinite. Knowledge is infinite. In our puny little lifetime, we couldn't learn not even a quarter of all the knowledge and wisdom. Our life is so short. It's like a fart. You're gone. You're here and you're gone. Damn, it's beautiful there, Face Plant. It's freaking raining here.
See the squirrel?
No. Where?
No. Oh, yeah, he's moving. At the bottom corner of the white thing.
Yeah, I see him.
He's another hybrid. He's all mottled. He's part gray and part red.
Yeah, he's part chipmunk and part squirrel.
He must be the brother of that other one. But he's a different color. He's all,
What'd you give him? Some peanuts?
He's got sunflower seeds. The small black sunflower seeds.
And
They're
kung fu,
birds,
man. I learned a lot watching those kung fu movies, because they show how they used to use frequency and vibration and plants for healing, and it's more than just
really
a movie.
Bizarre. Really, it's the first time I've seen this one. He's bizarre.
But I need to get into that, McCoy.
Weird red color on his tail, and he's all spotted, kind of.
I got my notes right here. All the stuff I need to make teas.
Cool.
What was it? It was Guinea hen root, Kerosene, or Moringa root, or the leaves too. They say the leaves are better. Root, and then it talks about the trunk, the root, and the moringa flower, bitterwood, and sea moss. There's something I'm missing. Jamaican bitterwood, I mean. Which one am I missing? Oh, orange peels. Oh, the black mint tea. I think that's what he said. Black mint tea. I could be wrong. His accent was strong on that one.
Black mint, did you say?
Yeah, I think that's what the guy said. But I got a couple videos I want to play. I just got them from Marcel. And, I haven't watched them yet, but I downloaded them.
That Vex. When I hear Marcel now and Vex, man, when I hear Marcel and Vex to know where y'all came from, oh my God, that is hilarious stuff, Vex. I'm telling you, man.
I don't know where y'all came from, so it ain't hilarious to me. I don't know what's going on.
Oh my goodness! As soon as he said Marcel, that's the thought went right back to Commander Lou, man. It's crazy.
Commander Lou, who's that?
Did you ever see the show that London did where he, about, I don't know, in April, where he put a face of a guy up, a white guy up that had a Italian guy up that had his like looked dressed like he was sort of a somewhere in between a, I don't know, a
Fonzarelli.
Yeah, Fonzarelli cadet. Sorry, Lou. Did you ever see that one, Charles?
No.
Okay, well, it's just I'll give the load. I'll give a quick lowdown then. Phil and London were put in a position to basically call out a channel on.
Well, not to interrupt you, Bex, but I think you should go back a little further and say you and Marcel took audience with this person named.
Yes. Marcel and I met on a channel where we hung out for over 2 years in the chat with a whole bunch of our friends. And it was a conspiratainment channel, we called it. Like a guy who talks about all the things the truthers talk about. But, you know, it started with Crater Earth, actually. But he had a religious bend, and we didn't realize he kind of like moved us into his church under the guise of Crater Earth USA with his, you know, with his sci-fi, Wi-Fi, biblical decodes, right? Like he was actually, you know, a minister, basically, you know, pulling us into his ministry. And by the end, he really started, like, you know, calling people out. Let's just say kicking people out. Adrian did a nice thing and put a bit in his video of one of Commander Lou's most poignant things about Crater Earth. Puts it at the end of his video, and after that, Lou goes nuts. Like, I'm just saying, Lou didn't. I'm sure he didn't even watch it, but I just mean he gets mad at Adrian for something Phil said. It was just so bizarre. So Phil and Adrian come back into Lou's channel. And, to sort of say, hey, dude, what happened? Last night we were cool and today we're not. And then there's Becky in there being all like, what? You're kicking my friends out? What did I miss? I was just sick of it because we were 5 weeks into him dragging a long-time chat members for clickbait. So anyways, took him a few weeks, but he ended up doing the same thing to me and Marcel. It was really rude and we left. And it's funny because he was always like, so-and-so's after my viewers, so-and-so's after my viewers. And that wasn't the case. But turns out 2 weeks after he dragged me, he shut down for the summer or maybe forever.
Good.
Right after Marcel and I left, right? So yeah, but there's humor in the whole, there's humor in the story where, you know, we're Phil or London here to tell their side of the story. There's real humor in the way it all turned out and the way they, yeah.
Sounds like a fried chicken company. Oh no, that's the Colonel. Commander Lou.
But I know McCoy didn't know, and McCoy and I see each other everywhere. Like we were seeing each other everywhere for a long time. Any room I'd go in, McCoy and I would see him there. But I don't think until that day he knew that that Marcel and I knew each other, had it, from before, or that it was sort of like London and Phil that had sort of indirectly been the exposure of this guy being a full-on jerk. I know, usually I'm funnier. Before we steer the ship some way, I wanted to say, those exercises about writing backwards to open up that other hemisphere of your brain.
Damn, trying to keep track of the mailman. It's late.
Oh, he's not there?
Yeah, I'm waiting for these packages to come. I got some of these videos that are brand new that Marcel sent me. There's only like 4, but they're worth playing. One of them I don't think I could play, but I don't want to ruin it to where I have to fucking take the video down, but I'll just play the ones. One's talking about the state of California. Like, I don't understand why I can't play someone else's videos. Like, people that are monetized and other channels, they review people's videos all the time. And anyway, this for educational purposes only of these videos. But look at this one. This one, I did see a clip of it, and it sounded hilarious. I want people to laugh.
Pues igual que yo. ¿Y qué opina usted? ¿Qué opina usted? ¿Qué opina usted del gobierno canario? ¿Y de los ayuntamientos de la isla?
He's like, what? That's what he was saying, that animal. And he spit on him. That's fucked up. Alright, what's this one?
When you're ready to rise up, you'll rise up. All the power you need is in your hands. Now look around you. Our financial systems have been hijacked by a generation of thieves. While you're working harder and harder for less and less, the game is being rigged against you. They're turning all of us into virtual slaves. Looters, at the heart of our financial system, are price-fixing our most precious resources. Food, water, energy, gold. Even the value of money itself is being siphoned away by high-level crooks in a giant mushrooming conspiracy of unstoppable corruption. They're robbing billions of people of trillions of dollars a year, folks. There is no need for austerity measures. There is no need for financial suffering. No need for poverty. There is no scarcity. We are simply the victims of a robbery of unimaginable proportions. We have been fed a lie so vast it oppresses all of humanity. The truth is, there is more than enough to go around. 60 years ago, productivity was increasing so fast, they predicted by today, entire families could live comfortably on the income of just one provider, working only 10 hours a week. They wondered what we'd do with all of our spare time. What happened to that dream? Turns out they were right. What took a full work week back then can be done in just 10 hours today. We have technologies that multiply our efforts 1,000-fold and connect us in ways they never imagined. We are now 100 times richer than in that great heyday of the 50s. We are heirs to a great bounty of prosperity, $70 trillion in the U.S. alone, over $200,000 for every man, woman, and child. The only reason we don't experience this wealth is because it's being siphoned away by a corrupt criminal class. They loot through giant corporations, raising prices, lowering wages, stealing the fruits of our productivity. Where once whole families prospered with just one provider, now both parents work, delivering 8 times the productivity but struggling to make ends meet. They control the media using hot-button social issues to divide us, brother against brother, so we fight each other while they loot our sacred institutions. They make us fear too big to fail banks collapsing, but if they did, we'd suddenly recover the 8 times our income that's being siphoned away every single day. Don't give yourselves to these crooks who abuse you and enslave you, who steal your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel. Let us burn these leeches off our backs. Let us replace their corrupt systems with better systems that benefit everyone. Let us reclaim the fruits of our productivity. Let us share our prosperity. We can do this now. We are the creators, and when we come together, we have the power to create whatever future we want.
I got a couple more, but he took some of that speech from don't let that part of the speech came from, I think it was Charlie Chaplin's speech, or people have used this part of that speech, and I've used it too, man. And so did D Marble. I think D Marble was the first person I seen use it.
Peace and grand rising to Smoking in G Sharp. You know, it's always
Peace,
great to have her.
Marcel.
She's very supportive.
Yes.
G Sharp, great positive voice. You know.
Oh man, how did the original one go? Bex knows what I'm talking about. He goes, "Don't give yourself to them brutes." Oh man, that's the original. But yeah, he took from that speech, changed it, but more power to him. That was a good speech. We are being high with Rob. Damn, I don't know if I could play this one. I would have to take. I'll save it for another time, because that one I'd have to take the video down. All right, what's this one about? Yeah, salute, peace and salute to G Sharp and Marcel.
So today we're going to talk about all these antennas. Now what's interesting is this is the 1890s Los Angeles, right? And look at all those antennas. You think they were gathering lightning? Doesn't make any sense, because then the whole place would burn down. But they're all over the place. Now what's interesting is you see this design all over the world, and even Harvard is asking, what is in these and what do they do? Could they be brass balls with mercury in them? Then we look at some other designs and we see that there's usually an antenna on top with some mercury below it, some copper, granite and quartz, and these were actually energy generators. Sounds almost like they were getting free energy. Maybe that's why they also removed all the pipe organs as well. And if we take it a step further, we can see this one, same thing, antenna at the top, mercury cell below, harmonizer, frequency, and energy storage. Almost like one big battery that's gathering energy the entire time and then providing everybody with free electricity. Then if we take it one step further and we look at mercury right here, and you put it in front of a voltmeter, and you begin to spin it, you create voltage. It's almost like those were brass balls filled with mercury that would somehow cause a spin, which would result in electric. Now, if you take copper and do the exact same thing, you don't get any voltage. But the mercury, you get voltage. Something to think about.
Copper is a charger. That's why copper piping was important. Copper piping would charge the water. It would give it its. When they took the copper piping out of the houses, man, that was detrimental. I think the copper piping would do something to the fluoride. It would interfere. Even when they put plastic in, that was as toxic as ever, man. I don't care when no one says. I'm never going to ever believe that plastic piping is better than copper. But this guy right here, this video I'm going to show, I think is going to be the most interesting. This one.
So today we're going to show how much EMF is coming off the phone when the phone is active. So if you guys see that right now on my meter, this is trying to upload, and that's because I have my data on. So what we're going to do is we're going to show a solution when you turn your data off so that you're not being pinged with this unnecessary microwave radiation. So the best option you can do is you can get yourself an Ethernet cord and a USB adapter, and you can connect that into the bottom of your phone so that you're not having that same pinging. Now there is a little pinging going on right now because I'm touching my phone, but other than that, it is nowhere near what it just used to be. And that radiation that's coming off the phone can mess with your sense of smell, your sense of taste. It can cause nausea, dizziness. So it's important to always hardwire your devices while using them.
Did that happen to my phone or is that
I don't know, but what the hell? We gotta learn that. What the heck? What wire was that from? What? Hold on. Let's play that again. What's he talking? What?
So today we're going to show how much EMF is coming off the phone when the phone is active. So if you guys see that right now on my meter, this is trying to upload, and that's because I have my data on. So what we're going to do is we're going to show a solution when you turn your data off so that you're not being pinged with this unnecessary microwave radiation. So the best option you can do is you can get yourself an Ethernet cord and a USB adapter, and you can connect that into the bottom of your phone so that you're not having that same pinging. Now there is a little pinging going on right now because I'm touching my phone, but other than that, it is nowhere near what it just used to be. And that radiation that's coming off the phone can mess with your sense of smell, your sense of taste. It can cause nausea, dizziness. So it's important to always hardwire your devices while using them.
You know, if I could add something to that after Bex says what she has to say, but I do want to confirm something.
You guys didn't hear that video?
Oh no, I heard it. We heard it.
Okay.
Yeah, we just want to react. I want to react to it. But go ahead, Bex.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
I would like to, Charles, if you didn't, I don't want to tell the host what to do, but I really would like to share this in the fact.
Go ahead.
No, the noise, the sounds. Okay, boom, there we go. All right, now my neighbor, right? My neighbor was moving, and they had those old-time box televisions. You know, them big old clunkers, man, that have the big old back to it, the heavy things. And they asked me if, you know, if I wanted it, or so I took it. You know, I was like, oh, one of these old-time TVs that I was raised on. So I put it in the home, and my children were watching it. But over time, I started to notice hair loss in my children. And
what?
So, hold on, that's why I wanted you to. Charles, you're crazy. Yes, look, I'm telling you. Hold on, where can I start? Charles, you knocked me off my damn horse, man. Let me see. Yes. Okay, all right. So my neighbor gave me this big old box. You know, the one we were raised with, Charles, before the whole flat screen thing came. Them big old that we lugged around.
Was it them? You know, them had like the movie screen type thing. It was a huge square TV on wheels. I had one of those. They're like a projector TV. Them.
Just the fact that the big box one, non-flat screen type, regular television until the flat screens came out, the HD and all that. So my point is, so my children are watching programs from this television, and like movies, because like or PBS. But I tell you, they don't watch none of those regular television. However, that's not the point. So now they're watching it, and you know, I brush their hair, whether it's my son or my daughter. But I noticed that the ones who watched that particular television, there was hair loss. in the front, I'm wondering, like, why is my son's hair thinning? So then I Googled and to see if there are does television give off radiation? And they said those particular televisions, man, those exact televisions that I had, it gives off radiation that led to hair loss. I was like, man, I dumped that thing out so quick, man. I'm like, this lady done gave me something that brought harm to my children, but I'm sure she didn't know. So there's that right there could lead to a lot of thoughts, man. You know, in the sense of,
hopefully she didn't know. You know, that would be wrong if she did know.
Yeah, that would be sinister. But my thing is that, were people experiencing hair loss when watching those TVs during the 80s and the 90s, and they thought that it was, you know what I mean? Like it was cans, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, I just wanted to confirm that what this man is saying with this video that you just showed, that yes, these devices do give off and emit certain radioactive properties, man. You know, and I found that through that big old television that, you know, it gives. You can Google it right now. Just Google, does television give off radiation or radioactive, and they will take you right to that CVT or whatever kind of television it was. And I quickly dumped it in the trash, man. I had the people pick it up, and it was out of here. And their hair grew back, folks. Their hair grew back.
Nice.
Cool. Yes, I had to make sure I end the story with a good ending. Their hair grew back, man.
I have a theory. It gets my conspiracy spidey senses going. In that, I think that back in the 70s when those TVs were being used, 70s and 80s when those TVs were being used, we know there was less microwave stuff in the air or whatever, no 5G towers, or if there were, we didn't know about them. But I know that I got one of those old TVs as well, like 30 years later. And on the back of it, they had this little plastic box that covered up something, right? So I took it off. And I noticed that this really old TV had other adapters on the back, like for different countries, let's say, that just weren't being used here. That's why they covered it up. But when you say that, I have a feeling our parents would have known thinner hair. Like we would have people now with thinner hair. It would have definitely caused baldness to some people. Some genetics would have been totally susceptible to that radiation. But my theory is, if you go to the movie 1984, where they said they were watching us through these screens and stuff, my theory is that those TVs already had a wireless capacity in them, or a wired capacity in them. But I'm just saying some sort of amplification device in them for a technology that was already sinister. And now that we have this wireless frequencies in the air, that the more older, stronger technology in the old phones designed to send information through them to the media master overlords, that the airwaves were amplifying that and causing it to be more harmful to your children than it would have been in the 70s.
Look at this cord I found. Guys said Ethernet cords. I just want to ask real quick, what the fuck is this for? I think I know. For the back, I can use this for the back of a laptop. Because it says inside of this cord, it says right here, high speed
Ethernet
cable with Ethernet. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a HDMI cord.
When it's slightly wider than a phone jack, right? If you look at the other end, not the USB end, but the other end should be look like a phone jack but wider.
No, they're both like this.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking that's the next one up there. Of course, it's HDMI. Of course, you just said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could use that for my laptop. I don't know for what, but
now I know that Bex was responding to what I had said, but Bex, when after the video, you had something I think you wanted to say in response to the actual video though that Charles played.
Well, I thought Charles proposing that the alchemy of the copper with the fluoride was genius, like that it would nullify it or do something that wouldn't make it work. I'd never even thought of that before. That was one of my comments. And then the other thing, what I was going to bring up was another Taoist philosophy on breaking habits. But if you're putting good habits into children and you're also teaching them to use both sides of their brain, then there's a reverse. There might be a neat thing you could set up with them where they could expand their brain based on this. So the Taoists, I'll say it quickly. The Taoists believe that one of the ways to break an addiction or a habitual cycle is to try to change something that's natural to you, right? So if I want to quit smoking, then start opening doors with my left hand. Start trying to laugh different. When I naturally react, but in the course of a natural reaction, alter it, right? Like just to trip your brain into being capable of altering something that you're actually consciously aware of, but you've moved into your subconscious action as a habit. So I haven't practiced that way. What I did do when I was writing backwards with my other hand was for some reason I started letting I wanted my left side of my body to lead. So like when I got up from the chair or when I started walking, I made sure that my left leg was dominant, right? And I let my left leg lead my right leg. And as an adult, I'll tell you, I felt like a soldier in my own body. It was so strange, right? Like the way your left leg leads your right leg is so it's not natural because you lead with your dominant side of your body, So beyond just learning to I do sports goofy, I tend to do a lot of things left-handed or left-footed anyway. But I never did a lot of sports. So there'd be a lot of things that kids do naturally where you could get them to be batting both ways or whatever, just for fun. But definitely those weird body things like getting your left leg to lead, using your left arm for a day to do all the things your right hand would do, like, almost tying your right hand to your body, just to practice and see how weird you feel in your own body when your left hand's doing all the things your right hand does, or your less dominant hand does the things your dominant hand does. It opens up pathways in your brain as well. And thanks. Yeah, I know we weren't expecting me to go there, but thank you for letting me share that. Anyone?
Yeah, I know. Early on with sports activities, I did have my son batting from the left and the right. I have to salute Dr. Phil Valentine. Charles, are you familiar with Dr. Phil Valentine?
Yes.
Yeah, I learned a lot from him in my journey.
That's not. Oh no. That's not Phil's. What's his name? As a TV show, right?
No, man, not Dr. Phil.
Fucking hell. Oh, Phil Valentine. Isn't that? I've heard of him. Does he have a YouTube channel?
Well, I don't know if he had a YouTube channel, but I know a lot of people put up a lot of his conversations on YouTube, and and he's the one that really brought to my attention that we're electric beings, So I only say that because you mentioned copper, and if you want to find copper anywhere in the body, it's in the brain, and that's why our brain is electric,
Oogie.
And copper is needed. Copper and carbon is what creates electricity, but and that's where you'll find copper and carbon is in our brain. So that's why consuming foods high in copper I would recommend that, such as coconuts, avocados, mangoes, and pears.
I had to do that. When you said we're electric, I had to go boogie oogie. Is that song? Forget it. Ha ha ha. What's up, Sir Drop?
I'm electric. Boogie oogie. Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. I'm right there with you. What's going on with y'all? Can y'all hear me?
Volume is somewhat low. But
Slow the
maybe
volume
it's me.
low.
Let me see. Maybe I turned it down.
No, it's probably me, but I ain't tripping.
Nah, it's good.
Y'all
Y'all
ever
should
heard of
y'all should check out this past BYOB. Sir Drop served as a judge, and it's very entertaining. I'll say
oh,
that.
that
Yeah.
shit was funny, man.
Yeah, that's it. Was it that man? I had to watch the replay because I had went live at that time. I was still live, but and Sir Drop served as the judge for that show, and it's classic, man. Very entertaining, man. I hope they bring me back. You know.
Nah, that ain't gonna bring me back, man. It don't work like that. I gotta do my own thing too. Like I gotta get something going. I'm just letting letting everybody do their thing, and I'm gonna do my thing, and everybody do their thing. And when everybody do their thing, everything gonna be everything. Like Lauren Hill. You know what I'm saying?
Wow. Never buy. I had these pair of Jordans. I think they're a cross between Air Max and Jordan. Yeah, I don't know, man. But my opinion with these Nikes nowadays, they don't make them like they used to. They fall apart. The air bubbles pop all quick. It's like, what a waste of money.
Sir Drop, you was about to
Where
say
you
something
get
before I
them from?
interrupted you?
Oh no, I wasn't about. No, I was about to ask some fruit, man, but I forget the name of it now. It was something like soap fruit. You ever heard of that? It grows like it's like you just gotta look it up, man. It was weird, and I wonder why it was called soap fruit, but it's supposed to be extremely healthy. Look up soap fruit. If y'all hold on, I got another device. This StreamYard be so touchy. If you try to do anything, it just kick you out.
Soap fruit. Huh. I got the sneakers from where did I get these sneakers from? Evelyn's? Like 2 years ago. Right when Evelyn's said it's a store that they have, and I don't know if there's an Evelyn's in Ohio, but it's on the East Coast, this store called Evelyn's. And they stopped selling Nikes. They're like, you got to order them offline now. You can't even buy Uptowns in the stores anymore. You have to order them because people are bootlegging them. So they took them off the shelves, I think, and now you got to order Uptowns. Those are my favorite sneaker. If anyone knows what Uptowns are. So I settled for these shitty, crappy, fake half Air Max, half Jordan. And the air bubbles popped on each foot, and now it's like a flat tire. It's funny. When I walk, it's all lopsided, like a flat tire and shit.
All right, cool. Let me get it straight. All right, cool. You got some Air Maxes. They had the bubble in them, and now the bubble is popped out of them, and they like a flat. That's funny as hell, man.
I'll show you.
Oh, y'all gotta show us, man. Don't show us.
Drop made me laugh, man, because it is funny. It's my red shoes that I've had on in videos.
I had some shoes that I kept in real good condition, right? They still in good condition. Favorite pair of Dope Man Nikes, right? But I never changed the shoestrings, so the shoestrings is still old as hell. The shit funny as hell. My girl be laughing at me, but I ain't gonna get rid of them.
See how the bottom popped
I like my Dope
on
Man
one
Nikes,
side,
huh?
and see how it popped one side of the shoe, so it leans like a flat tire on this side. And they're Jordans. These ain't fake. It says Max 200. I've never seen you like Jordan has the most ugliest shoes lately. It's not like the moon ones he had or the one. A lot of his newer editions of shoes are just trash. They're ugly. And I don't know what happened.
Charles, I I posted a video. I posted something in the back chat and in the chat. If you wouldn't mind sharing that video, it would. I think it's very impactful. Since we're on the subject, of shoots and electricity.
Yeah, I had 2 more videos, I think. Let me see. Or 1.
And it costs something like 40 cents to make a Jordan shoe. That shit crazy, man.
40 cents?
Yeah, or $1.40. It ain't $4. That either 40 cents or $1.40.
I believe it. I believe it. For sure.
And then they give them like bags of rice and shit to make it over there. I'm just being hypothetical, but I'm saying they give them pennies. Man, that's a big markup on Jordan sneakers. That's why they promote them. People think it's because the shoe is better. No, they keep it right there, pumping and pushing it. They can make Steph Curry's ugly shoe be the best shoe in the world. They control the minds of the people. They don't control our minds. But go ahead, you got it.
You're right, Sir Drop. Just like the crappy music they're putting out, where people don't even got to be versatile no more. They're not even speaking a message or rhyming or anything worth giving these people a record deal. I could remember you had to be able to rhyme. Like, you had to have skills and actually make sense when you're rhyming, or have skills of using different words. Nowadays, that crap is gone.
It's so far gone. I was just letting my daughter hear a song, right? Now, mind you, she's 30. She said, quit rapping like it's in the 90s. I'm like, then I sound like a young dude, an old ass dude trying to rap young, right? But the point she was making was, I said exactly what you just said. Like, I said this, that, and the third. And she said, that's why. Ain't nobody trying to think about all that shit, man. You just like fuck somebody.
That's sad.
You've been doing. Yeah, it's sad as hell. The generation just flipped again. It's crazy. You know how they say dumb it down? Oh, you got it. You got it.
You go ahead. You go ahead, Sir Drop. I can wait.
Oh no, you got it. I was just gonna say how they tell good rappers to dumb it down if they want to make money. It's crazy. You gotta dumb it down to be accepted, but you got it.
Peace, Obama.
My interruption was really untimely, and I will learn to do better. But I just wanted to tell Charles that there's videos on YouTube how to fix a flat in your Nike Air bubbles.
These are way too gone. They're more like a blowout, fuck a hole.
Because I've seen a guy. There's a guy on who resurrects old shoes like that, and I got caught watching a few of his videos at times, and it's impressive.
These shoes need more than a resurrection, man. They need a fucking miracle.
Well, if you go to the fact and why those shoes are created, the intentions of those shoes is to disconnect you from the earth. That's why they have a rubber sole. So they know the power of you being connected to the earth. So they put a rubber sole plastic in between you so that you're not connected and recharged. So those shoes ain't even worth those shoes are actually are harming you type of thing.
Damn. That is true. I want to play this video.
Because you're supposed to carry your shoes and put them on periodically. You're not supposed to wear, you know what I'm saying? Shoes back in the day was like, okay, we coming to a rocky terrain. Then you would put your shoes on. After you get up the hill of the rocky terrain and get back on plain grass or plain dirt or whatever, you would take your shoes off and carry them. It's people that it's in their DNA to where, like, when they get off work, they take their work boots off immediately. And they'll put on some sandals, some slides, maybe just some walking shoes, because shoes was used as tools. Now we just wear them all the time, and we're not supposed to. But go ahead, y'all got it.
Yeah,
that's why. No, go ahead, McCoy.
Yeah,
Microwave.
I was just gonna throw in there that there's it's just the material. They intentionally use the materials that they're using to make shoes. There are shoes out there that you can wear that will ground you as you in contact with the earth. But it's they intentionally use rubber and all those things, materials to disconnect you. And that's why, Charles, you weren't able to retrieve that video at all.
Oh yeah, I'm about to. I just want to play this one video, and then
Okay.
yeah, I'm gonna I gotta download it. I could go to my laptop, but
Oh, if not, it's cool. It's cool. I just on the subject of shoes, electricity. It
yeah, I
speaks.
could share it real quick.
It
I
speaks.
could. It'd be easier if I do it that way. Anyway,
Oh,
the
so it wouldn't just play when you clicked on it because I know I tried to get Soama to play it, but she said it's like an Instagram thing. I'm like, damn, I didn't know it was
let me
all that.
play. Let me see. Let me look. So it just went back there. Okay.
If not, it's cool, man. I don't want to interrupt your show. I just thought that it would be it spoke
No, it
for
took me to YouTube. It took me to YouTube, but I mean Facebook. Sorry. I got a Facebook, so I could do it.
Oh, okay.
Um.
If not, man, you just play it for your own, in your own time and see what you get from that video. I think you'd have an appreciation for it. Uh, um,
Yeah, I'm a shoeless kind of person myself. Like I throw them on for work. I throw them on to go where I've got to go out in the world, into stores and stuff. But I don't wear shoes much.
and there are shoes out there. They're called grounding shoes that you can wear that will. It's not made of plastic and rubber and petroleum that allows you to still stay connected because they know they know the I mean, I'm telling you, that's why they know what touching the earth can do for us. They know it, and that's why they
Mhm.
disconnect us from it. It's hmm. But anyway, all right, Charles, man, you can do that. I don't mean to hold you up like that.
I'm trying to download it, but Facebook's. I don't know how to download Facebook. I got the link. But yeah, let me share it in my laptop. I'll share it. Hold on. I'll be back.
Dang, I didn't intend for this.
No, you're. I think you're good, McCoy. I mean, it's definitely something where I'm interested in. Seems like Charles is. I can't speak for anyone but myself, but I'm happy to look. I'm excited to see what's.
And like, yeah, he absolutely right. Like your feet is the ground. That's the ground wire. Your hair is the antennas, right? Right now they done went to the next level of certain regions. They block out the sun, so it'll rain like all the way until like 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, whatever. Then they study the behavior of the people. Most of the people be stagnated. Most of the people have no energy, and then the parts that's sunny, they see that is more vibrant. So, like when your feet 10 toes down, that's what that means. 10 toes down, planted on the ground, and then they raise their hands in the air. And this is the connect to. This is the above and so below. It's not no Satan shit. So cool, you can actually meditate like this. You're not supposed to sit down Indian style because your feet is not planted in the ground. So listen, you stand there and you stand like Christ on a cross. This is what the stand is for, right? This is why the sun is behind his head. This is how you connect it to the universe. This, you know what? Y'all got it.
Drop. He always does that. He's like, you know what? You got it. All right, let me see. I got it set up. The video. Let's see if it'll play it. Yep. I didn't know you had Facebook, McCoy. I would have followed you. I'm gonna actually. Okay, okay. Make sure everything's there. Let's play it. Hey. Yeah, it does take me to Instagram. That's weird. Where's the volume on this thing here? Oh.
Minus. And the plus
Yay! Thank you, Charles. Appreciate you, man.
I'm wearing shoes, sort of. Yeah, I'm not connected with the ground.
How do I start it over?
Pin.
How do I start it over? I can't. Can't rewind. That sucks.
Say 1 or sometimes 0. And look, when I touch my feet with my feet the ground, what happens?
Whoa.
Uh-huh. Up.
Wow.
Think about it. When you wear shoes. That's why I don't do it anymore. Cheers.
Well, let's play that again.
I want to show something interesting. Look. In the ground, the minus. And the plus I have here. And now I'm wearing shoes, sort of. Yeah, I'm not connected with the ground. I touch the red pin. What does it say? 1 or sometimes 0. And look, when I touch my feet with my feet the ground, what happens?
Wow.
Uh-huh. Up. And up. Think about it. When you wear shoes. That's why I don't do it anymore. Cheers.
Interesting.
That's and they know that. They know the connection that we have with the earth. And that's why they choose the materials that they choose to put on our feet to disconnect us. And I mean, that's an experiment anyone could do, where you put the black into the ground and the voltage. It shows you that you have voltage. You have electricity within you when you touch the ground, you know. But they know, man. They know what's up, man. That's why I don't play with them.
What's going on here? All I want to do is follow this guy, man. Like, stop playing games, dude. It's so difficult. Here we go. Follow. Alright, now we're talking. How do I exit out of here? Anyway, sayonara. Now I have to find McCoy's Facebook.
What'd you think of that video, Bex? I stepped away for a moment. I'm sorry. I know Charles is trying to figure something out. Oh, Charles gone now. You there? Okay.
I'm here. Yep. I think it's a great representation. You know, like it really shows. I just so obvious. The interruption. I'd be interested in starting to, if I had that kind of technology, which I could go buy. I'd be interested in seeing what kind of charge I emit when I touch different things, you know? Like what amplifies my charge, what grounds me, what, you know, like how does that interact with the nature around me or the objects around me? You know, when I've got shoes on, when I don't have shoes on, because there's got to be something to that understanding our voltage beyond grounding, you know, some science to it.
Yeah, I think that video speaks for it. You know what I mean? It just, I mean, that's, I mean, that video. Is my mic all right? Because you know my mic go out on me.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Yeah, that video, it speaks for itself. You know, he put his feet on his shoes, his rubber-soled shoes, and he touched the ground, and the voltage meter went up. So that says a lot, you know.
Mm-hmm. And I think that in terms of electronics, you know, we talk about the grounding aspect of that, like i.e., our what would I say, like making sure we're resonating at our normal charge. But I think also that's what interests me in the voltage aspect of like maybe standing next to a tree with my shoes off, touching the tree. Does my voltmeter go up? It makes sense that it would, right? You know, but then could you measure the tree's voltage and see how it changes when you touch the tree? Like, do the two of you combined make a bigger voltage than either would alone? And then on that note, what about our transmittability, right? Because obviously it's a two-way device, you know? So what's our transmittability for beyond, you know, maybe being in tune with loved ones, you know, the phone rings when you're thinking of someone. You know, what would we be amplifying things for? Probably stuff.
That's what I'm talking. Yes, those are, and that's why I speak on the frequencies and how important our bodies are in this whole scheme of things. You know, it's that's why I place the emphasis on what reaching our full capabilities. I mean, we have some capabilities that we're not aware of, but some beings out there is aware of that, and they know exactly what to do to make sure we don't activate it. Because you're absolutely right. The frequencies, our thought process. I think someone wrote in the chat earlier about being able to speak telepathically. You know, so yeah, this video, not just this video, because I've been on this for a while now, but coming up on this video, it just was like, yes, that's straight to the point right there. That demonstration, you know, that's, but that's great. That's where the mind leads is, dang, what other capabilities are there? You know, what, you know.
Well, yeah. And then we could look at some of the diet practices that you have, and we could like, for instance, touch the voltmeter to the zucchini or a vegetable. I don't know if you eat zucchini, but a vegetable that you do eat, you know, and then and against a vegetable that you don't eat, right? Then cook those two vegetables, right? Then see what the electronic capacity is of those two vegetables, right? Yeah, I think there'd be ways that you could probably even chew the food, right? Put it on a thing, let it mix with your saliva and measure that kind of stuff. There's tons of science experiments that could actually be real data collecting with that. Likely that, you know, especially with that's what fascinates me with such a strict vegan diet. Like I have a feeling that you've got the control. You are the control. I'm not saying eat things, right? You know, that you wouldn't eat, but I'll bet you just chewing it and putting it down, you know, or even that might not be good for you. So I'm just saying like spitting and mixing it with it, see what happens, you know? I don't know.
I know one of the first signs that occurs when I eat something that I'm not supposed to is I get mucus. You know,
so it thickens.
Yeah, just you hear that, you know, you hear people, you know, you just immediately, you know, that I went to the store in California one time and my wife brought in some kind of melon. It was like a what color was that thing? It was like a yellow honeydew, and I ate it and I got mucusy, and I was like, oh, okay, it's a hybrid. It's not. It's not. So I know that's one of the first reactions I do have when I eat something.
Well, you said beverages, and you're right.
Yeah.
The other day I was drinking hot beverages.
But start over. Start over. Okay.
What? No, I said.
No, I was saying start over because you started off breaking up. That's all.
Oh, I was saying that you said cold beverages bring on mucus and stuff. So I remember saying, how should I drink the lemon lime juice? And you were like, drink it with body temperature water or room temperature or whatever. I think it was body temperature water, just regular water. Don't put no ice. And when I drink like hot stuff or spicy stuff, it makes my nose run. And if I drink cold stuff, it definitely makes you like it blotches up the mucus where you're spitting it up, like you said. It's like the cold does something. But the hot too. The hot will make it run. It'll turn liquidy instead of the cold. Like put it in chunks. The hot water makes your nose run like watery instead of the chunks at the ice. But either way, yeah, I get what you're saying. It's fucking pouring out here, man. It's crappy today.
So what'd you think of that video, Charles? What's your feedback on that video? I know you disappeared on me real quick.
You can see the rain.
Yeah, well, Marcel will probably attest to this. When it rains, we're really joyous. Those of us who grow food or plant gardens, when it rains, we're really joyous because that's less watering we have to do.
Yeah.
So I bring on the rain.
Yeah, I don't like being in the rain, but I like the rain for the earth. That video, man, where do I start? It should shed light into being in this so-called truth community. People know that, no, we've been saying this for years, and people have called me ridiculous and crazy. My friends, I'll be like, yo, these shoes disconnect us from the earth. It's by design. My friends are like, oh, you're losing it, Chuck. Now you're starting to say anything. And I'm like, whatever. You don't have to believe anything. But yeah, that video, when he had that thing in his hand, it'll shut all those people up real fast. I'm going to play it for my friend and be like, excuse me? What were you saying? Is I'm bullshitting? Thank God he had that thing in his hand. They use that in electric. It shows the voltage. You could put that thing anywhere and it'll show you what the voltage is. For the earth, he put it on the grass and just showing you just the grass there. The earth alone is this energy. You know, he wasn't near no sockets or no technology or nothing. It was straight grass, straight ground, right? And it showed the energy that goes through our body. Yeah, I like that video. I'm gonna try to download it. Thanks for sharing that, McCoy.
Oh man, thanks for being open to it. Some people they're like don't want to hear that craziness, but I know you'd have an appreciation for it, man, because you want the same thing I want.
I have further support for it in an opposite fashion. At work, I work on concrete floors in a warehouse, with dollies moving pretty heavy equipment. And I wasn't wearing my steel toe shoes. And a few months ago, I ended up opening a door on one of the delivery vehicles before I looked at it. And a bunch of stacks of dishes fell out and broke and landed on my foot. So I thought, oh goodness, I should go and buy the proper safety footwear my boss has been allowing me to get away with, especially since she doesn't know. She tried to fill out an accident report in case I had to go to, whatever insurance claim or something. And I was like, you can't do that because you're the reason I don't have my proper footwear on, right? Like, it's your job to tell me. They'll make you pay, right, if something happens. And I would never put you in that scenario. So anyways, I went to get the shoes and I cheaped out. I bought, I should have bought a composite because I'm not a construction worker, but I bought Skechers, cool Skechers with steel
Composite or composite?
Composite. Yeah, composite. But I bought the steel shank and steel toed shoes instead. And I'm a strong woman. Like, I don't think it was the weight of the shoe that got me, but I wore those for the first week and I could not do anything outside of work. I got home just dead to the world. My feet were killing me. And I thought, oh, well, I'll build up the endurance. I'll shorten my shifts and stretch them out during the week. And so the next week I did that. And then I was like, just even more drained, you know? And I was like, I knew it was the shoes interrupting my, my energy. Like, I knew the shoes did something to me really damaging. And mostly because I'm not in the best of health, right? So it wouldn't affect other people the same way. They just might be tired thinking, oh, my shoes are heavy. But, you know, I could see, you know, and my sensitivities, but I know it was the metal interruption to that little bit of charge I might have got through those rubber shoes. You know, that little bit of the metal did something bad.
You know what's one way that you have cats, right, Bex?
Yes, I do. I have one cat.
Oh, you have what? Do they go outside?
Just on a balcony. I'm on a second floor apartment.
Because that is one sneaky way to get recharged. Is your cat goes out into the world and collects electrons, and then when you interact with it, they recharge you. When you come in contact with the cat.
Can't a cat always collect electrons though? Because my cat never has nothing to collect. Like, the floor I have in my apartment is wood. So, and plus there's no carpet. Exactly. It's all wooden floor.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a sneaky way to collect neutrons, electrons, and electricity is through cats. And your trees, like you mentioned the trees earlier. Yeah, just go touch a tree, hug a tree, and it recharges you. There's a lot of little things out there we can do. But even the concrete, you're grounded on the concrete as long as it's not it doesn't have any plastic or anything separating it from the ground. You know, brick, you know, it's as long as there's nothing separating it, plastic or unnatural, you can ground on basically almost anything.
Peace to Nagarjini. That's a great conversation to have, is grounding and the shoes disconnecting us. I know the shoes were created, like the natives wore moccasins, which is made out of animal skin, which is leather, buffalo or cowhide. And my mom used to wear moccasins all the time. I used to clown her for wearing them. But my mother was smart. A lot of stuff, like I had said that a black person, when we were building one day, back before the internet days, told me I am God. But my mother's been trying to tell me that. So I should never reduce religion and introduce religion into my life. But I just had to say, you learn so much when you learn to disconnect from this system of parasites and programs. You learn so much more when you're not scared away from everything's devilish and demonic. You know, like the religion labels anything it doesn't want you to understand, or even people in religion that don't understand anything, they say that's demonic, that's evil, because they just don't know. I don't know why I picked that topic, but yeah.
And it's amazing too how they clown us at the same time that they're what's the word, terrorizing us, for a lack of a better word. Like, they'll have us now flossing. They'll have us flossing these Air Jordans that cost $200. We're flossing something, bringing it home to us. That's the ultimate, like, just straight, just ridicule, man.
And how
You know?
I always question, just because we brought up religion, like in the movie I mentioned, say real quick, my bad, McCoy, the white Jesus. How is it a so-called black person's church, and you got a white man in the background pointing the finger in the movie? That was like the utmost disrespect. Like, why isn't there any black Jesus? Well, there is in some churches, but I never for once, even in the so-called white people's concept of life, there's all these white people but no Spanish or Asian or black, and I'm like, something ain't right with this fucking shit here. All white angels and no Asian, black, or Spanish, whatever label people want to use. That was another thing that turned me off from religion. I knew there was some other racist ideologies going on. Like the white man's gonna save the day all the time. That's basically what's programming people. The white Jesus. Guy's a clown.
But I'm just glad that we're, that we're trying to unlearn some of these horrible habits. Day by day. That's the first part is recognizing that there is a need for change, and people are recognizing that there's a need for change. Now, being able to unchange, that's the struggle, because habits are so hard, man, to overcome. They're just really hard, man. Me, I was a chief, man. I really liked smoking. I really did. I love smoking. I don't use the word love many times, but I really enjoy smoking. But at the same time, I know it was
detrimental to your health.
And when I say smoke, I'm talking about like cigarettes. I'm not talking about y'all marijuana and all of that. I'm talking about like cigarettes, Black and Miles, whatever I can get my hands on, roll them up. I just really like smoking, but I just realized it was draining my energy, and it was bringing harm to me, So in order to, you really have to, you have to, like, just 3 days is all it takes. If you can make it through 3 days with any habit, and you have to isolate yourself because things are going to trigger you,
Right.
And with having the children, it was really difficult. So I had to tell them, leave. From the moment they woke up, I'll just tell the wife, take the children, go. Because I didn't.
Stay busy too. You got to stay busy to keep the mind busy.
Yes, absolutely. So it was like, because things are going to trigger you, and you go to that comfort.
I know what you're talking about, McCoy, 100%.
It's tough, man. So,
sad to say, I went to prison, and that's when I was not smoking herb, obviously, no cigarettes, no alcohol, no Percocets. Bro, talk about anxiety and attitude up. Anything was aggravating me, man. Someone would say something wrong to me, I would instantly explode. And I'm like, yo, like the smallest things, like just the smell of somebody's feet or looking at somebody every day. Like, it took about 3 months for me to start to control my attitude and anxiety to go away.
Yes.
For all that poison to leave my body. About 3 months, no joke. And I was like, woo. But once you get past that, it's like I was reborn again. I felt like a brand new Chuck.
Yeah, man, it's torture. I know when you went in, you slept for at least the first 3 days. You just kept sleeping. You didn't sleep.
My first 3 days was a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in booking. Then when I went to court and they sent me to the county, at that point it was all withdrawing, man, from the perkies and the cigarettes and all that. So I wasn't sleeping too good. But the first 3 days in booking in that cell, waiting to go to court, it always seems, and I got in trouble, it'd be a fucking Friday, man. And I ended up spending the weekend. Because I didn't call my mother. My mother said, you get arrested, don't call me because I ain't getting you out. And I'd be like, well, there goes that. But yeah, that sleeping in county, it's hard to sleep, man, because people are up all night screaming. You can't say nothing to no one because it's prison. Like, but yeah, I had no choice but to quit. And you know what? I was happy I had no choice but to quit because it showed me that cigarettes, alcohol, and all that was affecting me. You know, it's different from someone telling you it's affecting you than you realizing it because you're going through withdrawals and you have no alcohol, no cigarettes, nothing to turn to. So you face it, go face to face, toe to toe with it, and it's like, man, this stuff is affecting me in more ways than health, mentally, physically, even to play basketball. My first 5 or 6 games of full court basketball, I couldn't even go up and down the court steadily. So you'll definitely see the effects of cigarettes, man. But when you break, like I said, when you break all those chains, you feel brand new. And you start working out, it's like a brand new man or woman.
Naga, salute to you, Naga. I'm about to I really don't, leaving is always but I have to, I have these,
Naga,
gotta get these babies. But if Naga, man, you want to come through,
I asked the same question, Naga. What was he talking about that? Like what was he attaching that cord to? That was my question too. Gotta jump up quick.
Yeah, I gotta man, this is very informative. I like when you show those random videos, man, because they're straight to the point,
Yeah.
It's yeah, they're straight to the point. I walk away. That's what I originally came here for, was to just get information, so I can
I have one more if you want to wait 1 second.
So I
was going to play this. You have children, so I think this would be good for you to watch. But you don't live in California. But anyway.
Well, I lived there for like 12 years, 13 years, so I'm familiar with it. No, go ahead. I'm here.
All right. Check this out.
What I'm about to tell you is one of the most disturbing things you will ever hear in your lifetime. This is my son at about 28 days old, and right now in California, legislation is being passed that would make it legal to murder him. This bill, AB 2223, would make it absolutely legal to kill babies, not just in the womb, but now outside of the womb up to 28 days old. It would also prevent law enforcement from conducting any type of criminal investigation into the matters of the death of an infant. Many of us have been talking about not just being pro-life, but being anti-abortion for a long time now. And people say, oh, there aren't people who love abortion, they just want the freedom to choose. Who on earth would choose to murder a 28-day-old child like mine that I showed you in that video? This is the work of demons, and we must bow our knee and pray and overturn this legislation.
Wow.
Hello.
You know what my first thought was?
Okay, go ahead.
They want to make it okay to do that, because what else would they do, allegedly, with a 28-year-old baby? Adrenochrome. That's why they'll gladly say, you can kill the babies. We'll take it. Come on.
Well, in New York, this law was passed also years ago.
What?
Been passed the law that a woman could abort her baby all the way up until childbirth. So Yeah, that's she could change her mind and abort it right there. That's law. They've been past that law. But yeah, that's why I got the hell up out of California, because I know that California is a pharmaceutical state, and they're gonna be with this agenda. I saw it, and that's exactly why I left California, because California is a pharmaceutical state. All the major pharmacies and healthcare is in California, so they're not gonna go against their money. Their money.
Wow. And that we see that child, being deceased. Okay. So ceasing to exist on a paper trail, right? Like it's almost worse what they can do with these paperless people, right? They become literally cattle, and they have no nationality, like they have no, they're like a chicken in a pen, so it's like, I don't want to be like, oh, worse than death. Okay, is a life being milked for your testosterone or your adrenaline or something that they think we get from burning rainforests. I'm sorry, I'm okay. It really disturbs me.
Yeah, there's no apologies needed. I would be worried if it didn't disturb you back. So no, I'm in the same state, and I'm in state of mind. And that's why looking at my children and knowing these things, I'm telling you, it's not.
That's how I felt too, X.
Charles.
This morning.
Yeah, man, that video is.
I had to this morning pick up this damn it wasn't a raccoon, it was a anyway, the animal was pregnant. It was a mother that got hit by a car, and her 2 newborn what are them damn things called? Not raccoons. I said the name earlier, man. They're
opossums?
Possums, yes. And the mother was dead in the street, and I could see her nipples were like she just gave birth. And then I looked to the right of her, and there's these 2 little, they had no fur. That's how little they were. They looked like they were just born. It looked like she either ran into the road to escape a predator, and the babies are still feeding on her, and they were hooked. She didn't have a pouch, but I had to drag her out of the road this morning when I used a plastic bag as a glove.
Oh,
and I had to pick up the 2. I mean, these babies were babies. They could fit in my palm, and it just crushed me to see that people were just running them over. Like, it's like, man, what the fuck's wrong with people?
It's a tough situation, Charles, man. This is a tough situation, because there are things that we all, ideally the ultimate solution is what it is, but at the same time, we're going to have to give up certain things, and that's the dilemma. But that is straight sad, as you told that story, man. That's.
Yeah, I don't cry, bro, but I almost shed some tears this morning.
Man, and to see what they're doing to humans. I'm not going to say our lives are, but just imagining that on a human level, also the harm and the pain that they're inflicting on us and our children. It's just, that's why I say, that's why when Canada Dummy earlier was saying, I don't think that they're human, man. I just don't, because how they treat us is just not, that's not normal for another human being to treat another human being in that way. They have, because it's easier for us to step on an ant, step on this and not think nothing of it. But to step on another human,
step on them no more.
We would hesitate to step on another human, because that's a human. But to step on like a worm, or we'd second guess, we wouldn't put too much thought in it. But they're able to step on us without hesitation, man. It's wild.
Well, you're gonna think I'm corny, but in the last 5 years, if I see a worm and it's hot out, I pick it off the sidewalk and I throw it in the grass. I don't step on ants. Like, people, you're just corny, yo. Hey, man. Mother Earth needs our help at all times. The way these people at the tippity top of the pyramid treated it, Mother Earth needs. We should always treat Mother Earth like that. We need ants. We need worms. We need bees. We need. Nah, we don't need roaches, but we need. Peace, Mommy Chula.
And in the South, man, I'm telling you, man, these roaches, man. But anyway, what's up, Marcel, man?
Good, good. Yeah, there are some good things being discussed here, and I agree 100%. I also think they are not human, for sure. They're what they are, we can only guess, but yeah, it's nothing. It has nothing to do with us. Let's say it like that.
Look at what Mommy Chula said. I don't want to say that guy's name. I call him Mr. Microsoft, but yeah, I've had that too, Mommy Chula. Like, I don't ever put my location on, even though apps will ask you got to turn your location on. I won't, and there's been times that it's on, and I'm like, what the fuck? Who turned this on? I never turned it on. I got to turn it off. But yeah, they could track me all they want. Just don't show up to my house and cross that doorway, and then I'm gonna take that very personal.
Yeah, I notice when I'm on a Facebook Messenger call sometimes, like without the camera on, the camera will show like the icon, like the avatar. Now when I speak, the camera of my camera avatar or whatever will be like blinking. And I'm like, why is that thing blinking at me? Like the light, there's no light on my camera on my phone, obviously, but it's weird that the camera light blinks when I'm just on a phone call on Messenger. It's probably similar location, access hack stuff.
Well, yeah, it's known that they can turn your camera on and off, and that they are listening. Basically, if they hear certain words, they basically start recording. So everything you say that they don't like, they can basically use against you. And yeah, they are sick. They're sick beings doing this to us.
What do you think, Marcel, if I play that video you sent me about the guy using dewormer? Do you think that would get me in trouble, or it's all educational purposes only? Every video I show.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I can only speak for myself, but I'm using it right now, and it's not that stuff, but the detox stuff. And I must say it. I'm amazed about.
You're using it now?
Not the same dewormer as in that clip, but a detox something with walnuts, black walnuts, and other stuff in it, and it works really, really well. I feel much better. Only not even a week in. So yeah.
I think those are illegal here, black walnuts. They made something illegal that's key to the holy trinity of cleansing the body. There's 3 main ingredients you need that kills the eggs, the actual parasite, and the larva.
Oh no, black walnuts aren't illegal. No, you could buy.
What's the ingredient?
No, it says black walnut.
Yeah, I know that there's a bit more in that, but I know there's black walnut, wormwood, diatomaceous earth, organic cloves, and there was a couple other ingredients. But I only remember those because when Marcel was reading the list to me, I have all of those in my house. So,
yeah, and we can basically conclude if they ban some things from nature, they say, oh, you cannot have that. You can conclude that those are healthy. They ban all the good stuff. Yeah.
I'm gonna. Damn. I don't want to play that video because I don't give medical advice at all, but it's for educational purposes. See that? I think that's where YouTube gets it messed up. I'm not trying to give anyone advice. I just show videos, but I'm going to leave that one alone. I'm going to save it for a day that I just say going all out. But back to what
that's just one of the things that heals some things, ailments, and
that it blew my mind though when I seen it. I sent it to Salama. But where's that question he asked about the adapter thing? Where is it? It's right here. How do you plug a cell phone to the Ethernet cable? My question was, where the hell is that Ethernet cable going and where or coming from? Is it just an Ethernet cable and it lets the energy run through it and out the end of the cable? I was like, well, what's going on here? What's he plugging into the phone? Why would you put an Ethernet cable on your cell phone?
Well, you basically connect straight through the internet. If you got another portal, I have like 5 or 6 next to each other. You can have multiple Ether cables in it.
To your cell phone?
Yeah, that Ethernet cable and that micro USB cable you connect to your phone, and you can basically have connection straight through the internet. And it's true.
I agree. Yeah, because when you use the cable to charge your cell phone, you hook it up to a laptop to charge your cell phone. It also will take files off your cell phone. It won't just charge it, which I think is pretty interesting.
Yeah, and that's where I think what the idea is, you turn your data off because you don't want the added, radiation coming towards the phone. Plus, you're plugging straight into your wireless router at the back like a landline. That's where the HDMI would plug in. And now you're not even using your wireless signal to get any radiation from. You're just using the direct signal, which would actually increase your signal strength as well.
I'm getting radiated to hell, man.
Connection. You will have a stable connection without the Wi-Fi. No disturbance.
You probably wouldn't bog. We probably wouldn't bog on this app if we were plugged straight into our.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that. I have an Ethernet cable, but it's not the one he's talking about. It's the kind you use for your phone. I know what kind he's talking about. I think that type of cable. I'm gonna have to watch the video.
I just looked it up. They are not that expensive. Those micro Ethernet. They are like what's the price? What did I see? Like 14 euros or something here. 14. The cheapest one, at least.
The nice thing about a HDMI is the quality of cord you'd be using to your phone might be the highest, allow for that's the most bandwidth. More so, again, I don't know, but I know it's a good thick cord. I don't know how much of it it's using. But I know that sometimes, some people have those cords made of the highest alloys, so they get the best HDMI quality to their TV. I know there's something to do with the quality of metal in the cord that would allow you to maximize your connection, and the less, you get a bit of a resistance at an adapter, but it might be worth the resistance at the adapter if the quality of the cable is better. It depends on what plugs into your computer too, right? My computer has an Ethernet adapter. My computer has an HDMI slot. Not all computers have HDMI slots.
I do.
Yeah.
I can hook it up to a TV.
Gold connections are the best, but they are also the most expensive, of course.
That gives me an idea. I want to see if I can hook that on.
But yeah, when you see those clips, how they can legally kill people, basically, with those so-called laws, which is total demonic, in my view. Yeah, then we have to change things,
For educational purposes only, I'm wondering if it would be advantageous for a group of people feeling inspired to potentially like start eliminating things from their diet, because McCoy can't do all the testing because he's already the control. He's eliminated stuff. We don't want to put him in harm's way in any way. But there'd be some really interesting electronic work we could do on our frequencies, moving towards the elimination of the animal products to verify that kind of alchemy is for a time. I mean, again, I'm not, I've done both diets, but I really think if we're talking about tuning in right now to all the things the earth is telling us about stewardship and our bodies and our relationships to her, that I think that it could really add to our understanding of how this all works. I'd be willing to do it.
Damn, I was gonna hook up. I wanted to. What's this? I wanted to hook it up to this computer screen I got, but unfortunately, that ain't gonna work either. Fuck. But it doesn't have the HDMI cable. Sucks. I could turn this into one, but yeah, see? I got this thing that turns. Oh, interesting. Interesting. It changes the way the HDMI cable. It's like a connector, man. That's not fun.
Charles, man, you showed me that last video, man, and now it's like I done got recharged off that dang video. I was ready to leave, and you showed me that video, and I'm still up here, man, because that's what I'm here, man. It's and the way Bex reacted, man, it's
yeah, it's fucked up. And seeing, I actually pulled that dead animal off the street because it wasn't like bleeding or it's weird. I'm like, this thing got hit. How did it die? But it could have got hit in the head and crushed. I don't know, but I dragged it off the street and then picked the two little babies up. I should have buried them, but I didn't have a shovel. I would have buried them. But just the two little babies. I'm like a detective, and I'm thinking, was this mother feeding and then had to run, or were the babies in the pouch? I couldn't find the pouch, and someone hit them. And like people are sick. They'll see an animal crossing the street because it's a possum. They think they're garbage. They'll run them over, and it's like, it's a fucking animal, bro. It has the right to live, and it could have babies like this one. And now you killed babies.
And also those you said though the mother was obviously is passed, right? Is dead. You're saying?
Yeah.
So then now, what do the babies do?
Well, they're dead. They were dead. There could be other ones. Yeah, the two little babies, and I know they give birth to like 6 or 7 possums at once. But there's only 2. Like, I can't explain it, man. It looked like a baby in the womb. It was still like no fur on it. It was flesh. It was so little, man. Like, it just gave birth, I think. Literally, they could not live separated from the mother. Put it that way.
It could be the impact of the
put her into
vehicle.
birth, right? Put her into birth.
Or forced to. Yeah, forced 2 of the babies right out of her pocket.
Or forced her into labor. I thought about that.
Yeah.
The impact forced her to start giving a premature birth.
I saw this one video where it was a duckling. Not a duckling is the children, right? Yeah. So a mother duck. I'm assuming it was a mother duck, and like 6 ducklings, and they were walking across the street or what, and one of the ducklings fell down the pothole. The ones that have the holes in them. And so the mother now goes back to see what happens, and then the other 5 fell down there also. I was like, this environment, man, it's you know, it was just disheartening, because I know the pain that the mother was going through to lose all of her babies, especially that way. It's just life is, you know, that's why when they tell me about a God and a creator, I don't want to hear it. That is not the God for me that can sit back and watch us suffer and say, no, hold on. Not everyone it's not where I want it to be yet. Like, I mean, put the fire out, man. But for what? To test us? You need to test beings that you know everything? If I know everything, why would I need to test? It's just a strange situation, man. And that's why I throw that whole God thing, Bible thing, religious thing, man. We're on our own, man. We got to figure this out, man. It's just that simple.
Yeah, I agree. I found while I was fishing at a younger age, I love fishing. And, all my free time when I was younger went into fishing, and there was a duckling separated from its mother, and they were swimming way ahead, and this little one couldn't get back to his mother, and I finally caught it, and I put it in a towel, and I on my bike brought it close to where the mother was, and I released it, and it was swimming towards its mother and the other ducklings, and woof, a pike got it. it was heartbreaking, but yeah, that's nature also, you know.
Yeah, I have a story like that too. I've always been one to feel sad for, even as a child. I'd see the squished worm, right, and from the car, you know, I'd be so sad. I'm always sad when a worm's on concrete. But I've always been one to take bees, you know, any kind of bug, and try and trap it with a piece of paper and a glass. And one time I was working in this really busy little cafe, and you know, I'm up on this sort of like where the benches are, and it's kind of raised from the restaurant, and kind of sneaking around the corner to get this like huge wasp out of there that was really disturbing a really tightly packed crowd. And so I get the glass and I slide the paper up behind, but I grabbed a sheet of like paper because I was, you know, on the fly, and I didn't have a piece of cardboard. And as I slide the piece of paper up the glass, I freaking don't even notice, but I slice the head off the bee. Right? It's a wasp, I know, but like I'm trying to save it, and I kill it at the same time, which gives a whole new meaning, to double meaning, to beheaded, right? Like, but everyone was like happy the bee was gone, the wasp was gone, but I felt awful, you know.
Wow, that's I see why you have that comedic side to you, you know, because for you to say, you know, to be headed, not only for that insect, but I know what you're saying, like the feeling you had, like I tried to do good and man, that was the way you said that was really wow. That was crazy the way you told that story.
Thanks. Your duck story made me wonder if, you know, we hear of the stories of nature teaching man how to be, you know, ants, watching ants and building houses or giving birth or those kinds of things, but we don't realize that maybe nature's still telling us something when a mother's walking along the street and all 6 of her babies end up in the underground, you know, separated from her. Maybe nature's still telling us something in the city.
Oh, it was sad when I saw. I mean, I was like, and the person recording it, you know, my first initial reaction was like, well, go over there and run and go try to retrieve the babies. But at the same time, I you know, I just knew you could see the frustration and just not knowing, the panic
Well,
in the mother's demeanor. You could see it.
I was relating too, because it was reminding me of a story when I was on a co-op term as a late 20-year-old in Ottawa, the capital of our country, right? And I was at a very busy bus terminal, and I'm from like small town, small city, BC, right? And there's a duck and her babies have all walked onto they're all of them but one have gotten up onto the curb at this really busy bus exchange, right? And this last, little runt is trying to hop up, and I'm watching it mortified, right? And I'm rushing over to grab this little duck just as somebody else is following me, because they can see that I'm just about to get my head smashed in, right? If I actually lean down to pick up this duck, and at the same time I'm picking up the final duck and throwing it up to its parent, this person is reaching for me at the same time. I'm already pulling my head away, so they didn't actually touch me, but I'm sure their intention saved me, because I felt that bus go by the side of my head, that I wasn't even thinking of myself or where I was as I saw that poor little duckling, and the mother panicking. I just ran and grabbed it, and someone ran for me, so.
Angels save angels.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about that.
Chuck showed that video of that man speaking on California, and the whole vibe didn't change. Reality, the real reality set in, that they can abort children that are 28 days. That's crazy. How are we civilized for that to even be an option? Like, that's
exactly. That shows how disconnected people are. It should be a blessing for people to have a child. There are people that can't have children. They would basically, do anything to have a child, and they are, I cannot, cannot fathom that in your head, right?
Although I was thinking immediately after, as your kindness consoled me, I thought to myself, see, McCoy, I cry. I think I feel like I'm being more authentic than I've ever been, with everything that's transpired in the last couple of weeks, and I really value you guys all in my life. The lessons and the added expansion of my own ideas and stuff, like it just exponentially grows, and the personal growth, unexpected personal growth, like what a blessing. So, or gift, if we don't like the blessing.
I agree. It's good to be around people that are looking the same way with a lot of things. It's good to know that there are more of us out there.
Well, it's that whole saying, misery loves company, and Charles saw that video and felt miserable, and so he wanted others to feel the way he felt. So, just that video, Charles, is why I'm here, man. That's what wakes me up, man, is that fight of what's going on. My audio, Bex, is that what's going on?
No, you're good. You're good.
Oh, okay. I'm really sensitive to that. It sounds so horrible on the playback, but it's a wake up call. That video, it lets us know it's.
What did I miss?
You missed the misery that you've caused. I was about to leave, and then he shows that California video of the child, 28 days. You can. That's horrible, man. But that to even be considered.
Yeah.
Much less to become law.
They don't ding me in the head for that. Oh well.
But it's one of my favorite words. One of my single mom friends said that after when her child was about 12 years old and she realized that she'd sort of provided a similar lifestyle for her son that her mom had provided for her and her brother, she said to me, I wish I'd had a second child so that my son had someone to commiserate with like I did with my brother, right? And commiseration, now that we've been talking about polishing our philosopher's stones, or the book that I specifically that really got me onto it was the Carl Gustav Jung, Alchemizing. Is that the right one? No. Anyways, it's a it's Manly P. Hall. Yeah, Manly P. Hall. The alchemy of attitudes, alchemy of attitudes. Sorry, I can't remember it. But what we're doing here is alchemizing our attitude, right? That's what commiseration would be, like we took a serious topic and a feeling, and as much as we added to that, that one of may have amplified a feeling that Charles was already having today, that we share in it and feel it and move through it. I think that's what that alchemizing of attitudes is. I think that's what humor does. That's why that's why we're using these words now, because something happens when we bring these things out of the dark,
Yeah.
And I think
Like
that law, whatever they put into law, is showing us something they've always been doing.
Yeah, but they kept it on the low. And now they're going to try to pass a law. They're conniving. They're figuring loopholes to create so they can do what they do legally. And it's sick. They get punched in the mouth. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, I only find it beautiful that we still can connect to each other all over the world, and I hope that will continue. Because if if evil would do something like cut us off basically from certain privileges because we are talking about this, then it's a whole other cup of tea, right? Then it's
I say bring it. I say do it. And if they do, I go to old school and start standing downtown and talking to people. Yeah, I'll make flyers. They can, like I always say, you can never stop Chuck. You can slow me down, but you can't stop me. I'm unstoppable. Even when the physical's gone, if it's up to me, I'm going to that light and I'm coming back again and again. So shit is right. I already put that in the universe. Keep sending Chuck back so that shit is correct. Then I could rest peacefully.
Well, and that's why it's so good to share all this information now at this moment. When you see something, share it and make people aware of things that are happening, even if people still don't know completely what's going on. Example, this week I was at my parents' house and my dad told me friends of theirs, they would normally never listen to. My dad is kind of at the same wavelength as I am on certain topics, and he would say things to people as well, and they were all like, "Oh yeah, sure," and never looking into it and all that. But last week, my dad told me something. They were friends, and people were talking about certain subjects that they normally would say, "Oh no, those are completely insane stories these are not true and all that." But people that you already had written off basically or not researching anything, they are starting to see, and that's why I'm very hopeful that things will change for the better. Yeah, that people that I in my mind basically already forgot, basically because they didn't research anything. I saw them starting to see. So yeah, that's beautiful. You know, I love that.
Yeah, I think that video is something that would wake, for anyone who's been trying to tell anyone about the agenda, media agenda or Hollywood's industry and stuff like that, that right there should be something that allows people to ignore any of the stuff their brain can't wrap around, any of the literal bloodshed, and at least see that something fucked up is going on.
Yeah.
And because if you think about it, any outsider, this is what I was just thinking, that younger me, prior to all of this kind of communication, like little girl me, thought that the world would shut down. Okay. Thought the entire world would shut down for anyone if we found out any country was doing that. Right. And that was supported indirectly, even though it's all a Tavistock movement, because I don't believe that women need to be covered. But I'd already seen where if you had, I do even understand now why some countries did that at this point in time. But my point is, they tell us they go into these countries to liberate women from their, religious oppression or whatever, Meanwhile, those women actually, they were taken from their jobs 20 years ago or whatever, but they've been actually sitting in, as educated women, educating the next generation of people, even, as doctors that weren't working, that stopped working in the 70s. But that's an aside. We tell people that, the world tells us that that's what they go in to do, liberate these oppressed women, but in the same breath, you sit here 20 years later and you're saying these liberating oppressors, like, will kill their own young. Like, what is all war about then? It's all about going in there and doing just that.
Yeah, not only that they still have one parent at home. There's only one working, and the other parent is at home with the children, like it's supposed to be. A lot of people in Europe, they are both working, and the children are dropped off at a center with strangers.
That's everywhere. That's everywhere in the world now, yeah. Marcel. That's everywhere. That's India. That's China. That's everywhere in the world now. And in fact, in some cases, talking to these people in call centers, like I do, when I need to call and we have a half-hour personal interaction in addition to whatever business we're doing, most of them are actually in situations where, they would have been away from their children, say all hours of the day, coming home, working in some sort of agricultural job prior to the techno boom. Now, they're in a city, for a week at a time, answering calls in the middle of the night. I still don't understand why call centers always got to be in the middle of the night on the other side of the world. Wouldn't the global economy be giving people like a job in daytime? Anyways, that's an aside. But my point is that they're very great. Many of them are very grateful for a higher paying job where their parents are still involved in the raising of their children, and they have more money and more time with their children, actually, the way it works out. So as much as they're separated, the family as a unit still raises the children. I'm not saying that's for everyone, but I'm just saying, like, you start talking, it doesn't matter what small island, what call center you get on some small island somewhere, like, everybody's working. And so I'm sure there are cultures. Okay, you're right. There are still cultures that are supporting the one income, but they're seen as religiously oppressive.
It's just that the valuing of raising our children it's been devalued. We don't play as that's how it's we all know we're programmed. That's why I don't really focus on us as a collective, because I know why we're in the state that we're in. The raising of our children has been devalued. Let someone else do it. Let the television do it. Like Kimbo was saying earlier, get the tablets and the phones. So yes, they, we don't have a value for, and like the children, what the video that Charles has played, how would you abort a 28-day month old? You carried it for 9 months. You felt it within you. Babies move around in the mother's womb. You can feel it. You can talk to the baby. The baby responds.
Well,
And
at least, I'm sorry, McCoy.
no, go ahead. I was finished anyway.
I was just going to say, at least the pro-life advocates have a slip-up and a misnomer where, or anti-abortionists, pro-life movement can say, you at least admit what abortion is now. Because the language is...
Wow. Bomb. Mic drop right there. Boom. Wow. Enough said right there. Boom. Mm, mm, mm. Wow. I don't know how they were able to convince us to do the things that we do. I mean, I know how, but it's still like so unbelievable. Like they actually were able to convince us to do some of the things that we do. And that's why I do question the whole globe theory, because it's from them. So I'm gonna question every and anything that they give me.
Yeah, but I think they convinced none of the people. Basically, they just pushed it through these laws that they call them. I think nobody voted for this. Any sane person who would never vote to kill off babies. Come on, no one.
Well, when you give them go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was done.
Well, see, that's the thing with them. They're so sly. They create the environment where you think you need it. That's the whole thing. Like even guns, they convinced us that we need guns because they created, and cameras, religion, schools, all of our whole lifestyle is based off of them convincing us that these things are needed in order to be a developed nation. Not third world and all this. It's there. Look, these are master scientists, psychologists, man.
Yeah, they are programmers.
Yeah, man.
They program you from young age.
I mean, they convinced us that Christopher Columbus discovered a place that there were people already there and called it manifest destiny. So I can go into your house, your home on your property, Marcel, and say, this is mine. It's manifest destiny. I discovered this. But no, if we were to do that, they would throw us in jail.
Well, yeah, I think you share the same philosophy as me on that point, because nobody owns land or something. It's all for us all. The earth isn't owned by people. Land isn't owned by people. You just created those systems that on paper, to say, oh, this is my land, this is my... No, it's none of those. None of you own that land. Fuck off. We all have the right to be here. Yeah, I agree totally. Yeah.
It's just amazing, man. It's but I don't credit them because I know that they're liars, they're punks, they're cowards, and how they got their wealth and their power is by the wickedness they did. So I'm not impressed by none of them. I just want them out the way. I'm not impressed at all. Some people say, oh, they're ingenious in the way that, yeah, somewhat. But lying is not ingenious. It's cowardly. It's cowardly. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's the point. They are all low lives. The more money, the more money they have, I used to say, the lower they are most of the times. If you have all that wealth and you can help so many people in just a few minutes, and you don't. You keep it on your account, or you invest in wars or other shit. You are not a human. You're a demon, man. Those people are demons. I have no other word for those people. If you know you can change that much in the world and you refuse to help others, yeah, it's insane. Insane.
And you know what? If they don't want to help us, fine. But the part is they're intentionally harming us. That's the part.
Yeah.
You stay out of my way, I'll be all right. Even if you can help me and you choose not to, that is your right. But it is not your right to bring harm to me, though. That's declaration of war. It's war. Because I have a lot of squirrels in my backyard, and you'll see their nests. They're spread out. They're all in their own little world. They space. They all get along. I don't see any animals back there fighting, and this is my place, and as many squirrels and birds as there are, Marcel, you will find no garbage in our yards, correct?
That's true. Yeah.
They leave nothing behind.
Mm-hmm.
They just, we're the ones that's plundering and destroying this earth.
Yeah.
No, everyone else is in their natural state, doing what they were created to do. We're the ones that's like supposed to be civilized and superior, but yet we're the one bringing the most harm. I'm telling you, man, that's why you can take that God thing and shove it where you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I kind of agree. Yeah, that's true. If you buy food, it's all wrapped in plastic and other crap, and they are talking about, oh, there's too much plastic pollution. Well, start putting products in the supermarkets and stores without the crap around it. I would love to buy things one or two just loose without package. Start with that. All those simple things. Problems can be fixed so easy, but people don't seem to get it, or they don't care, basically. And if you try to say that to people, they look at you, well, go back to the loony house, and that's just this is just common sense, right? If you think about
yes, that's how I operate. I operate on a simple level where I can explain it to my children, man. If it's too complicated, then I just move on. I just keep it simple. And if I was to walk around Alabama and there's fruit trees everywhere, a Walmart wouldn't be able to sell any fruits.
Exactly, and that's why they don't want fruit trees in.
Yeah, there's no fruit trees anywhere.
Yeah, that's on purpose.
And that's intentional. You're absolutely right. It's intentional, man.
I tried I have already tried 5-6 times to plant berry bushes in my street. There's a part of the street near the parking lot. They always shovel it loose, and there's nothing growing there. So I tried growing potatoes there and lettuce, and it all went very well. But the civil servants came and they took everything off without even, an explanation or whatever. And so I talked to a few, and they said, "No, yeah, we are just doing what we are told." Yeah, that I see that, but do you know why? And why are you doing nothing with this ground? And if I decide to put some greens or some edibles in there for our neighborhood, you take it off without even asking? Those people, man, oh, they are the brown shirts of these days. Really?
Yeah, man.
What? I missed it. What happened?
Mic check, Charles. Marcel was telling a story about a little patch of land in near his house that he keeps trying to plant food and life in, and the city workers keep raking it up, keep shoveling it up.
Yeah, you mentioned that to me. That's crazy.
makes me
I had a
furious.
couple suggestions for him
Well,
yesterday.
I just want to say real quick, in the city I live in, on the north side, they had this empty parking lot. They put a bunch of like gardening beds, and people were growing corn, everything. Then it looked like people just got lazy and it wasn't setting it up. They weren't using it. And to me, it's the corporations, the supermarkets that make people lazy. They figure, it's easier for me. I work all day. I don't want to come home and do my garden. You benefit more. They don't see it though, off your own garden. They don't probably know anything about the modification of fruit and vegetables and the pesticides allegedly used, which no, it's not alleged, but allegedly using pesticides and yeah, you benefit more doing your own garden, but they rather go to these supermarkets and just buy it.
I tried it in the neighborhood. I asked people if they would see something in a neighborhood garden and all that. And I went from home to home asking if they were interested. Well, I had like, at the end of the day, I had like, well, almost 20 people that were interested. And I went to the civil service office there, and I asked, I say, I have 22 people that are interested. What are my options? Can I realize this or something? And they told me, well, yeah, if you got those 22 people and they are willing to do that. So I got everything in order. I basically could start a garden if everybody was still on board. And after we had green light, nobody wanted to do it anymore. So most people are just, lazy, I think. And I saw it not only a good opportunity to start a garden in our neighborhood, but also to reconnect with some people that are totally disconnected from their neighbors, because most people you don't even see anymore. They sometimes don't even greet you anymore, even if they see you. It's sad. It's sad, that it has come this far. But yeah, that's the best way, is to just start your own garden, and maybe you can convince people when you're doing the work in the garden, that you maybe motivate them to start something on their own, because bringing something stable.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, but I went from door to door, and people said they were interested, and then I got the green light and said, well, now we have to make a plan and all that, and then everybody dropped off. It's for whatever what reasons.
I will tell you that my children, they love the gardening. They I mean, they're into it, and then for them to see it grow. It's the children. That's who would really. They'd be so amazed. The children would be amazed. Yeah, us as adults, we're so caught up in conveniences because that's how we were raised. So I have no problem with that. I know why we have the mentality we have, but I know the children will have, and I mean, to walk barefoot in your garden after a rainy day and your plants are alive and the energy.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, man. There's no feeling like it, man. It's just you feel the energy. The sun is lighting off the raindrops, and your plants are now just, after hadn't water in a couple days, it hadn't rained in a couple days, and they're starting to just, wilt. I use the word wilt a little bit, and then after it rains, they're all standing up.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's just a great feeling. It's therapeutic at the same time, and then you barefoot, you're grounding, you're inhaling clean air. And the plants, they have energy, and they, it's It's a great feeling. But they got us with the Netflix and the the PlayStations, and
Yeah, well,
Well,
it can be combined very well. You know, I only salute the people that learn their children to grow their own foods and be self-reliant and you know, knowledgeable. Basically, you know, the basic survival skills. You know, let's say that. Yeah, I love people that teach their children that, because yeah, a lot of times I was frustrated that I couldn't convince young parents or even older children to see
um,
what they're missing, basically, you know, with the basic survival skills. You know, it's
anyone recall me? What's this? Does anyone recall me mentioning a phone call? This guy called in to the police and he said there's an alien in my backyard, and I said I seen footage of this guy from his cameras. Well, I found the footage and I cut it up and I'm uploading it now into my short videos, and it shows the alien and what this. There's supposed to be an alien craft that crashed about last month, and the guy called it in on to the police department, said an alien. So he heard a big boom when he was working on his truck, and he went to look, and there's an alien in his backyard. And it just so happened he got the footage, right? This big, tall CGI alien, right? So I uploaded it onto my shorts, because it's so phony, man. You could tell it's part of the agenda. But I just had to say that.
was that the one that happened in Vegas? Is that the one what happened in Vegas?
I think so. I think so.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
it's a pro. Go ahead, McCoy.
I was just going to quickly add that I have it on record that on January 23rd of this year, I said that they will be speaking on aliens, and
Oh,
so
yeah.
I have it on record. That when I hit the panel, first time I ever hit a panel, I said, listen out for, they're going to be talking about aliens, because that's another part of their agenda. And so to see,
Yeah, you said it here. You said it here, McCoy. I remember.
Right. So to see them talking about it, it's just that I know their plans, man. They can't fool me. They can't fool me no more, man.
That's how I feel.
It's all to redirect the energy to other stuff. You know?
Yeah. Damn. Oh. I just realized something. This is awesome. Anyway. Oh, man, I wish that fucking TV that I have for the computer thing has the plug, but it doesn't. Because I was going to take that computer, plug my laptop into it just because it's a bigger screen. But my roommate has a TV, a flat screen that I could plug it into, but I'm not doing all that. I would buy a TV just for that one reason, to where I could plug my laptop, make a bigger screen, but nah.
You know what's crazy? What's crazy about Bex? You was about to say something. Let me sneak this one little thing back in there, then, since you gave me a chance. The thing with these TVs is that they can see into your home, and they can they're also listening devices. So just be careful.
Right, dude. Listen, in that movie, Bex knows. In the movie, they cloned Tyrone. They had a base underground, and they were doing that, listening to TVs. They were listening to conversations. They were watching everyone. They were taking notes in the movie, right? Everyone's whole life. She broke up with this guy. She fucks at this time, like everything.
Wow. See, I'm telling you, man. It's
and mind altering stuff in food and in drink.
Marcel, did you watch the movie yet?
I saw it halfway. I didn't finish it, but because my connection was bad this afternoon.
Doesn't what's his name, play a good pimp? Jamie Foxx, he plays a good pimp.
Wait a second. Hold on. Stop the press.
To say it was funny. There were very funny parts.
Yeah.
Hold on a second, though. Okay, so Jamie Foxx is in this movie.
Yeah, and he gets cloned. He has clones.
And then after he's such and such, and they're talking about him being a clone. There's not enough. There ain't enough coincidence in the world for that to just line up like that, man.
That's what I was thinking.
Wow.
Yep. And they had a bunch of him, and it was him and his boy. Forgot his boy's name. Jamie. I mean, not Jamie. Fucking
right in your face, and they
Tyrone. Yeah. Yep. But the girl, they could control them too, which is another thing. Like they would say Olympian Black, and now that's the word to activate them to be controlled. They could do words, do music.
They call them sleepers, right? That if you admit a certain frequency or say a certain words, that they are activated, like
Britney Spears.
Yeah, like a soldier. I used to hear that people that went through that mind control program.
Vietnam, yep.
Basically could say a word and they would start killing on command and all that. You know?
What? Yeah. Damn. They did it in Vietnam. Did you see the part where they had the girl in the lab? They had her eyes peeled open, like they had these metal things in her eyes. She couldn't close them, and they were playing videos over and over and over and over. MK Ultra.
That's MK Ultra. Yeah. That's
yeah.
Yeah, and you know what the harsh reality is after Nazis and America was done with the MK Ultra stuff. The Netherlands bought the plans and they basically continued after that. You know, it's insane.
Yeah, well the scientists got their papers whitewashed or cleansed because they wanted to come to America because America was going to let them do their scientific experiments on us. It was in the MK Ultra paperwork of why they betrayed the man with the mustache, because America, they surrendered to America because America was going to let them do their science experiments as they wanted. So, and Hitler didn't want that. Hitler supposedly didn't want to let them. Maybe he didn't want to, the whole picture they paint on the mustache man, they don't. I think he wasn't like they're telling he was. There's just something about it, and he might have been an agent infiltrating. I have my theories on that guy.
We don't know the exact things about it, but you can look it up that Hitler tried to prevent the wars more than once, but Churchill and other allies refused peace, just as they do in Ukraine now and all that. So the reality is quite different than they tell us.
They said Hitler was such a threat. Look at the German military was so powerful, and they had technology that other countries wanted. They had to use almost the whole fucking world to go against them. They still got their ass stumped out.
On another Mayhem Monday, I would love that I can unleash on this topic.
Yeah, I want to save this video.
Yeah. I would love to share my understanding of actually, I can sum it up like this. They tell us that the victor writes history, right? They tell us that one who wins the war writes the bragging stories about the war they won, right? What they don't tell us is the victor can actually lie and say they lost the war and walk in behind the false walk in behind the false victors, right? Holding a gun to their head, saying, "Tell everyone you won," right? So, and then to take it one step even further on that.
The U.S. never won a war, period. None. It's all fallacy.
Well, and the whole story was to get those good men of America to get involved, to be part of the infiltration, right? Back on themselves, if that makes any sense, right? Like to get them over there so that you can, so now they can come back and say they won, but they're under the gun now.
That's how I look at it.
It actually goes further back than that. Sorry, Charles, you go ahead.
I just want to say those wars, they had to create the September event, even back in Hawaii there. They had to create them because no one would believe. Like me, I look at the wars like, what did, when I figured out all this shit from that September thing, I was like, why would I go fight for someone else's problems? Like, those people didn't do anything to me. But you got your psychos that want to join the military just to kill, and they know that. So there will always be somebody in line to kill and worship a god, or more or less their deities and fake gods. There'll always be someone in line waiting to worship, and for the military, there's always some moron in line that'll go kill for a politician. It's never for our freedom, because you're taking other people's freedoms for our so-called freedom. Don't make sense to me. But anyway,
well, and if I might just add something before and say hi, Kimba, and then I'll zip it for quite a while. My research
later. No, I'm joking.
My research into this topic of seeing from the outside how you can make a nation hate themselves, how you can make the one of the strongest nations in the world with one of the strongest constitutions, and I mean that as a person, that like as people, not as a written document, and in my lifetime reduce them to a world that revered them and then hated them, and they even to the point of hating themselves. It's taken the research of In Defense of Mustache Man. Actually, when Jurg was here recently, he helped me link a few things in my brain in that story, that creation of the lure of the lure of protection of the Europeans from the or who everyone over there for the Americans. That's that people's heart. Like, we'll come help. We'll make sure 28 days babies being aborted. We're there, right? We are stopping this shit, right? But actually, it was Russia went into Germany and told Germany that Germany won, and if you look at you take it back to the Romanovs and the Bolsheviks in Russia, okay, the Bolsheviks allegedly overthrew the Romanovs. Haha, all roads lead to Rome, right? So and again, you've got this Bolshevik story taking over, and then they lost to the Germans, and the Germans lost to the Americans, when in fact, if you look at that, just put this together right now here, if you look at Project Paperclip, we could say right now, we'll put it on the Bolsheviks, okay, because actually the Romanovs didn't get killed. My research shows that they became Queen Victoria's relatives and Queen Victoria's children, which actually supports the whole Northern European invasion of Britain, let's just say, and or Eastern European, Northeastern European, we call it, or Asia, this Russia. So now you've got, but if you look at the Bolsheviks and the fact that Project Paperclip actually tells us that, Russia and America were, sort of in a competition with each other, but now we know that they were actually in cahoots with each other, then let's say the Bolsheviks are the ones that made the plan to end up in America in charge and under the guise of them being Americans. So, and I'll bet you it goes further back than the Bolsheviks. So, it's intriguing, and I really appreciate the added concept of manifest destiny, because that fits into my model very well, just the words alone, McCoy. But I land there, Yeah. Whoever these Bolsheviks are. It's bullshit. The Bolsheviks.
Bullshit fix.
Bolsheviks.
Kimba. Does Kimba keep? Is that she changed her thing again? Wasn't it them to say hi before?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's okay. Sorry, I was messing
because I
around.
know Christos. He changes his thing also. Christos. So I was like, wait, did Christos hop up here? Okay, there you go.
Oh
There you
yeah,
go.
no, I was messing around. Hey, I was messing around. So I put, can't we all get it out? I'm not. I don't mean nothing's going on here. I'm just,
Mhm.
I'm being silly. So
It's a general philosophy.
exactly. There you go. I like to hear Bex talk. I walk around my house and do things, Bex, while you're talking. I'm just like, wow. I just walk around and do my thing and listen to you talk. Powerful
It does
mind.
tie
Oh,
into
there's
the
more.
28-day baby thing, though.
Yeah. Speaking of Christos, there's him in the chat. Oh, you just got here 10 minutes ago. Oh, you. It's Christos.
Oh wow, I spoke him up. Well, he said he was already.
Yeah.
Okay, he says he's already. Okay, what's up? I will add to what Charles was saying about psychopaths in the military. I don't think that they're all psychopaths because they sold it to us as, we'll give you college tuition, we'll give you the GI Bill where you're able to buy a home when you just do your service time. So I think some of us as children, I never joined the military, but I'm saying coming out of high school with not many options because we didn't do what all we were supposed to do in high school, joining the military became an option to give up. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't say that, that Charles, that it's all just psychopaths that want to go over there. They gave us incentives,
Yeah, we are all been misled, I almost joined the army when I was younger, but because I wanted to change something for the good. But as we know now, it was all a lie. They invade countries to rob them blind, It's not to help people. Fuck no.
Because like Beck said, if we heard of another nation aborting 28-day babies, we would be up in arms like, no.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't say all the people were psycho, but there is people that do join the military because they want to kill.
True. Definitely. I acknowledge that. Yes. But could I just reemphasize this one point? Because Bex, I don't think Bex, I'm not going to say she doesn't, but I'm just going to reemphasize this point. That if we were to hear of another country
15 minutes later. 15 minutes later.
lawfully saying that we can abort 28-day-year-old babies, we'd be up in arms, man. I'm telling you, man. I just want to make sure to emphasize that, man. That was powerful right there, Bex. It's just simple as that.
And can I piggyback off that real quick for 1 second?
Christos.
That makes me think of like back in the day. Like my dad and his brother were in the Vietnam War, right? My dad signed up, but they did drafts back then. I think, did parents, because I don't know, I didn't hear nothing about it. Were parents back then like, hell no, our kids ain't going to war? Or no, because they were under that illusion, like we're fighting for our country. Yes, send our babies into war. And they were going in at 17 years old. My dad went at 17 years old, right out of high school.
Yeah.
Right out of high school. Can you imagine that?
My grandpa as well. My grandpa was 14 years old when he went to Indonesia.
14? Yeah.
I'm at war too. I've been to war since the day I was born. I've been at war.
Yeah, but even that was a lie, Kimba. To defend your country, you didn't defend your country. You were defending the big corporations that would rob those countries blind and steal the babies from those children there. I think now, looking back on all those wars, I think they stole children.
I'm gonna step down now, Charles. Thank you.
Anytime.
That video though, you kept me on here for at least another hour plus after I tried. That really just that hit a nerve. It triggered it. Whatever. It sparked something in me, man. I'm glad you shared it with me because it helps me to stay focused. And but I appreciate y'all, Bex. Thank you. Marcel, very, very insightful information. Paula, good to see you.
You too.
I appreciate you, McCoy. Always coming up, dropping gems.
And Kimba, good to talk to you again. So yeah, y'all have a great rest of your day. I'll be listening. And,
I'll be catching your live next time.
Yeah, it was just a little run through, but yeah. All right, man. I'll take
$12 run through.
Got to test out the whole system.
Look what I found, Bex. Listen.
15 minutes later.
I know.
15 minutes later.
I heard
Don't let me
it. It was
catch
so
you
funny.
slipping. Don't let me catch you slipping. I'm glad you laughed, Bex. That's why I said that. I wanted you to laugh, and I'm glad you don't take it personal. But that's the whole point. I wanted you to laugh. Yeah. I was thinking that one day you were going for a while, and I'm trying to get a word in. I was in my mind. I was like, I gotta find that thing, man. Bex is like me, though. I get long-winded too.
Bunny.
Huh?
She's like the Energizer Bunny. It's adorable.
Yeah.
When she wants her up, just sit up and watch her go.
She's passionate. It's the passion.
Yes.
Yeah, no Duracell, but the natural cell, right?
And she knows so much. It's just ridiculous how much she knows.
She's
a soundboard, like my little tactic. I have a little horn here.
I heard that
when cute. Oh my God, it's adorable.
Yeah. It's my
Christos' hair. Christos. I've been waiting for him to come. I'm glad he's here. Let me drop the link if he wants to come up. Oh,
I got it. I can play it.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it right here. Just a sec.
Yeah, that sounds like shit though. That 15 minutes later, it sounds like crap.
Still funny. And you guys are very kind and very patient, and I appreciate that. I appreciate I love you guys. So, you've put up with a lot to help me out.
But same
One
right
love.
back at you. Yeah. The stuff that you share sometimes just blows my mind because, with all the research that I've done, I haven't come across this stuff because I think they show us different things online. So, like, I appreciate it when you talk because I'm learning shit.
Yeah.
I love to learn.
Well, I learn as much from all of you, just as much from all of you. So, thank you.
The stuff that I find or what somebody else finds, somebody else shared. So I basically post the things that I find interesting, and I share it with you guys. And yeah, as long as we share it, we will come across things that need attention, that need to be heard online and in other places, and hopefully other people will share it as well. That's the way forward.
Yeah, well, that's what we're here for, is to share.
I concur. Share and share. I'm just going to jump in there. I didn't have to say nothing. I'm just, ditto.
Right. That's adorable little foghorn thingy you got there. It's not what it's called, though. It's called something else.
Yeah, I don't know. Some little
what is that little thing called? It's adorable.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, and Kimba, it embodies in sound that filter you use visually. Like when I saw you, it has, it's perfect. Amusing, and I heard you try all three of them out. Is it 3 settings on it?
It was like 4 or 5.
4 or 5 settings. Pretty funny. It's funny stuff.
Yeah, like Charles does all thing just to break the ice, because a lot of stuff is in deliverance. Well, I'm gonna say almost everything's in deliverance. Almost
Kimba,
how you say your words. Yeah.
I gotta
Yeah.
call you later
Okay.
because that the incense and everything and the
Okay.
what's that stuff to burn that you burn and
Santo.
the spirits. Yeah, you gotta show me how to do that. Just the spirit, that stuff. Burn it,
Yeah.
cleanse the house, whatever it's called.
Yeah, the sage. The sage.
Yeah, sage for the new age. I'm gonna jump off here in a little bit. I'm waiting for this rain to slow down. I gotta go to the stupid store. I went way longer. I was only going to do 3-hour lives from now on, but it's been going so good that I doubled it. I'm gonna still go a
Never
little
plan
longer.
on how long. Never.
Why don't you call 12 hours?
Never. Yeah, 12 hours.
I've
That
done
was
it.
adorable. But
I've done
yeah.
it. I've done 16 was my longest.
Whoa, 16.
Yep.
But I never plan on how long I'm going to be live. I just fly by the seat of my pants on that. That way I'm not surprised later or let down later.
Some of the my nighttime paneling crews out there of people's, they do after parties after each other's live streams. So the whole party just moves somewhere else.
Yeah, I've been to those.
Yeah.
Would you guys want to watch a movie? I was thinking maybe I could do that movie 9. You know who went over to movie 9 yesterday? Jay Dreamers. I couldn't believe it because he's done that already, but he went over it again yesterday. Jay Dreamers. Yeah, he's really good at breaking movies down. He did the movie 9. He did a good job. Shout outs to Jay Dreamers if he ever watches this. I doubt, but
I would assume
some good stuff. You made some good stuff, Jay. All right.
Yeah, there's no reason we couldn't watch a movie in a StreamYard that wasn't being streamed.
He's the one who showed me the cathode and the anode mountains on each side of Mount Meru, or the North Pole. He pointed them out in this map that one of my favorite maps. And I said, damn, I didn't even see that. Yeah, the cathode and the anode, which are 2 other magnetic mountains on each side of Mount Meru. Pretty interesting. Who fell off?
Who did
Probably
we lose?
use AI.
That's
bots.
my
Kimba.
question. Kimba. Yeah,
Kimba.
I was thinking, who did we lose? And then I was realizing it was Kimba. And then you said, who'd we lose? And then you said Kimba right as I was thinking it. We're already in sync.
I want to play that video. What video is this? Hold on.
I've said of Freemasonry, it's harmless in my view. And the founding of the United States of America was a Masonic experiment, and that was the pinnacle of its achievement. And there's no secret agenda, and there are no secrets. And all these people that accuse Freemasonry of being of having a secret agenda are deluded. I've now had to change my mind and confess I was wrong. And there is an agenda which appears to be immensely powerful. And I think they see it as the fulfillment of the 3,000-year mission from the time of Solomon. But the really scary bit was when we realized that the Pentagon is Stonehenge rebuilt.
Really?
And the man that designed it was President of the United States of America at the time, and just about to take his country into the Second World War. And they had to build the Pentagon quickly, and they were building it somewhere else. He said, I want it here. And I want the middle of it here, and I want it looking like this. And he actually gave the design to the architects, And he's built it following instructions that are in the 32nd and 33rd degree of Freemasonry, which is about defense of the realm. The whole building was structured 25 times the size of Stonehenge, but every corner, every wall follows the patterning. They understood it, exactly what they're doing. Every junction, every monument at intersections, everything about the structure was originally designed to follow to the millimeter using these ancient measurements, megalithic units, megalithic yards and seconds of arc. Franklin Delano Roosevelt was a bit of an amateur architect himself, but for him on such an important thing, when the army said there isn't time, we can't move it, and he insisted to be put in a place that was called Hell's Bottom. It was just an absolute horrible place where they had to drain riverbank and move marshes, and it had to be built at some speed because they knew they were going to war. But it had to be in that exact position to have this juxtaposition with this chamber and the centre of the Capitol. And it had to be at that angle, and it had to have the 5 walls, because that's what's dictated in the Scottish Rite, and the walls within the walls, and the sizes of them had to be exactly as they are, because they are the megalithic dimensions that we find in the 6,000-year-old henges across here in Europe. And the chances of all these things being done in 1941 by accident are non-existent. And the words spoken in the 32nd and 33rd degrees describe exactly what happened. They were building this structure to win the war that was going to turn the world into their oyster, because they were building the New Jerusalem, because these people were originally Jewish priesthood, according to the rituals of Freemasonry. They describe how when the direct destruction of the temple took place in 70 AD, when Titus and the Roman troops destroyed it and they lost the war, 1.3 million Jews lay dead, priests escaped to Europe, and this is all explained in Masonic ritual, which at one time I would have thought was a fanciful story, but it actually totally fits. And there, as they moved from northern France, they met the Normans, the Norse people, who had come down from Scandinavia, who had got knowledge of the original structures that were built, because they were the builders. And they realized that they needed to work together. And for the last 1,000 years, they have been working together.
I mean, the reason we're given why America entered World War II is because on December 7th, later, the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. They knew what they were doing then.
Yeah, there are some funny bits in there.
Wow. You know why they call Germans German? Because the Germans were probably the first people to create biological warfare through germ war. German.
Yes, I was curious about that. Yes. Germ man, yeah. Nice.
It was originally Dutch. Deutschland. Deutschland. They're douchebags. Deutschland. No, I'm joking.
Douchebags, yeah.
Whenever I see that word Deutschland, it reminds me of douchebag.
You know that I live in the Netherlands, right? So
yeah.
Okay. Just,
We're not douching on you, man.
No, come on, Marcel. Never. When I actually my cousins and stuff was correcting my mother when she told me I was German, I remember them saying I'm Dutch. They were probably referring to Dutchland. That doesn't mean I'm Dutch, but that's probably what they meant. Dutchland? It's not.
Dutch,
Germany.
Dutch is the Netherlands, and Deutsch is Deutschland.
Yeah.
Germany.
Deutschland.
But yeah, all of our governments suck. It doesn't matter where you are, you know.
Yeah.
Our governments are toilet.
So hold on.
I would say.
So I just want to say, if the Romans beat the Masons, right, took their temples down, why were now I can see why the Germans were going after the Romans, because the Germans are the ones who pretty much started the Masonic lodges. So that makes sense, but they weren't Jewish, they were German. Unless
But that's
Jews and Germans are one and the same.
if I wanted, just like if I wanted to make the American people look bad by making a false war, bringing in their hero nature and then taking over their country, I would do the same. I would have done the same to the Germans as well, right? So, you know, that's where I would say that even the germ theory coming out of there goes back to, let's say I was already back to the Bolsheviks, the bullshit, the Ebola. You know, they're so vain, they put it right in even the names of their microbiome.
That's beautiful.
Right?
Continue.
Ebola, electronic Bolshevik, right? Electronic Bolshevik blood in your Ebola, you know, like, so, and then remember, they're not the Russians, right? The Romanovs were the Russians, right? So the Bolsheviks gave the Russians, the Romans, the bad name. The Romans, you know, and then under the guise of killing the Romanovs, right? Which they actually, like I said, transported those people and amalgamated them into Queen Victoria's family. I'm not going to say that that's a theory of my own from in 2020, getting more into European politics than I ever had and watching all sorts of documentaries and family lineages, right? So, and then my theory about these people actually taking, you know, these wars were designed to allow them to kill someone on one land, rename that very bodied person on another land, and rebrand them as another personhood, right? So they wanted to shift us all around. They wanted to segregate us. They wanted to push their narrative, right? So a lot of people that we think are dead aren't. They weren't. They were just disconnected by war. Yeah, MIA.
I remember when that came out, and I made a little rhyme. I said, if you see a child in the stroller, no, I don't want to say it. If you see a child dead in the stroller and the mother keeled over, Ebola. I can't believe I remember that. It's fucked up. Ebola. Like, they were talking about that in the 90s, man. The RZA put that in his song Tragedy. He spoke on Ebola, and I back then, I didn't even know what that was. Didn't even pay no mind to it. You know, like, that would make sense when people, you know, the commercials would say this started in Africa and that started in Africa, even though I don't want to get into the MED stuff, but it all makes sense to me now.
Did anybody hear about that? You maybe, Charles. I read something online that because of the power failures and all that, and the shortage of water and stuff in the U.S. that they are saying that lepra might be breaking out again. All diseases that were extinct, basically, that they basically try to weaken the population with, you know, looting certain aspects of society with all kinds of stuff to create chaos. Really.
Huh. That's a strong possibility. I believe that too.
Maybe.
They Peace Sugar Seas, and Phil. Yeah, they definitely. I don't know when this country was infiltrated. I don't know if the founding fathers really designed the Constitution to do what it does, or if that was a design to create it because then they knew they could legalize the criminal activities. But I don't know, man. I don't know if this country was ever meant to be truly free. I think I had a thought that we supposedly defeated Britain, but why does all of these so-called presidents and leaders, their roots are rooted to the Queen's family? We were infiltrated probably from day one. It don't even make sense. How are all these people related to the Queen that are in? I thought we defeated the Britain, and why would we allow anyone related to the Queen in office? I don't give a fuck if they were born here or not. We went to war with them, supposedly. I think that was all by design, and we were infiltrated when when the Constitution started, maybe more or less. It was designed to do what it's doing now. It was all part of the plan. Even though I can say the Constitution can work if we have the right people in place, it can. But that wasn't why it was designed. It was designed to fool people, the illusion of freedom.
Exactly. To make us think we had rights we did not have.
Yeah, and as far as I can look back, it started in Bavaria or in that area, and basically all the royals from now are from that area, including the European royals, the English royals, basically all the royals. They're all in cahoots with each other.
Well, isn't that the best kind of lie? That pretty lying lie that sounds so beautiful and true, you know, like the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
You know, those are the best lies. When it's so beautiful, you believe it.
Well, yeah,
And
we
those
know
are the
now that
lies
it's
I hate
all
the
a lie.
most.
We just need to act on it. You know, we know now that it's all a lie, and people should act on it. You know, you should refuse basically everything that's coming from those institutes. You know, because we can slap them around the face with truths. You know, and they cannot deny it. You know.
That's because the truth is the philosopher's stone. The philosopher's stone is all about truth and honesty, and truth wins in the end. Truth reigns supreme, and we're gonna smack them fuckers right in the face with that shit, and it's gonna all be over. I don't know when, but I think it's soon. I just feel like it's soon.
I hope it is soon. I hope we still see the day, basically, to that the children will inherit a better world, or realm, whatever you want to call it.
Realm will do, you know, and they will, because truth reigns supreme. There's no doubt about it. Nothing beats truth, facts, reason, logic, you know, all of that. Nothing beats integrity, nothing.
Yeah, I agree.
And peace to Candy too, aka Brownie Girl 69. Whenever I see a 6'9", it reminds me of the yin yang now, sacred geometry in that.
Well, yeah,
Man,
that's what it is. Yeah.
Is it raining anywhere else? Is anyone else getting rain today, or is it just the East Coast?
No, we had a lot of rain here today as well, Charles. We had a lot of
We
rain.
had a lot of rain yesterday.
Huh. Well, I should have asked McCoy, because he lives in New York, I think.
No, McCoy lives in Alabama.
Alabama.
Oh, okay.
Alabama Slammer. That's where he lives.
I gotta go to the store.
I think in understanding the solution in the Philosopher's Stone, which I agree with what you're saying, Paula. I think it's understanding what we mean by that. At least when I hear you say that, what I understand that to be is reaching a point of personal enlightenment, which actually don't know if it takes one person to do, right? Might take a whole bunch of people working together and reaching it together, not like, you know, studying like on a build sense, but just, you know, on a subconscious level. But to me, the Philosopher's Stone is a work in progress. All of us are individually faceting our diamonds, making sure we're like a jeweler carving the most beautiful, You know, we thought people think it's a pearl inside us. We're not a clam. Okay. They put a little tiny piece of sand inside us somewhere. Right. And that little tiny piece of sand has grown into a stone that we can actually facet, literally, physically, metaphysically inside us, polish away like a jeweler to get all those facets perfectly aligned so that we can, as light beings, take source energy from the universe to actually maybe transmute this entire world back to where it's supposed to be.
Boom, mic drop, and all that jazz.
So, is that what you mean?
Well, what do you think?
I think so. I think so. You know what I mean? I really do. Like, you know,
yeah.
It's you know, yeah.
We all do it individually, and then we come together, and boom.
Yep.
Yes.
And then because perhaps these diamonds inside us, whether they actually can be physically taken out by a surgeon, let's say, or whether it's more of a metaphysical thing that until your body dies, perhaps it doesn't, until they can cut into you and see. Anyways, my point is these are reflective surfaces, right? Every facet of a diamond, of any kind of crystal, is a reflective surface, right? Which is why if we polish them all appropriately, you know, let's just say, speaking on a global level, let's just say we assume everybody's polishing their own facets at the same time. We just don't even know, because there's so many facets that literally we're looking to like reflect these things along similar frequencies, right? Heartbeats, sentiments, musical interests, intellectual interests, personal growing relationships, you know, like all of that humanity stuff, you know what I mean? And then I think that literally we have the ability to harness like better than a lightsaber. It's better than a fucking lightsaber.
Oh,
right?
Let the force be with you and all that jazz too.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yes.
I thought you said let the horse be with you.
The Jedis. Let the force, the force, not horse.
Peace, Obama.
Yeah, some people learn religion through Star Wars, right? Some through Harry Potter.
But I learned something else you guys might find intriguing recently, and I've only touched the surface of it, but I'm going to dig deep on it. A lot of how they know that someone was a so-called, oh, now I'm forgetting the word, a holy person, is they will cut open their heart and they will see if the philosopher's stone was in place in their heart. And so that's how they know that, oh, a saint. That's how they name you for a saint. If you have that crystal in your heart, well, cut and polished.
Well,
really do have one.
Holy person reminds me of a block of cheese with the holes in it, because they have so much. They have so many holes in their story in religion.
No, I mean a true holy person. A true.
I know, I'm joking. The Philosopher's Stone, I got to look into that more, because I didn't know what the Philosopher's Stone was till you brought it up, truthfully. And I'm going to look more into that.
Yeah, I'm going to be going live the 15th. If they don't find some fake reason to fucking cancel me again. It already would have been done. The surface stuff that I found. But, you know, look into that, and then look into how they supposedly name people for, you know, I just said a saint. If your philosopher's stone is in place upon death, then you get marked as a saint. Yep.
So Alma don't got love for Chuck no more. She don't.
She does too, or she wouldn't be here.
I know.
She's not coming up.
No, I said come up on the panel. I'm just joking. I'm trying to get her to come up. You ruined it.
Well, I think she's probably taking a break from coming up.
No, she's busy.
A lot of people are doing that right now.
She has her family and stuff. I know. like
Yeah.
Phil. He's another
I
one.
can agree. You know, I did some work today, and I was done doing the stuff I needed to do, and I was so tired I fell asleep on the floor. Yeah.
Hey, I like your avatar, Marcel, the turtle.
Yeah.
The elephant's holding up the realm.
Yeah, I found it years back, and I used it on my older computer as well. And I found it back yesterday online, and I thought, well, yeah, I'm gonna go for this. You know? It's a cool. It's I think it's a myth or a mythology, some kind of thing that the universe is being carried on a turtle's back.
Yeah. Well, remember I showed you the picture with the turtle, and they were comparing the somatics to a turtle shell, and then they said there's not one turtle in the realm that has the same turtle shell. It's like a fingerprint. And what else are they saying about the turtle? It has the calendar of the months, I think. It has 30 things, like the moon calendar or something. I gotta look at the picture again.
Yeah, I think it's 13 and 30. Sorry, 13 and 28 or something like that. A 13 big squares in the middle and 28 around the outside.
Phil. 13 moon cycles, not 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, 13's right. Yeah, even I learned that from reading about the Native Americans, and I learned about that from the farmers. They went by the 13 moon cycles, the people who worked the land. So. Wang. Yeah, I'm gonna jump off at 6:50. Give 10 minutes for people to digress. I mean, not digress. Digest. No, what's the word I'm looking for?
So it's good to see you all, Charles, and Bex, Paula, everybody else. Hope to see you next time.
Yes. I appreciate you always coming up to share, Marcel, Paula, Bex, everyone.
Appreciate all of it. Yep,
I appreciate you for hosting the space.
I appreciate you and everybody else here because we're doing it together. You know, it's teamwork.
Yes, absolutely. You know, we can do some things by ourselves, but there are things that we need others' assistance with. So
Here you go, Paula.
Yeah.
Look what Dean wrote for you. Well, it ain't for you, but it's the Philosopher's Stone he's saying something about.
Yeah. One has even to discern the world's binding spells in the Philosopher's Stone video as well, because I heard several times listening.
Yeah, he's totally right. And what he's saying there in the one that I sent him, because I sent him the one that's the alchemy of attitudes. I found that some of the other Philosopher's Stone books also go into sort of current agendas, or let's just say they do cross over into religious philosophy. Don't ignore it though, because some of them drop real truth bombs in the crossover, and other ones totally carry on with the, say they distort the Philosopher's Stone message by throwing in that stuff. Right?
Well,
like,
see, that's why
so it does require a lot of discernment when you're listening to any of it once you get into the research, because you'll find different aspects to of the gem in some stuff, but then you'll also find full on lies if it resonates that way with you.
But it's simple.
Yes.
You just have to be honest with yourself and others. That's all. That's the Philosopher's Stone.
Fully. And, I wanted to remark on that subject too, Bex. Thanks for letting me come in there, Chuck, or who's in there in control. But, I mean, in the first 10 minutes, I heard the world, within the first 10 minutes of the Philosopher's Stone, I heard the world. and it was you can discern it in the words. Once you start realizing what this world is like, what its agenda is, you can actually feel it. It's like a fucking thing in its own self. And it's there now in every blimmin' script we've got. If you've got to be able to see it and discern it out of there, otherwise the bloody thing's just going to roll bowl and take you straight into that script again. I just know it. I just know it in my heart that you just got to be able to see this world thingy for what it is. Because actually, he does say that. Manly Paul says in the very first 10 minutes about the world thingy. A thing, he calls it. Yeah. You listen. If you listen, you will hear it. You will know it. And you will hear what he's talking about. Because he's even separating it out of your mind for you if you listen. Anyway, I just wanted to pop up and say that. So, all good, everyone. Much love. Thanks, Chuck. Have a
Much
great
love.
day, everyone.
Shoot.
But yeah, so before I bounce and say, hey, I appreciate everyone in chat and in here, I just want to say one more time, keep it simple, be honest with yourself and others, and you have the Philosopher's Stone. It doesn't matter what, somebody else says about it. Just be truth embodied, and you have the stone.
So you see it. Yes, some up to a certain extent. Don't forget to watch that other half of the movie, Marcel. You're gonna like it. I don't know where you left off, but I'm glad.
I think I'm gonna watch it later. I think I'm gonna watch the second half later.
Cool.
Which
Everyone should watch.
movie?
They clone Tyrone.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Everyone should watch that because I want to do a better breakdown of that movie. I got to take some more screenshots because obviously you can't show the freaking videos or they're going to really copyright smack you, fuck strike. So no matter how I do things, if I record the video from one device, if I hold one device and record, I still get copyright. If I put music in it, I get copyright. If it's like you can't ever win. I got to figure something out.
Well, I'm going to watch it a second time. I'll watch it the second time in the next few days because I'm sure
me
it's
too.
going to be more to glean.
I
And
want to
then,
see if I missed something.
I'll watch.
I'm
going to check into
missed.
that. 9 is also a movie that's on your radar you're going to watch, you said?
Yeah, I downloaded it. I got it saved in my laptop. Yeah. I almost erased a lot of movies. I had some good movies. So I was like thinking I had erased some of them. Thank God they were still in my trash bin. Some of them are gone. So I thought, well, maybe it's not playing this file because of the way I downloaded it. So I went and I downloaded an app on my laptop that plays all files for movies. And what do I know? I was right. So I had to go and re-upload from the trash like 3 movies. And I lost like another 3 or 4 because they wouldn't play like an idiot. So, and it sucks because they were good ones that I wanted. But
you can download them again, though, no?
Yeah, but it takes time.
I see. Well, thank you again, Charles. I will see you guys all again soon. I really, really appreciate it, And
Yeah,
peace.
see you next time. Good to see you all.
Yes, thank you. And peace to Bex, Marcel, Paula, Sir Drop, the realist McCoy, Paula, I said Paula, right? Smoking, well, G Sharp, Phil, Dean, Osun Yemi, of course, Kimba, Sugar Seas, So Ama, Candy, aka Brownie Girl 69, No, I'm forgetting people. There's tons of people that came in here. Spider Guts. That name. What else am I forgetting? Christos. Damn, Christos. I'm probably gonna go live later. So there's more stuff. I got a bunch of new pictures I want to go over. But if anyone's around, 5 or 6 people are still up, and Mami Chula, she writes a lot of good stuff. Always when she comes here, she keeps me thinking when stuff she writes. Of course, Nagajini. That was the end. It's not letting me go further. So, all praises to Lucid. Damn, Lucid, you haven't been here so long. I almost forgot your name. Hopefully, Lucid is, healing well, getting the rest he needs. I can't wait for him to come through, man. So, peace to Lucid, and hopefully everything's good with Soama, Soama's sister, and to AK. Better find that gold nugget, bro. It's there. I've seen it in my dreams. Peace to everyone. I'm out of here.